Hey, what's up, everybody? What's happening? I'm having a little difficulty with StreamYard right now, but let me know if you guys can hear me. Oh, well, I guess I can hear myself. I didn't have my other thing muted. All right, so here we go. All right, cool. Thanks. Yeah, I don't know what's up with StreamYard. I type something in chat and it doubles it up for some reason. Um, the only thing I think of is maybe so I have two different accounts. I have my Apocalypse Jones, and then I have this Blunt B. So maybe I think I might be signed in as Apocalypse, so maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know, because it doesn't really matter once you hit StreamYard. You can change your name and everything, but you still may log in with the one account. I'm thinking. I don't know for sure. What's up, voices? Hey, everybody. Ninny C, what's up? Gina, Last Breadstick, Montana Jade, Queen Bee's in here. Oh, look out. Cool. Yeah, I was just gonna go over the Nancy Grace video. So I was gonna talk about the IGG, the Investigative Genetic Genealogy, because I don't know, so many people are all crazy about this and how they got there and they did it and then they got the arrest warrant afterwards and like it's a big deal or something in this Bryan Kohberger case. But to me, it was just like it's just an investigative tool. And I watched that CC Moore lady, who's like the expert at this, for lack of a better word, because it's not really like credited or anything like that. But she solved a lot of cases with this, and um, she's just really good at tracking down family members and doing the genealogy tree. So but it's very interesting. But anyways, she explained it really well in the video, which I'll probably play after we go over this Nancy Grace thing, just to go through that because I really want to talk about this IGG because it's just a tool that they use, an investigative tool they use to get to a certain point. It doesn't prove guilt. It doesn't prove um, not guilty. It doesn't or innocence. It doesn't prove any of that stuff. It just it's a tool that be like, hey, okay, that's why the in the court paperwork it was talking about the FBI. It's like, well, yeah, we did it all, and then we sent it and said, here's a tip. Look at this guy, because that's basically what it is. It's like this guy has a good chance of being the person you're looking for. You might want to look into him. And and they use it in the Golden State Killer case. I watched a little segment about that too, um, where the guy said it took six people 4.5 months. It took six people 4.5 months to figure out to go through all the tree and everything and to figure out what the DNA sample that they had got way back then from one of his crimes. So I mean that's pretty amazing. And then they just happened to go and they narrowed it down to him as they look at everything. They just don't use genealogy or I'm sorry DNA. It's like a little snippet. And from what the lady was saying, I just want to say this before I start the Nancy Grace thing, but yeah, what she's saying is like they don't look at like the all our DNA is like the same except for the 1%, which is the difference. And then it goes back how it is like my DNA has my mom and my dad 50-50. And then as we go from there, both of my grandparents are 25-25, and then my other two are 25-25. Then you go to your great grandparents and it's 12 and a half and 12 and a half and 12 and a half and 12 and a half. You know what I mean? That's how it kind of separates your DNA. So they actually look at other characteristics in the DNA. Like say they choose Bryan Kohberger as an example, the part I was looking at, they look at him, they're like they could tell from his DNA that he was 75% Italian. So so they take those characteristics and then look and then they find the individual DNA of the family tree in there too. So they have a little bit of the family DNA tree with another big portion of the DNA, like say you're 75% Italian, and then they work their way back to where and they usually have to have two samples, at least two samples from the two different family trees to kind of where they meet and where they meet, and then they go from there. So they could meet way back in the 1500s. So then it's a straight line to where you're going, or they could meet, or it's not a straight line to where you're going, or they could have met, the family lines could have met first generation, um, the last generation that just passed. So that there's no looking up. There's nothing that you have to really do at that point. If you have their DNA, then you'll have like a big portion of their actual familiar DNA. So you don't have to go back that far. But it helps for cases where the DNA, they're looking at such a distant part of their DNA, and then bringing it back together to find the thing. Anyways, she explains it way better than I do. But I just thought it's just a tool. It doesn't prove guilt or innocence or anything like that. It's a tool to say, hey, um, we can do this. We can actually look back at your DNA and your where your ancestry, where you come from. And it's a lot harder if it's out of the country, or if it's, many generations where they hadn't been in the United States first too. And it varies from state to state and all that crap too. But anyways, I'm gonna go over this Nancy Grace, and she had Chris McDonough on here. That's the only reason why I'm gonna play this stupid thing. I was just like, what the hell? Because supposedly he found the glove outside that they talked about. It's freaking hilarious. Hey Ellie, what's up? Hey Ellie, you want to come up in chat? Does anybody want to come up? Let me know, and we'll review this. Oh, cool. Voices, you'll come up. All right. Yeah, but I mean, if a couple people want to come up, that's cool too. Give me 1 second. I'll get the link. Yeah, you can see I typed it in my StreamYard and it doubled it up again. I don't know what's up with that. Yeah, and does anyone know how to turn subscribers only mode on? I was gonna do that just so I didn't have any crazy stuff at the beginning. Hey Mel, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Hi Kaya. Nessie B, how's it going? Oh, I see your voices. Sorry. All right, I'm adding you.
No worries. Hey, I just listened to this and I loved your breakdown explanation of it, because I had listened to this like last night, and I cannot believe that blue glove that we all saw on the ground is what Chris is saying that he claims that he found.
Yeah, no, I can't even believe it's in the documents that they brought it up, and that's the DNA. I don't know. It's just weird, man. And it might not even be his glove either. You know what I mean? Like they may be talking about something totally different.
Well, and and that was the other thing I wondered. I wondered if that might have been like a crime scene detective's glove, like one of the first, or an officer who was first on the scene, or an EMT. And maybe they were talking about a glove like that was on that list of inventory, because we saw, there, I think a pair of gloves were listed on the inventory of his stuff. But like I'm really glad that you're doing a take on this, because I think it'll help some of us. It'll be able to break it down.
Yeah, I mean, basically, Chris, I mean, he doesn't say it's that glove, and she kind of insinuates it, and then he like just totally just, hey Nancy, what do you think? Like it was so bizarre. Like I don't know what he was doing in this
Well,
video.
you have two of the biggest fakers in the true crime hemisphere right here. Like,
Exactly.
I'm amazed that the fucking polls didn't shift. Ellie said she'll come up soon too, Blunt B.
All right, cool.
I'm amazed that the polls didn't shift because they were in the same hemisphere. You know what I mean?
I hear you. It was so bizarre when I saw this, and I was like, and then I started playing it. I didn't even realize he was on there, and then I like, what? Wait, what? I'm like, and then they started talking about the glove and DNA. Yeah, I was just, I don't even know why she's really on YouTube. I mean, you said it. They're like, she's like a grifter at this point, just, and you'll hear what she says. I mean, she's just like, she doesn't say knife sheath. She just says knife,
Yeah,
like murder weapon. And just like, she drives me freaking nuts, man. I cannot stand her ever
insinuations and
since,
her
ever.
innuendos that she draws. Oh God, the insinuate. Like, I first caught a glimpse of this. It came up in my Google podcasts, and so I was first listening to it there, and then I went tracking the shit down because I was like, what? Like, it was 1:30 this morning, and I'm like, what the fuck is this woman talking about?
Yeah, I hear you.
What is going on right now? So I like go roll that beautiful bean footage.
All right, give me 1 second. Let me pin the link so I don't forget.
I honestly can't believe both their asses didn't spontaneously combust because it was like Liar McLiar feeding off of Liar McLiar.
Yeah, they were. It's so bizarre. Like you'll see it
They fed
exactly.
off of
They're
each
like
other.
looking at the other person to say something because they want to go off what they're gonna say, and neither one of them really want to say anything except for she. Like I said, she just talks about the knife sheath as the knife. I mean, she's done this before, like just recently with this case. Like she'll just say something. She's like, "Oh yeah, it was DNA, blood was on there or something, DNA." And I'm like, she's like, "Well, it was DNA," and I'm like, "Well, you just said blood DNA, and then you're coming back." Yeah,
Right, because
this
there
lady
wasn't
drives me
any
nuts.
blood DNA. It was touch DNA on the snap,
Yeah, and
correct?
sometimes she'll say that too, like but she'll say blood 16 times beforehand and then mention at the end, or half the time she doesn't even mention that. Oh no, I'm kind of a little, ahead of myself here, you know what I mean, kind of deal. But yeah, we don't even know. They haven't even really said what it was. The
They said it was
defense
touch
attorneys,
DNA. They said it was touch DNA, meaning like fingerprint. So then that would have
or
to
skin
equal like
cells.
sweat.
Yeah, just some kind of skin cells or something. It wasn't.
Right.
I don't think it was like a bodily fluid. Obviously not blood either.
Well, it could have
Um,
been. No, I don't believe it was blood. I believe he fucked up when he unsheathed the knife to make his decisions. That's my opinion, though. But I believe, and
well,
that's where it probably got lost on the bed. You know,
yeah, I was listening to someone and they mentioned like, oh, he did this scenario in his apartment many times because I guess someone complained of him being loud in his apartment late at night or something. And they were like, oh, maybe, or I was thinking, I was like, maybe he was doing it in the dark, like
oh
doing a
my,
little dry run or something. But
oh my God, Pockless, like that's
and then just one time he did it every night for months or whatever he did.
right,
His little dry run of what he was doing going into the room, maybe in the dark even. And then maybe one time he didn't have gloves on when he popped the knife
right,
out or something. You know what I mean? I don't know.
right. Again, wild speculation
Yeah,
Saturday. These are all,
allegedly.
theories, uh, theories and plausible abilities as to why his DNA would be on the knife sheath. Say that 10 times fast.
Oh yeah, no, it's a tongue twister. I think that's why she probably doesn't even want to try to say it. She just says knife. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Let's play a little bit of it at least.
quadruple murder suspect, Bryan Kohberger.
When there's nothing holding you back.
Oh, the ad got ya.
Love Sleepy Joe, then you do not want to see this, because we're giving away these incredible.
Does it never ends. In the last days, his attorneys are challenging DNA evidence produced by the state, claiming that DNA from 3 other men were found at the crime scene. We understand that there's DNA from 2 males, not Kohberger, inside the home on King Road, and DNA evidence, male DNA found on a glove found outside the home. I recall seeing a practically frozen mitten in the snow outside the home. I don't think
I'm
that
sorry,
had
Nancy, but
anything.
that's incorrect. It wasn't a frozen mitten. It was a frozen blue latex nitrile glove, like the kind medical personnel wear.
Yeah, or crime scene investigators, or just
Correct.
cops in general that go to a scene that don't want to taint it, you know, if they're looking around or something.
Well, they don't want to pick up bodily fluids, and if they said that there were people deceased in the home or not rising when, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, and it was
that's
right
their
by the trash, wasn't it? It was, like, right next to the freaking
well,
trash.
it was like if the front door was ahead of us, it was off to the right, in the snow on the ground, because we saw it in one of the videos that they showed. I
Yeah.
remember it very distinctly.
Yeah, I remember, yeah, it was more towards the street though, right?
Well, like off to the side of the house. Like if you were looking at the front of the house, it was off to the right towards the trees.
Oh, it was on that side? Alright. Yeah, I mean, I don't I swear that it was they found one or someone had pointed one out, and it was like a blue latex one like that, but I could have
Yeah.
sworn it was more like net by the street or by a
Well,
trash
maybe
can.
yeah, and I think the trash cans were on that side because it was like towards the side of the house. And Jones, and you thought it was black? Oh crap. We got Glovegate. We got Glovegate.
Yeah, but maybe I'll pull up the video of that and play that so we can see it again. So we all, but yeah, black, blue. I mean, I'm
I
not
don't
really concerned about the color of the glove, but I swear it was out by the street.
well,
Maybe I'm losing it. I've heard so much crap about this damn glove, and I probably thought, oh, Chris found it. I probably blew it off and didn't think about it twice, honestly.
okay, so what happens if the other people's DNA were there was a male victim, correct?
Yeah.
And one of the other girls had a boyfriend that was over there that day. What if that's the male DNA? Or what if it was Ethan and then Ethan's brother's DNA?
Yeah, well,
I mean,
didn't they say like the hunter guy? He supposedly he's the one that made the phone call. They called him. He was Ethan's best friend, and he went over there. And
right,
they said something about he checked his pulse or something.
right.
Or I
So,
thought I heard something about that.
I don't know.
Or at least was there in the house, and he was the one that busted the door down to where they can actually see that there was something going on with the
Yeah,
bodies. And
something of that nature. Um, so that being said, she's not accounting for one of the victims was male. And all it takes is one cop to have a broken glove picking something up, and then their DNA is going to be in the crime scene as well. She's not very good at getting the specifics, and we're only 49 seconds in. Oh God, this could be a long afternoon.
Yeah, no, my last one, I know it took like an hour to get through like a 10-minute video. It was just so crazy. All right, here we go. Let's play some more. Hey, let me know. I'm gonna leave myself unmuted, and
Okay.
I just don't want it to pick up when I play this like an echo.
We'll see if we get an echo.
All right, thanks.
Do with the murders themselves. But this is going to be an attack on the state's case, and it will probably turn into an attack on the victims themselves. Joining me right now, Chris McDonough, star of The Interview Room on YouTube.
On YouTube. The star of The Interview Room.
I know, star, and then she's like on YouTube. That's hilarious. She does crack me up. I mean, you just got to laugh sometimes at some of these
Hey,
people, though.
maybe Bullhorn could take some styling tips from Nancy, because remember, Nancy used to have really long hair, and now it's just over the years gotten progressively shorter. At least she's not wearing the baby barrette.
Yeah, she normally does wear something like crazy. Isn't it for like symbol or something? I don't know.
Something for her kids or
Yeah.
something. John David and Lucy.
All right, here we go.
Also, director at Cold Case Foundation. You can find him at coldcasefoundation.org. But for today, his relevance is because he has investigated over 300 homicide cases. We have the attack on the state.
Yeah, she's like, before you get all crazy, because I invited Chris here.
Right.
He has been involved in 300 cases. Let's just get that out here so you guys don't go crazy on me. Because she knows she's gonna get eat up on YouTube, having him on there.
Okay. Well, just because he's investigated over 300 cases, let's talk about the damage that he did to a couple of big cases. Right?
Yeah,
Last breadstick
exactly.
out of 300 cases, how many of those got fucked up? Oh God, I'm
Yeah, I
gonna
mean,
get
we know for sure he started with the first case that we know of, and with him, he fucked that up all the hell and back. And the last one that we know of, he's fucked that one up when he stuck his nose in it. So.
Okay, disclaimer, these are my thoughts. No, you can't sue me. I am a poor broke hoe that's currently biding her time in her broken grandma's basement. So don't even bother going after Apocalypse. I'm the one with the mouth today. So don't
Yeah,
even
this
try
is
to
all
sue us.
allegedly.
This is all allegedly in our
my
opinion.
Yeah, exactly.
We are not
entertainment purposes only. We're having a great time,
Thank
right?
you.
Ha ha. Entertainment purposes only.
Ding ding.
Yeah, wink wink. I mean, we're having a great time. All right, here we go.
And under the Fair Use Act of the Copyright Act of 1976, we are using this for educational, critique, and awareness purposes. And these are all in our opinion, and that's our disclaimer.
I did put that disclaimer, the 107 disclaimer, section 107, in my description today.
Okay, but
So
here's the other problem with that. A lot of times it's the AI bot that picks up on it. So if you don't start, if you got to put the word, you got to get the verbiage in there someplace.
Oh, I got you. All right.
Because
That
the
makes
AI bot doesn't read. It's smart, but it's not that smart yet.
Damn it. Soon it will be, unfortunately.
Yep. And Grandma Sherry just plunked it in your chat for it. So you, at some point, if you just read that, before you start playing it, it should cover you, because then if AI picks it up, and even if you do get a strike or a claim on it, you can show that that's in your transcript.
Oh, I got you. All right, that makes sense. All right. Thank you, Grandma Sherry. Yeah, blah blah blah.
Blah,
Copyright
blah,
disclaimer,
blah. Take it away.
AI, I'm talking to you, AI. I got a copyright disclaimer up everywhere in chat, on my description. F you. All right, let's go. Yeah, we should be all
right. DNA evidence. We have
other attacks
on
Is it loud enough for everyone?
claiming the police, LA law enforcement,
there you go,
had tunnel vision on Kohberger, thereby shutting out investigation of any other potential suspect. And we also have, now rising to the forefront, a prior criminal.
Oh my God, this lady! I forgot about this whole prior criminal record. Have you heard this yet?
No, I totally skipped over that. I went through the transcript and found where she started talking to McDumbass. Pause game on point. Pause game.
Oh yeah.
Like all she needs is a set of horns and like a pitchfork and that little tail. Oh God, pause game on point.
Yeah. So basically, Bryan Kohberger, he actually did have a problem with drugs, and he went to rehab. And when he got out of rehab, he stole his sister's cell phone and went with another person and sold it for money, for drugs, I'm assuming, or something. And his dad actually turned them in to the police. And you know, he went through all the everything where they basically, I guess they just expunge it from your record if you do all the things they ask you to do. Here in Florida, if that happens, I remember I had some stupid thing for driving without a motorcycle license,
Right.
and they actually pulled me over, and I didn't pay the fine, so then I had a warrant out for my arrest.
Oh
But
no.
when I actually had to, when I did it, and I went there and I showed, hey, I got my motorcycle license, blah blah blah, at court,
Right.
they withheld judification. So basically, it
Yep.
wasn't on my record. It didn't show up as that. So I mean, that's how it is. They said they actually expunge it from his record, but
Yes.
I think they just withhold
No,
judification.
it depends on the state, because our state has a one-time get out of jail free ability, so that if you've never been in trouble before and you suddenly fuck up and you get into trouble, um, depending on how bad it is, you can go through their process. It takes about 3 years and costs about $12,000. Because you
Wow.
have to go through like intensive inpatient, outpatient, and it like the gas that you and the time to drive across, because like it's not here in our little town, it's like where I work in Lovell. So like you got to drive 3 days a week to there. And like you've got to be like if you leave town, you've got to check out with one sheriff's department, check in with the next sheriff's department. Like it's a very tight leash. But then after you complete all the hoops, they completely wipe it off, and it's like you've never been in trouble before. Doesn't affect your gun ownership, because our state is based on like hunting and a lot of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So depending on what your crime is, because if you get a drug crime, you're going to lose your gun rights. Then you lose your gun rights, you can't hunt. Well, now that that's a way people put food on their table in our state, they give you one time. You can fuck up,
Gotcha.
but if you fuck up again, all that comes back plus you're new.
Yeah, no, that would make sense, you know. So yeah, it's still there. That's what I was kind of getting at. I mean, I don't know. It might get removed, but like you said, if something else comes up, it'll resurface. It's not like gone forever and no one gets to see it again, kind of deal.
Unless it's expunged, though. Unless
Yeah,
it's expunged, because if it's expunged, then they can't do anything about it, because it's like the court says, "No, we didn't," you know what I mean? So, I mean, and that's small. Like, okay, so he sold his sister he stole his sister's cell phone and sold it for drugs. What about that says he's gonna go commit a quadruple homicide?
yeah, exactly. She made it seem like he's a career criminal at this point, and it's for then
Right.
you find out it's for his sister's phone, and his dad turned them in,
Right, his father turned him in.
or you wouldn't even have got in trouble. You know what I
Oh,
mean? Like
right, it
seriously.
wasn't like the cops didn't, they
No, it wasn't like, oh, we reported it, you know, stolen. And his dad said, hey, look, my son stole my daughter's phone. He just got out of rehab. I'm assuming something like that. And turned him in.
right.
So, you know, he got in trouble, got charged or something. I'm assuming from what it sounded like. And he
Well,
had to
and
go
really,
do his court stuff. And then,
think
but they
about it
allowed him to, sorry.
with somebody's oh, sorry. No, I like my timing is really bad today, Pockless. I apologize.
That's
Um,
cool.
if when your loved one's going through rehab, and to make sure that like that lesson sticks, that's the best time to punish them when they come out of rehab and they fuck up and they do something. Like you hold them accountable, right? Because that's what they just learned in rehab is all about accountability, correct?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, it was nothing today. You know, that kudos to his dad. I mean,
Right.
there's a lot of theories out there that the dad, you know, knew about it and stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
so I
that
mean,
being
that just kind of shows, you know, his dad isn't playing that crap. You know, he knows right from wrong, just like Brian should know. You know what I mean? So, like, and
he's a
like he
twisted
just
little
got out of
fucker.
rehab. His dad's probably thinking, "Oh, yo, we ain't starting it off like that." You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
for sure.
Right.
But kudos to his dad for doing that. I mean, it kind of sucks that you got to do that, but I mean, obviously he had issues. They just sent him to rehab for a little bit. I mean, it doesn't really we don't know the story of how long he was there or anything like that.
The only thing that tells me is that he's going to have a propensity to go back down using drugs again. And if he was there for heroin, I've been told it's harder to quit cigarettes than it is. It's easier to quit heroin than it is to quit cigarette, or vice versa. However, all
Yeah,
being
and I
right, all being said, that none of that, like, he didn't go and cut up his roommate in rehab. So again, none of that says he's going to go commit a quadruple homicide a number of years down the line.
exactly. I don't think it had anything to do with anything. I think this happened. I think she says 2014, if I remember correctly. I mean, I believe they say it in
So
here.
that's what that's we're 1
It's like
year
9
off
years.
10 years ago. That's 9 years ago.
Yeah. So I mean, it's and yeah, I mean, she makes it seem like I'm thinking, like, when I first watched this, I'm thinking I hadn't heard about this whole thing, the cell phone and the sister thing yet, until I heard this, and I'm thinking, oh my god, what did he hurt someone, when he was younger, or what's going on? And then she says he stole his sister's cell phone out of rehab. I'm like, oh my god, okay. But she just made it seem like it was this crazy. Here we go. We're rewinding a little bit.
Congratulations. He's an addict. Like, ding 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 ding. Back to rehab you go.
Exactly. Here we go. I'll rewind it just a tad. See, she just.
And you got a new sub, Miss Potty Mouth.
Oh, thank you.
It says Blunt B. Hi, new sub here.
I appreciate that, Miss Potty Mouth. All right, here we go. Rewind it just a little bit, because she was like, you're like, oh my god, what's gonna happen? What's she gonna say?
Front a prior criminal arrest by Kohberger. Up until now, we have been told that he was lily white, pure as a nun.
Oh my
But
god.
now we're learning that's not entirely true. You know what? Before we hit the DNA attack, let me go to Chris McDonough joining me. Chris, the reality is that he is not the saint the defense has painted him out to be.
He's a hardened criminal. Oh my gosh. Yeah, dude.
Well,
I can't.
Lock your phones up. Y'all lock your phones up if Kohberger's around, because he might steal it.
Yeah,
What do you make of his prior arrest?
Well, Nancy, I mean, and thank you for having me. I'm so grateful. It just goes into what we've been
Fucking
talking
weirdo.
about as we've discussed Bryan Kohberger. We're going to start seeing information that will provide itself into the public arena about his previous behaviors and his previous interests. And obviously, now that this has come forward, we had the image initially of this young man, who was struggling through school, wanted to become a police cadet. Yet now this arrest, surfaces, and you start thinking to yourself, well, wait a minute, maybe he wasn't as pristine as the defense has, been presenting him.
I mean, come on.
She's writing a note to her producer. I can't handle this guy and his list. Can you turn the treble down a little bit?
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, you can tell he's trying to fight it back a little bit. He's being a little bit slower when he's speaking and stuff. It's pretty funny. But yeah, no, I mean, dude, yeah, they go through this whole scenario, and I'm thinking the whole time, like, oh my god, what did this guy do? And then we'll get to it
through the motions. I think it's fascinating that the defense has gone on, the offense here by utilizing verbiage such as, these reports that contain exculpatory information. I mean,
her eyes have glazed over.
A trial
she's
attorney,
like, what?
A very successful prosecutor.
I don't think you can see she's listening to
what sticks out to you? I mean, when we start seeing this type of stuff, present itself.
Are you talking about the prior arrest, or are you talking about the DNA challenge?
She's like, what are you talking about, dude? Oh my goodness.
Both.
with the DNA challenge, I would expect it. I mean,
With the
now that we
DNA
know
challenge,
other male DNA is at the scene, of course they're going to challenge it. But what matters to me in that vein is, where was the DNA found? Was it found on one of the murder victims? If that, it's highly incriminating toward that other male. Or was it found on the coffee pot downstairs? Was it found on the door handle? Was it found on a light switch?
Well, obviously, it had to be pretty close to the bodies for those two, because they mentioned them separately from the glove outside the house. It was obviously inside, but still, I mean, they wouldn't have mentioned it if it wasn't in probably a place where a little bit suspicious. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, it wasn't the knife sheath, but it was. I'm assuming it had to be next to the body or close to it, or one of the bodies, or
I
on a door handle,
agree.
maybe.
I agree.
And that was another thing. Like, a lot of people are running with that narrative now. They're like, "Oh my God, they didn't do anything with these other two hits that they got." Well, we don't know that they didn't do anything. All they're saying is that it's an unidentified sample. So Bryan Kohberger's on the knife sheet, supposedly, allegedly, or whatever, was an unidentified sample until they identified it through how they did it.
Right.
You know, so it doesn't mean that they didn't try that with the other things. And I said this before, I think in the last live I did. You know, yeah, it's a little weird, but it's an unidentified. You got 3 unidentified DNA. Obviously, the other 2 weren't somewhere like a knife sheath, and they were all stabbed with a knife. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like that took a little. So they went with that one, and they actually got a hit. You know, I'm
Can
thinking
we
that they
say
did it with the other one.
can we say party house will not be? I'm suggesting that there might be a party house, and that might be one of our suspects. So apparently all you gotta do is leave out your bottom teeth and put your top ones in to talk.
Oh my goodness, you're hilarious. Yeah, no, I mean, okay, we got to get through this, or we'll be laughing every 5 seconds with these fools. But yeah, they're just the way they play off each other. I don't think he'll ever be back on there, at least by himself, with just him and her.
I gotta say, before we
That
go
means
forward,
nothing.
the pause game is on point
I'm not even
today.
trying. All right, here we go.
As opposed to Kohberger's DNA found on the sheath of the murder weapon in the bed with Maddie Mogen. That's damning. So that's one thing. The other DNA attack is on the process of how the DNA comparison was made. Number one, there's nothing at all out of order with the DNA testing. It was done pursuant to lab regimen. So that.
Yeah, I mean, with that too, have they
But
turned?
Blunt B, how do you know what the specific lab regiments are?
Oh man, you're killing me.
Sorry, I'll try to settle down.
All right, let me regain my composure here. All right. Yeah, she did mention knife sheath that one time, and she will not mention it again. She'll just talk about the knife the whole time thereon. But yeah, no, she is right though about the process they did with that DNA to find out who he was with the IGG, the Investigative Genetic Genealogy, because it is just a tool. It doesn't prove guilt. It doesn't prove innocence. It just, hey, here's our tip. You know, it'd be like me hanging out and then hearing about something going on, you know, a kidnapping or something, right? And then I hear my neighbor come home late that night, and I hear a little kid say something, you know, or cry out, and I'm like, and I put in that tip. I'm like, hey, I don't know if it has anything to do with anything, but you might want to look at my neighbor. I heard about this happening. You know what I mean? It's like if you had heard something, you're gonna like say something more than likely. I don't know where I was going with that. Anyways.
See something, say something.
But I'm just, it's like a tip. That's all I'm going after. You know, it's like me calling up Crime Stoppers and giving that tip.
Right.
I'm
If
like,
he had never, if he had never had a kid there before, and suddenly now, and maybe he drove a white pickup truck, and there was a white pickup truck listed on the Amber Alert,
exactly.
and you know what I mean? Yeah, that might make somebody's hair on the back of their neck rise.
I'm just saying, like, they go, this is their version of taking that sample of an unknown DNA and working it and finding who they believe could be the person, you know? And a lot of times they can't even get to that person or even close. And they could just say, hey, it might be in that family. But I heard something very interesting too. They could have went back and found like a fifth cousin or a seventh cousin or something like that. But if it was from the dad's side,
Yes, because
they could have had the
his
same
sister.
surname.
Yep.
The same surname. So that goes on forever. So if you get a hit on the dad's side and
Yep.
they carry that name down and it's all through the men, you know, you're on the men's side there, it could be real easy, super quick to find it. You know, it could be seven cousin away, but you know, if it's all on the dad's side with the Y chromosome or whatever, so they use all different types of the stuff to do it. It's so interesting. I
I
want to
just
play this
actually
thing.
listened to a podcast. I'll have to find it, but I just
It was probably
listened.
CC Moore.
Yep, I think it was.
Yeah, she's like,
Zone
she
7.
explained it so well.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's probably the same one I watched because me and Ellie were talking about it last time. I'm like, I got to do some IGG research and stuff. And she had mentioned Gray had a few IGG researchers on his channel weeks ago, and then he had it more recently too. And I
I'll
was
be
like, dang.
honest. I have a girlfriend that's LDS, and her family is tied in like through that, and they have some great genealogical records on even people that aren't LDS, especially in our area, because it's predominantly LDS. So, yeah.
Well, I grew up Mormon, and
Ellie's
my
backstage.
grandmother, I had mentioned that before, where my grandmother, she's passed now, but she did genealogy for like, I mean, 50 years ago, she was doing this stuff, and she would have to go and she would have to look up, you know, because they just don't use your DNA for this stuff. They look up birth certificates, death certificates, Facebook, the newspapers, I mean, just
Newspapers.
like all different stuff, and it was really hard. And she did it. I mean, it was awesome because I didn't have to worry about it because she did our family. You know what I mean? So it was cool. But yeah, no, like I said, I grew up Mormon, so you know, it was genealogy has always been a huge thing for them.
They could probably take you guys right back to Joseph Smith.
Yeah, no, they could go pretty far
that's like the
back.
key. Hey, Ellie's backstage.
Oh shit! All right. Hey Ellie, 1 second. What's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Cool.
How you
This
doing?
IGG stuff is crazy. We both been
Isn't
like
it
in that rabbit
insane?
hole with it. Yeah. Do you think that they might have like gotten like used like the non like ones that are certified for like criminal like police work, like 23andMe and like Ancestry, to get more of a lead generator than like the GEDMatch and the other one that is you? Do you know what I mean? That's like my big question. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, because that's what there's
And
something like.
Are you getting a feedback?
Oh, maybe.
Or is it just me?
You know, Ellie's got something funny going on.
Is it me?
Yeah, it was like kind of wonky, like Charlie Brown teacher.
Is it? Oh, is it still going like that?
Oh, yeah, it was just kind of weird. Did anyone else hear that, or was it me?
No, it was really weird. Like, she would say a word and then we would get a Charlie Brown wall.
Yeah, at the end of it, it kind of stretch it out. Hey, Jen, how's it going? Good to see you. It was like kind of robot for you guys. I gotcha. Hey, Jasmine D. Hey, Eliza. I hope that's how you say it.
And I will say, I do agree with Ellie that yes, because if I remember correctly, somewhere in the documents it said they used Ancestry, and it was because his sister, a sister or an aunt, had a profile on there. Maybe it was the father's sister, and so they were able to go like right down.
Yeah, 'cause
Because
that
of the DNA profile, and it was like the suspect that the DNA, or the person that the DNA belongs to, is 99.9999999% this man's male child.
yeah. Yeah, no, that's what she kind of explained it. She did a that CC, and I've lost her name. What was her name again?
CC Moore.
Yeah, CC Moore. Yeah, she had explained it, and she the podcast I saw, she brought up a little thing where she had found a how she explained it. It was a second and a third cousin, or a second and a first cousin, and how the two families met, and it was where they met was the father and the mother of 3 daughters and 1 son. That was it, you know, like in that
Correct.
age group. So, and it was DNA left inside, you know what I mean, our victim. So they
Correct.
knew it wasn't any of the 3 daughters. It had to have been that guy. So it was a kind of an easy little, she used that as an example just to kind of show. But if you spread it out from that and see how you kind of work it back, I mean, they're working on like such a small percentage where I can see where the defense is a little questionable about it, but not really, because how I put it is, oh, Ellie's back. Hang on, sorry. Hey, Ellie, you back?
Yeah, is this better?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Much better. It sounded like you had a creepy man behind you.
I had like one earbud like died like while like as soon as I got on, so maybe that, you know what I mean. One pod, whatever. Technical difficulties always going on. So yeah, so I think this is really interesting because I like the Ancestry, you're not allowed to like use those for criminal work, for police work, like Ancestry.com and the other one, unless they like
Right.
upload those profiles into GEDMatch or that FamilyTreeDNA. And those have much less people that have, because you have to opt in or opt out.
Well,
One, like you have to check a
yeah.
box, right?
Yeah, the way
Correct.
she explained it is Ancestry.com, 23andMe, they're not involved at all.
At all. Yeah.
It's two companies that send it to GEDMatch or or whatever, GEDMatch. And that's the actual database that law enforcement and these genealogists are using. They're not even using those 2 that we mentioned. The one, like Ellie said, you have to opt out. You're automatically opted in to help out. The other one, you actually check a different box. There's a few different boxes. It could be to help police out. You can uncheck it or check it, or you could do it in no, for that one you can only uncheck to not be involved in the whole police thing, basically to send your information to GEDMatch.
Mm-hmm. Like you could
but
upload
you're automatically
your
opt in
profile.
for missing persons.
Oh.
And the other, yeah, they said that for that, the one that you can opt out for police thing and you have to opt in, and you have to opt in for it. You're automatically opted in though for missing persons and Jane and John Does and stuff like that.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I thought that was too. But the other one, you actually have to opt out of having your information sent to GEDMatch.
That's the family tree and me. Oh, the family tree and me, you like have to check a box. Like you'll automatically will be submitted for that one. But with GEDMatch, I've heard you have to check a button to be opted in. Is that what you got? Let's see what Jenny said. Yeah.
No,
right.
Well, GEDMatch is its own separate thing. You know what I mean?
And I didn't mean that law enforcement is using those. I meant that these researchers.
Well, yeah, with their own DNA, yeah.
Yeah,
but
correct.
that's like
correct.
They might. The thing is, like, that's where like the question comes in: are they using those like on the sly? That's what.
Yeah.
Like when I listened to Grays and those 2 people from Identity Finders came on, they were like, "Well, there could be like some like behind the scenes work going on where they do upload stuff to 23andMe and Ancestry." And it's not legal to do that. Do you know what I mean? But that could get them more pieces, data points. You get it?
Well, that's what they said, though. I thought in the paperwork they were like,
in the paperwork,
if you want the
Ancestry.
Yeah, they're like,
Well,
if you want the FBI's notes, how they did this IGG stuff, they would have to resubmit the sample again. So to me,
yeah.
that would be like, where did they submit the sample? And then, like we discussed this last time, if you remember, Ellie, it's like, how did they get the sample? It's not like taking a cheek swab and sending it in, or is that what do they? You know, if they only have a little bit of a
Well,
sample that they already
Well,
got
that's what Jenny
DNA
said.
sample,
Remember,
you know
they
what I
like
mean?
they make duplicates. That's what Jenny said. Like it's a very small. It's like a snip. It's called, and so and then that's where Jenny last time said they make duplicates for that very reason. Do you know what I mean? But
Yeah, but that's what the two companies are doing. That's what other companies do. Like if you send it in for that, you know what I mean? Like it. I don't think 23andMe are they doing that
no,
too?
no, 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 no. Like
Like
there's
they're
like
not taking a snippet. They're not breaking it down to the little snippet or snipe or whatever it was called. I don't even think that the FBI is doing that. It's a third party company that's doing that. It's only a
exactly like like I forget what it's called. It's like with an O. That's the one that's like I think I was listening to some lawyers, like Andrea Burkhart was talking about it. It's like it's one that they think that they're using, but it's this one that's I think in Texas or something. It's like a private, so they'll take the snippet, I guess, from there and then send that to the FBI because I think the FBI has been dealing, they said, with this part, genealogical part, which is confusing for me. Is like what came first? Like, did the profile of Bryan Kohberger come first because of the DNA, or did all those other things like the Elantra, like what? That's what like this lawyer, this Andrea Burkhart was saying. Like, that's the big question. Like, did they make the person fit the crime? You get it? Like because of that DNA, that touch DNA, did they?
No,
Like,
I think that white Elantra went out before that.
we don't know. That's what that motion from the defense is doing
well,
to compel, you know.
CC Moore said by just the looks and what she knows about the DNA that Bryan Kohberger is probably like 75% Italian, and that it probably took a little bit to get to
Yeah.
find out, unless like you
Unless,
said, his sister put in
yeah.
her stuff. But if she
But
did, if
wait,
she opted
they
out,
went off. Hold on, because they
they
went
would
off the
know.
DNA profile. They went off the DNA profile to get the search warrant.
Well, you see, there was like a disclaimer that was put in there, and Andrea Burkhart, she brought that up too, that kind of like said that, you know, that they could, like a disclaimer that it's hard to, I'm like not really good at explaining certain legal stuff, but like
It's okay, Ellie.
it's like, you know, fruit from
do
the,
your
like they
best.
call it, like fruit from the poisonous tree. You know what I mean? So there was a
Yeah.
disclaimer in that, which like Andrea Burkhart said that really raised her like attention because they put that thing about the DNA in there for a reason. And now like it just says what it looks like to me is that
Well,
the defense is going after the DNA because it's like what they could go after, right?
yeah, no, they have to do that by all means. But yeah, I don't see the argument in that though. Like that's what I was going to say before. Like, who cares how they got there? The sample they're saying that is a 5-point octrillion match off the knife sheath matches Bryan Kohberger's cheek swab, right? So how you got there, I mean, I guess it does matter if they're violating rights and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's the
But
only place it matters.
to me,
It's
it
just a
doesn't
lead
seem like they
generator.
are.
There was other evidence that they were able to point, like his cell, like looking at his cell records.
But see, they're saying that we don't know what came first. Like, did they have him as a suspect and then saw that he had a white Elantra because they changed like the date range for that white Elantra at a certain point? Maybe is that when they got back his profile, like that he's this like, you know, criminology student that lives in the neighborhood that has a white Elantra.
There. Well, that kind of explains that little part because they more than likely had the white Elantra first, and then they changed the dates on it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, to match
that's
him.
what they were saying.
So they would. So that makes sense. So obviously, it was after. If you think that, if that's your theory, not you, but I'm saying,
yeah,
if that's what your theory is on the thing.
This is the chicken or the egg debate.
Yes, that's what Andrea Burkhart was saying. Yeah, there is. It's hard to tell, and I think that's what the defense is doing here. They're like challenging the sort, even though it's a lead generator. Like, was that, you know, like, was there like because this could happen, like there could be like profiling that happens. You know what I mean? That's the privacy. Like, did they work backwards? I mean, That's the big thing. Did they make him fit into this crime because they had his DNA and they had him as, you know?
No, I can see that. So now they're going back, but
Right.
that's investigation. Like if you think, hey, you get a tip, we just talked about it. If I gave a tip about my neighbor to Crime Stoppers, and they have to do the investigation. You know, like they're not pinning on him. There's a white, if they could prove that it's his car, I agree. It's all circumstantial. Like they don't have him, you know, smiling in the driver's seat driving down the road at that time. You know, they just have a car without a front license plate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and it, like to an untrained
Not
eye,
like you
even
looked at
to
the
a
traffic cams and waved.
well, even to a trained eye, as the defense would put it, he messed up the date on the car. You know what I mean? Like what
Yeah.
year the car was.
Exactly.
So like an
They're talking
expert.
about that. Yeah.
So I mean, I could see that. but
Hold
that's-
up. Because when you watch the Dateline episode of this, the law enforcement said they knew what year they were looking for. They put it out to the public with a wider date range, and then they narrowed it up.
I don't
That
trust
was in
Dateline.
Dateline.
Well, Dateline also
Well,
had
and I
like
realize that, but that was what law enforcement said to Dateline.
Well, who knows what law
That was out
enforcement?
of law, that
There's
was
a gag
out of law
order.
enforcement's mouth.
I
But
don't know.
okay,
I don't trust
they
anything.
had a law
on-
enforcement officer on.
from the case.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, but still, like there was also like several other things that were people on, and they said bullshit stuff. So I don't think you could take anything unless it's in the affidavit or it's in like a court record. Like I don't think what anybody says in any of these
well, and
articles,
we read the
Datelines.
affidavit. We read the affidavit together about how they broke it down on what they did because they had him under surveillance.
I just I don't trust it. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot.
Well,
I don't
honey,
know
I'm
why.
not saying.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that.
No.
That they, like not. I'm talking about the actual court affidavit that we read.
Yeah, no, I don't trust any of these people. I mean, you would look at Nancy Grace and Chris, you know,
Oh my God,
definitely.
Nancy.
Like anything they say, I
have
take with a grain of salt. But I understand what you're saying, voices. It's off the affidavit itself. Yeah, I mean, I don't find it. I find it like they're investigating. You know, like we weren't 100% sure. You know, like we thought it was a 2011 to 13. Now it's from there to there, and it just so happens that, or from 11 to 16, and it just so happens he has a 2015. I mean, I feel like it's investigation, just like with the IGG. You know, like they like we think it might be that dude, but you better do your due diligence and check. Lucky for them, all they had to do was dig through the trash and get a DNA sample and find out that his dad's probably the father of the DNA sample on the knife sheath. So that was a little bit easier. And then they, you know, that's how they got the arrest or the DNA thing and the arrest warrant, I believe, at that point. Plus the other evidence that they had put together. You know, at that, but yeah, no, when you think about it too, because it probably did take a long time for them to kind of sift through the cell phone records and stuff too that they mentioned in there.
Yeah. And then like that
Yeah.
traffic stop they said led to the cell phone records, but I don't like it's hard because there has to be like a judge has to sign off on like different like levels of like search, you know what I mean? So there has to be like a certain like amount of like evidence for them to get to the next level with search warrants, right? So there's like that's how the defense I think is like using like if like say they get this thrown out, like what if they get the sheath thrown out for DNA, like like where does that leave this case, you know what I mean? Like think about it, like if they're trying to get the most damning piece of evidence thrown out, like that's all circumstantial, like would you like if it wasn't for the sheath in found like next to Maddie and Kaylee, like would there be a
couldn't
case?
even
I hear
arrest
what
them.
you're saying.
They couldn't
Yep.
arrest them if it wasn't for that. I mean, I agree for sure. I always thought it was circumstantial.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we don't know. Like we don't know. They might have done a whole workup and a whole IGG on these other two. They just couldn't find out who it was. You know, as far as their DNA, and that it poses a problem. It does for sure. But maybe, you know, maybe they found out it wasn't, or I don't know.
It was probably boyfriends or like people that like, you know, I
Party
mean,
house.
Yeah, I'm
Or
sure
at
it
the
was just
time it was
that.
or maybe at the time it was unidentified and now it is identified. I mean,
It
you
could
never
very
know.
well be.
Oh yeah,
Um,
because they don't supply that information about like what happened after. But the one interesting thing is that, like as far as like Bryan Kohberger, there's like no like other DNA in his car, in his house, in his apartment. I mean, you know what I mean? Like there's nothing else like that ties him forensically to that crime scene, which is crazy. And like, and even like there's no like they said there's no evidence of cleaning supplies, which would
what about
be
the hairs that were found?
those were must have been already tested because the way that the defense is wording that motion to compel is showing that they have nothing, no DNA, no electronic relation, nothing. The only thing
That
they
just
really
says that
have,
that just says that the defense is doing their job.
yeah, oh definitely, but it shows like there also does show like by not saying it shows that there really isn't any other, like nothing came up in all those search warrants, like the Instagrams, the TikTok, all those like search warrants, like yielded nothing in his car. And like a lot of these like, you know, forensic people, like they cannot believe that there is not even a drop of blood or even like bleed, anything that cleans up. Because it like we were saying, and people they even said what we were saying, Packless, like that um maybe they dextered his car. They said even that would have left some kind of trace because you can't, it's hard like when you're moving it and like the plastic, it would have been impossible.
Yeah.
But I don't know, but who knows, maybe he was like a forensic genius with that and he got rid of everything that night. He was wearing booties, who knows, like
Well, with that too, like, so they didn't find anyone else's. I just want to like, and they said it wasn't. So they probably found his DNA and everywhere where it should have been, on the steering wheel and the gear shift. You know what I mean? Like, is that what they're saying? Like I know they didn't find any of the victim's DNA in there, but like, and they said that it didn't look like it was clean or anything. So like,
oh,
it
I'm
was
sure
just.
they found his DNA and his dad's DNA because they were driving back. I mean, unless he cleans it out again. I mean, I'm sure that his DNA, he didn't like, but there was no like cleanup method like that they could find either. Like usually, like if they, I guess they know what, like they do tests for certain cleaning products,
Yeah.
and so there was no reason for no. There was like no reason for no DNA, which it makes it even weirder. Like, how did he like
Maybe
go
he
from?
found a chemical that, like, this guy's a little weirdo. In my opinion, he's a little weirdo. So he's going to be able to find somebody. Nah, I'm far-fetched and wild speculation.
Well, yeah, they said
Yeah,
they couldn't even tell if even if you got like the aluminol or they got a new thing it's called now that they use.
they
It's like aluminol,
they'd be
but
able to test for that then.
they would be able to see that and everything too. I mean, that
Hmm.
makes more of a
Oh,
mess to
that's
me.
true. You're right. You're right.
Testing for the testing,
Testing for
for
the
the chemicals.
testing kits.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, exactly.
It's
I mean, like
quality
that's how
control.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, unless it's just the way that it was worded in that defense motion to make, because it is out there now and like people are like, oh wow, there's no other evidence. Maybe because even Andrea Burkhart said, well, the way that they worded it was, she didn't say that, because she's a
Well,
defense lawyer too.
well, what about this? Since he is a criminology major, right, and he's doing his PhD or whatever,
Right?
do you think some of those people that are in his class and stuff, maybe they have ties to like a lab or something? You know what I mean? They could have transferred
That's
some
what I'm
DNA that way,
talking
or
about.
something crazy. I
Oh,
mean,
interesting. Oh wow.
there's a lot of
No, yeah.
crazy like
Yeah.
things
I mean,
but we don't know like the answers to all that. We
yeah.
even have a friend. I haven't heard of anyone saying, yeah, it's my buddy. We hung out on Fridays, had a couple
Yeah.
beers. You go his way, I go mine. I haven't even heard any of that. Have you?
He had like a running partner friend that would
Oh,
go
did
running
he?
with him at like 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night. They would go on long runs together. But that was the only person and then there was like old friends from when he was like a heroin addict. There wasn't, and then there's that one Tinder
Dude,
date, but there wasn't
Kelly,
much.
I'm thinking that running partner maybe dodged a bullet. He could have
Oh,
been
yeah.
he could have been a test run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just crazy to think that if they do, I mean, hopefully they won't get the DNA thrown out, but I feel like it's like, it's not really supposed to be used as an investigative tool. And like, what if they did like trick it and use like 23andMe and Ancestry a little bit, you know, I don't know how that works, if they could use it
What
for
if
partial.
they used it to like verify the results that they already had? You know what I mean? What if they used it as a place to,
Well,
like,
then it wouldn't matter.
cross-reference?
Then it wouldn't matter. I don't think, because then they would never know, because you could go on there anonymously and like upload profiles. Like that's what they're saying. Like they could possibly like this is what I think was happening like before there became regulations on it. Like they were using those sites and like, because you can go in there anonymously and upload a profile, right? So you could just like, nobody knows what. So yeah.
We talked about that before too, I think last time. Well, think about this. Like I go in and I turn it in as my name, but I swab, you know, my next door neighbor. You know what I mean? Like just to fuck around. So do we know that DNA, like it's showing 100% accurate as far as like your family tree? I mean, you could throw something in there. I know the CC Moore.
Jenny said something about that too.
Yeah,
when we
Okay, but hold up.
They throw that whole thing out, but say a lot of people did that, or everyone in your family decided to fuck around. You know what I mean?
Okay, but hold up. That wouldn't work.
That's a lot of
like,
yeah.
Not everyone, but you know, like you get your.
That wouldn't work because, okay, let's just say that Ellie took your DNA, my DNA, and her DNA, and she submitted them all for her koala family. Unfortunately, your DNA and my DNA is not going to look anything like Ellie's DNA because you're a bee and I'm a bitch that lives in the middle of nowhere. So like that would immediately, like the minute that they tried to say like,
yeah,
it says
that's what Jenny said.
Koala, like that would be a consistent no.
Yeah, that's what she said. It would like
she
throw
would throw
off
it
the
out,
system so much that she would throw it out because it would be like so inconsistent. I forget what wording she used, but it would just be like, you know, goodbye.
It'd be
like
like the total false positive, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's like I guess fail safe.
Well, now with but that's with our actual DNA. Like they're taking a snippet of something and running with it. You know what I mean? Like how they're looking at it, how she explained it. It's not, what is it, STR DNA, like the straight DNA or whatever.
Like autosomal. Yeah, it's like a SNP or something.
Yeah, it's like
different.
a snip of a proportion where it could be. And she mentioned Kohberger and him being 75% Italian or something. So they take a little piece of that with it, you know, and they're looking at, like, they look back at it, some families that are 75% Italian or something. You know what I mean? Like that's part of
and
it.
they could use the name too. Like remember she said
exactly.
they could use the surname. And certain,
yeah, we talked about that earlier. Me and Voices were like, if they hit on Kohberger 7 generations ago, but it all ran down his dad's line, then he would be right there, and he's a male, so that's how it usually works, right? Like every male kind of passes.
Because the X chromosome,
okay,
from the mother.
You got a serious question in the chat from Leo the Lioness. I have a very serious question regarding this case. There is surveillance of them walking from the bar to the truck, and JS speaks, and what he says is super important, yet no one focuses on it. Who's JS?
I don't know who JS is, but when
shadowing him.
Oh,
he said something about it was someone's
Adam
name.
knows everything. It's like, but I told Adam everything. Kaylee or Maddie says that.
Nate? That was Nate.
Adam.
Yeah, there was a
Adam knows everything. I told Adam everything.
I told Adam everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're walking from the bar, and that guy was with them. That what is J? I forget the names. What was his JS?
I don't remember.
There was like a million J's, wasn't there?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch.
Oh, Jack
Showalter. Yeah.
Showalter.
Yeah. So he was walking with them, and that's all they said. But nobody said that it meant anything. It was just they were picking a part of a conversation. Like Adam was a bartender, and he knew them, but I don't think that has anything to do with anything. Do you guys?
They've already.
I don't know.
That's already been debunked.
Yeah.
As far as like
all the Jacks.
Yeah, all the Jacks panned right out. Isn't that the kid that went to Africa?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like on like his parents were like missionaries or something.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
yeah.
Huh.
Wow, I haven't thought about the jacks in a long time. Well, the
Okay,
jacks.
so Leo, then I guess that'll be another point that we'll put on.
What's
That'll
up,
be another
Granny?
point. Can we get through this
What else
one
did they
first?
say? What else did they
Wait,
say,
wait,
Lila
wait,
Line?
wait. Can we get through this Nancy Grace first? I want to hear McDumbass speak some more. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to go get put my top plate back in, and I'm gonna have to embody. Well, Blunt B and Ellie, what should you think?
Yeah, Voices is working on her CM impression. It's pretty good too. All right, here we go. We'll play some more of this. Yeah, no, Ellie, Nancy keeps saying she'll mention everything about the knife, nothing about the knife sheath. It's kind of funny, but anyways.
Oh, interesting.
That challenge is going to fail.
Their banter between each other.
The defense is also challenging the state trying to keep Kohberger's family tree private, so members of his family are not pilloried by the press and others. But there are two DNA matches in this case. Number one, when Kohberger was followed from all the way from WSU, where he was a PhD student, home for Thanksgiving with his family in Poconos, the police watched the home. They obtained abandoned DNA at the time. That abandoned DNA was from Kohberger's father. It was matched to the DNA at the crime scene on the knife sheath. And that DNA match proved with a huge statistical number that the donor of the DNA on the murder weapon knife sheath had to be the biological son of Bryan Kohberger's father. Had to be. And Kohberger's father only had one biological son. So you've got that DNA match.
Oh man! So yeah, we have two DNA. No, it was the same one. This lady, I just can't with her sometimes.
Then,
So then does that mean
they take the DNA?
What's up?
So does that mean that the third male DNA, because if those are her two DNA matches, does that mean that the third male DNA is maybe the male victim, Ethan?
Oh yeah, I don't know that maybe
I'm
that's
sure
what she's
I'm sure the victims were ruled out of those, right? I think.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah, she's just talking. She's just like, instead of saying there was DNA found in the knife sheath, and they actually figured out once they did a family genealogy thing that matched to the father, to the father. She's saying that's another match. They matched not only Brian's DNA after they swabbed his cheek to the knife sheath, they matched his father as a statistical match as the father of the person that left the DNA. So it's two DNAs is how she's trying to explain it. It's just fodder. I don't know how else to say it.
Well, they were
She's
kind of
trying to make it. Oh, sorry.
Okay, I get. Okay.
go.
Thank you for explaining it, because I was so confused. And I have to go with M Faithful in chat. She's got scary little hands.
I think her head's just so big, or the way her hair is, it's like a helmet on there. Does she have little fingers? I hadn't really noticed that before.
Look at make your thingy go drop down so that we can get a good look at her hands.
Oh, yeah. I'll go full screen. Oh shit! Sorry.
They look weird, right?
Yeah.
Like
I got
Now that
it.
they
They
figured
look
out it's
really
him.
weird.
And they
Oh,
build
not anymore.
a genealogical tree. And they now trace the DNA on the sheath directly to Kohberger
She's missing the first part of her
from a buccal
fingers.
swab. DNA taken from his saliva, from his mouth. So what I'm saying is there's two DNA tests damning him. They're not going to win on the DNA challenge.
Yeah. So yeah, that's all she's saying is that
Well,
both
that's a
those
way to
are
to like
showing
mute all
it's-
the other point of everything else, like is that just using those and not the other DNA, right? Not using the like the way that the IPP got to one DNA, instead using this direct from the swab to the father.
Well, she's basically
that.
saying what I had said, where it doesn't matter how they got there, like
Yeah,
that's all
exactly.
an investigative tool, like she's like, once they got to this point and they thought it was him, they dug in the trash, couldn't get his DNA until they got the arrest warrant because he's being a little stinky son of a bitch. But they got the dad's DNA, and she's like, that's even better that they did it that way. You know what I mean? Because there's two things verifying that more than likely that's Bryan Kohberger's DNA on the knife sheet.
How do you deny that if they've got they've got you by your father's DNA?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it definitely, I mean, it's definitely a double whammy there when it comes to that. And so yeah, the defense, all they have at this point is to get that thrown out. I mean,
That's why
but
they're working hard to do it. Yeah.
That's just for a match. They matched it. Yes, there's no doubt that that's a match. Yes, you proved it twice. You proved it through his cheek swab. You proved it through his dad's DNA off the trash. You got it. But the problem is, it's just touch DNA. It could have been there for a year. It could have been there for 6 months. It could have transferred off of 3 different things and then got there.
Because touch and transfer is the same. Right.
And we also don't know if they've gone through his banking and found something, because they don't have to tell us if they find something that links him buying that knife recently.
Yeah, no, I think she says it in this video where she swears that it says somewhere law enforcement has said that they found an Amazon.
There's rumor. Yeah, that's a rumor. I don't know if it's true, but I've heard that rumor.
She says it as fact. I mean, I believe it's in this video too. We'll get to it. I believe
the pause game is on point again. Look at her.
Yeah, I like that little. I should take a screenshot of that. Huh? I'll be my thumbnail. All right, here we go.
I'm very, very curious about this prior arrest. Now, we know the prior arrest was back in 2014 for stealing his sister's cell phone.
Oh, lock him up. He did it all.
Own father, Michael Kohberger, that turned him in. He called police and said that Bryan Kohberger had been struggling with drugs. We believe heroin. He had a drug addiction. He had just gotten out of rehab and rejoined the family. And one of the first things he did when he got back in with the family is steal his sister's phone. Now, according to documents, he paid a friend $20 to take him to a mall where he sells his sister's iPhone worth $400 for $200. What? For more drugs? For what?
Well, duh. Well, I mean, you just said it. She laid it all out there, and then she's like, "For what? What are you talking about? You're gonna buy some drugs with it?" Like, oh my god. Yeah, and we were talking about it earlier, Ellie, before you got here. Me and Voices. Like, yeah, that equates to stabbing 4 people out of like.
Yeah,
right.
A cell phone from your sister.
Right. What part of that is a predictor to a quadruple homicide?
Exactly.
10 years later.
Yeah. Right.
And
yeah, they should have saw that coming, man.
They really have nothing else. There, any little thing that they could a cell phone that's from 2014, that's the news, because they're so gagged with this whole thing that they're just, whatever they could get, any kind of little fact that they could, glom onto, they're going to do it. Yeah, especially this one, especially Nancy.
I want to caption this screenshot.
All right,
that's a good one too.
Oh wait,
the moment that third vodka at lunch hits you, and you're live recording.
No, this is when you realize you have Chris McDonough on. So
I like yours better.
You're like, oh yeah, I forgot. What's that guy's name again? In the back? All right.
McDumbass.
Why was he stealing a phone and selling it?
He would have a
behind his parents' back, stealing from his sister. He's arrested. He's charged with theft, and he took advantage of a first offender program. And I've granted it myself to first offenders, where if you complete your probation or a course or your community service hours, and it's your first offense and it's a misdemeanor, it can be, quote, expunged, erased. And that's what he did. And that is why it wasn't found originally. And everyone thought he had no criminal history. Well, he does. Not just a criminal history, but a history deriving out of a drug habit and preying on his own family. That's
my
what
God.
we know right now. And I want to find out from you, a veteran homicide detective, what that means to you.
Well, it's interesting that the sister, when he was first arrested, they had the impression just before the arrest for the homicides here that one of the sisters thought, well, he did it. And, there.
Yeah, I mean, do we know that to be fact? Like, man, these people, they just speak.
Well, okay, hold up. I do believe, hey Heels, I do believe we did hear out here on these. It was never verified, but I do remember Ellie and I having a conversation because, again, it was they have said, even his sister, they had all, like, family had said, like, he's acting weird. What is going on? There was something somewhere. Now, it was never verified.
Yeah. The
We could
sister that
never.
he was acting strange with like,
Yes.
why is he wearing gloves all
Why
the
is he wearing
time?
gloves?
And separating his garbage into plastic bags. That could be
Yes,
like,
and the reason, because he was putting his garbage in the neighbor's dumpster. Remember, the FBI
or
found
hiding it or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because they didn't find his like DNA in the neighbor's garbage.
Yeah.
They only found his dad's DNA in the neighbor's garbage. So he was maybe putting it like 5 things. Who knows?
Like, who
But
knows
I don't know
where, right.
where. Mhm.
But so all that being said, they're going off of more unverified gossip out there, or they're reaching quite far, in my opinion. And we all have, it's my dumbass, and don't make me go put my teeth back in. Where was this? Oh my God. Okay, how many months ago was this, Ellie? I think it was right after I moved in here. So I moved in December. The flood happened on Christmas, so I moved in like January 7th.
Oh, when was he arrested? It was like on New Year's
No,
Eve or
when
New
was
Year's
that
Day.
statement? When was he arrested? Do we remember?
New Year's,
The
like it was
30th.
New Year's Day. Yeah, like right before New Year's. Yeah, or it was New Year's. Yeah, right
That
before
was
New Year's.
Then yes, and we'd only heard rumors about it, so it was never verified. It, like, none of that stuff was ever verified. I think maybe even Dateline touched on it too.
What
but
stuff
again,
wasn't verified?
that the sister said that.
What stuff? Oh, yeah, that was recent. I heard that sister stuff like more recent, like maybe like a month or 2 ago.
No,
Not back then.
No, I heard it back then too. Like
Oh, you did?
there was something about it, and then it kind of came back again. That happens a lot in these cases. Like you'll hear something like in the first or few months. What did we just talk about recently? Where it came out where a lot of the rumors was it Quentin Simon? Where like a little bit of the rumors were truth, but not really. They like embellished a lot of the stuff that
a lot of the stuff was all embellished.
Maybe it wasn't Quentin. I can't remember. It was for another case that was recent. We're like, it turned out that a lot of the stuff was semi-true that came out like right off the bat, and but it was all rumors at the beginning. So I don't know. Anyways,
yeah, there's been so much with this case.
Anything, there's a little piece of truth in everything, I guess, if you look at it.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, like with the going to that Greek restaurant. What was it called? That vegan restaurant. Like maybe he went there, like, but remember how the Mad Greek, remember they like made it into this whole thing where somebody worked there, but then that was false. It's like all those Daily Mail and People articles that they came up with stuff, and then the Dateline used some of those same facts, though, right? So it's like all this. It's like hard to know what's.
I'm beginning to wonder if this wasn't Dateline's inside investigative source.
Oh, Leo says that
because
Leo said that Sleuthy Goosey said that the glove that Chris found was after the date that
The
they're
dates are
saying the
different.
time.
Yeah, that whole glove thing is a
Right.
big. I saw like when it was found and like
Yeah, was it by the street, by the trash, or was that the other glove? Or am I like tripping
it was.
about this?
There was one found like right by the trash.
Yeah, you remember that. All right. I
Correct.
just want to make because Voices
Mhm.
remember it was more on the she might be talking about the real one that Chris didn't
Oh.
find that was up in the wooded area or something. Or is that the
Like to
one
the
that
right of the
That's
front
a
door. It was like if you were looking
yeah.
at the
It
front
was
of
like
the
near
house,
next
it
to
would
the
be to the
trash.
right. That's the one I'm
That's
talking. We're talking about the same
I,
one, Pockless.
All right, cool.
Or
okay.
maybe, sorry. Yeah, we're all talking about the same glove. Sorry. I'm
See, he
not.
found it on 11/24. Chris found his on 11/24, I believe.
And
Leo
the
said.
original one was found on 11/20.
Oh, all right. That makes
Okay,
sense.
there you go.
Because it
But
was
yeah,
found
he
on the
doesn't
same date. Yeah, 1120.
because they act like they act like he did it was the glove he found, but he doesn't deny it. You know what I mean? He doesn't say
Yeah.
that was it. He doesn't deny it though. And Nancy Grace is kind of the same way. It's so weird.
They're
Here we
such jerks
They've
sometimes.
allowed a lot of innuendo and speculation. Like I call it innuendonation.
You have
Yeah,
like
this
a
is
name
like
for it.
this will be his last time with just them two on her channel. You can tell that.
Did they have a little fight or something? You said they like.
No, they were just really odd. We haven't really got to it yet. He's like, "What do you think?" And she's like, "Well, what do you think?" And they're like, both hoping someone else will say something they could say, piggyback off of. Or it's weird. It's bizarre.
It wasn't
But here
good
we go.
There was
chemistry.
a question within the family, and she goes out to check the car, remember? And so this is probably one of the incidences where if somebody has a drug addiction problem, we used to call it chasing the needle, remember? Where if they're, injecting heroin, every 4 to 6 hours, they're going to need that drug. And so they go to any length possible. In this case, obviously, he steals his sister's cell phone, sells it for half price, and it's probably to support that addiction process or problem that he has. But now, if we move that forward, that pre-incident behavior tells us that he is capable of criminal behavior, okay, to a point where he will take it within the sanctuary of his own personal family. And so as this case starts to unfold even further, it won't surprise me, and I'm sure it won't surprise you, if other incidences, start to surface where the prosecution.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be off for like a minute or two. But I'll let it play. But yeah, this is where he starts. Like he has like some sick fantasies of what he thinks Brian's going through and stuff. It's kind of bizarre, man. Just listen.
May already have those interviews down somewhere, and that's going to tell us, about the other side of him, the secret life of Bryan Kohberger. But I think we're going to see incidents
Agreed,
where
last
people are going
breadstick.
to say, mostly women, are going to come forward and say, look, this guy was creepy at this party. He weirded me out, et cetera, where he became possessive of women even prior to, if he is our guy, which it sounds like the DNA is telling us it is. There's a whole bunch more behavior that's going to come forward that is going to be not connected to drugs and not connected to that addiction, but more about maybe a sexual side of his personality.
Oh shit, I was muted. Sorry. Yeah, man, he just goes off like he's like a sexual deviant or something. I'm just like, it's so bizarre, man. It really is. But
Thank you, Nessie
and the
B. I
heroin.
knew it was. I was thinking chasing the dog, but it's chasing the dragon, not chasing the needle.
yeah.
Thank you.
All right, man. It gets even more. I mean, he just starts talking like, "Is this your fantasy, Chris, or are you talking about Brian? Who are you talking about here?" It's kind of. It's
I don't
really
know
weird.
why he's bringing the heroin into it. It was such a long time ago. You know what I mean? Not that I don't know. It's just I don't know why they're bringing it up. It happened like over 10.
Okay,
It was
again,
over 10 years ago.
Well, I think he's trying to say.
a heroin A heroin
I know.
addiction that led to stealing your sister's cell phone 9 years ago does not correlate, does not in any way, shape, or form correlate to you committing a quadruple homicide 9 years later. Sorry.
I mean, he could have been using the heroin to like, you know, curb some kind of like desire that he had to kill people, possibly. But that's the only thing that I feel like relates to like his heroin addiction, right? I mean, I don't know.
Okay, I'll concede. I'll agree with you on that point. I can see it from that perspective. Absolutely, Ellie. Yep, I can agree with that. Maybe if he was using heroin to curb his desire to end people's lives. Okay, yeah. But I just don't see, like,
I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's the only thing. Yeah, like when they were profiling
Given
him
that-
and that came up, and then all that visual snow stuff came up, like it could have been a self-medication for what he felt. You know what I mean?
Right, but okay,
'Cause
so
he had a lot-
explain all them. Then explain how suddenly there was no drug use for how many for 9 years.
He became a vegan. He started exercising. People
Right.
like
And then that's
turn
suddenly
like
that's it. You vegans are the ones we got to be worried about. One day you're gonna just get
no.
snap and snap and need your meat and oh,
They just go
God.
the opposite way. I know somebody that was, you know, he was addicted to pills and then he just like turned it around and like just started working out because he was getting a dopamine rush from working out. And then to this day, it's like it's part of his life. So he just took one addiction and turned
Oh,
it into
yeah.
a positive addiction.
Well,
You know what I mean?
that's rewiring the brain back, the brain's neurotransmitters and your neuro highways. It's rewiring the
Well-
brain. It's changing the brain structure and rewiring.
And when
the
you're
health of it.
addicted to something, you have a tendency to have an addictive personality. I find in a lot of cases too. So
Yeah.
it could be,
Mhm.
you know,
Maybe I'm
no matter what it
over
is, you could be addicted to alcohol one day, to drugs another day. I mean, not that you switch off that much, but like you just have that that tendency to be addicted to something. No
Yeah.
matter what.
All I did was
Mhm.
swap out Mountain Dew for alcohol.
Exactly.
Instead of pills, I smoke. You know what I mean? All I did was swap mine into ones that are less harmful.
And most people
Yeah.
that do find themselves addicted to something like that, especially when it's, you know, drugs or something, then more than likely, I mean, I feel like they have a tendency to be, you know, to have something or they just become addicted to something else. Like Ellie just said with
Yep.
the friend that started working out and got addicted to that. It's just it's their personality.
Yeah.
You see that. with a
Food.
lot of
I found a new. So
there you
I don't know if you guys have these.
Izzy.
Is that how you say them, Izzy? So
I don't
this, I
know.
found
I'm not a
these.
sparkling person. I don't like sparkles.
Oh, I hate
Weird.
sparkling water.
You too?
It's
Oh
on-
my god,
oh
it
my
hurts
God.
my nose.
These are like, this is like an orange
Bubbles.
Pellegrino. I love orange Pellegrino and I can't get them here. So it's only got 120 calories. It hasn't so far given me any heartburn, but it's amazing. I got a 4-pack of them last night because they were on sale at our little local grocery store.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'm not a sparkling water. My girlfriend loves sparkling water. Like I'm just like, man, I feel the same way. I feel like even when I bring it up to my face, the little bubbles like go in my nose.
Right? It's so funny.
Like it's
Do you
like
guys
Rice
not
Krispies
drink
Right?
soda either?
drink.
Do you not
I
drink
don't like
soda
any kind of
either?
soda. I don't drink any soda. I haven't had
Oh,
soda
I
in
love
like
soda.
so that doesn't hurt your nose. Oh, weird.
No,
soda
no,
hurts my nose too.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt my nose, but I know like with sparkling water, it just doesn't stop fizzling or something. I don't know, it's kinda
Yeah,
weird.
yeah. I don't know what it is.
Well,
I like since
I'm
I'm a
gonna
little
say,
kid, I'm like, yeah.
I opened this one last night. I opened it before I went to bed. And I've been sipping on it almost all day. And it's got all kinds of bubbles in it still.
See Jen too. She doesn't like bubbles. Yeah. I'm like very like I feel like it's a rare thing. People can never understand it when I tell them. I'm like, I just don't like bubbles. I don't know. It's weird. It's like a weird like sensation thing, like celery. Like you know, like the weird like the
No
texture.
celery.
The texture thing. Like the texture of celery is gross. And the taste. But you know, it's like one of those things. See, Gina Diamond too. Look at all these fellow like anti-soda drinkers. No bubbles.
Yeah, no, I love soda. I love cherry Coke. I don't know why. It's just
You bunch of weirdos. Oh my God, I love grape soda. I love grape soda.
yeah, when I was a kid, if I was ever allowed, I actually was vegetarian for a little bit growing up. My mom was for like 10 years. And so I was obviously. But every once in a while we get to have a soda or something, and I love black cherry soda. I don't know. It could be it from
Oh,
any brand anywhere. It's just black cherry
You
soda.
and Deets
okay.
loves cherry too. You and
I love
Oh,
Deets
does
black
with
it?
your
cherry
We
too.
both like
popsicles and stuff.
too. Yeah.
Okay,
That's
Talkless,
funny.
next time you're at the market, get yourself a can of sweetened condensed milk and get yourself 2 cans of black cherry soda. That's all you need, just 2 regular cans of black cherry soda and a can of sweetened condensed milk. Pour it all in a bowl, mix it up really well, put it in the freezer. You'll
Oh
thank me later.
wow. Yeah. All
Seriously,
right.
it is the best thing you've ever eaten in your life. Make sure you mix it up really good. But oh my God, you will thank me later. It is a pleasureful delight once it gets firm in the freezer.
Oh well, Grain doesn't like bubbles either. So many
Yeah.
anti-bubble people. Wow.
No,
Cool.
I don't think she likes seltzer water.
Oh, okay, because it's super bubbly, right? I think so.
Yeah, just it's kind of just keeps popping, keep like bubbling. I don't know. It's weird. All right, I don't like the taste either. I'm weird. Like I'm very weird about my food. I'll eat something and I'll like it, and I won't stop eating it for 6 months. That'll
That's
be
how I
like
am too.
my main thing, and then finally I'll be like, I don't like this anymore, and I'll be on to
Yeah,
the next thing. It's so weird.
that's how I am too. I can
Is
eat the
it?
same thing every
My
day if I'm
current
into it.
thing, my current thing is fried egg sandwiches. Last a while ago I was doing scrambled egg burritos, and then I did eggs and potatoes. My new thing is fried egg sandwiches.
Oh, nice. Yeah, no, I was there. I like over easy. I like a little runny my egg when I make a sandwich or something. But yeah, no, I've been on a burrito taco kick.
Oh my
Here, like,
God, that's all I eat. Yeah, I eat like rice bowls, like burrito bowls, with like beans and rice and like avocado. I eat like every day. Like it's so good
oh yeah, no,
because we
I
have such
love avocado too, man. That's like
such
that's my
good.
favorite thing. I'll put that on anything.
Yeah, me too. We have really
Yeah,
good Mexican food in California, so it's like everywhere.
we'll rub it
So
in then,
every
because we got
time.
crappy ass avocados here in Florida. Let me tell you, man, they're horrible. Like you get them in like one day, they're bad. Like you got to eat them like the next day.
Yeah,
If you wait another day after that, they're done. You can't eat them the first day you buy them because they're hard as a rock. But in one
yeah.
day, they become perfect.
Yeah, like
Well,
there's like an hour window.
I don't even want to hear anything about your ability to find avocados, because by the time we get them, they look like possibly a kiwi fruit.
That's pretty well. That's our organic ones. They're about the size of a peanut here. But if you get the non-organic ones, they're a little bit bigger. All right, let's go before we get off on a whole other tangent here. But yeah, that's crazy. My Aquarius buddy, Ellie, we like the same stuff. It's kind of weird.
More intrinsic to Kohberger himself, not necessarily about an addiction, but about his personality. Another thing regarding that,
She looks
Chris
uncomfortable.
McDonough, is that most of this evidence, if not all of it, will never come in front of a jury.
Yeah. And this is why I think it's fascinating that the defense is utilizing motions to start planning a narrative to the public. And this is
Okay,
why
what do you mean by that?
I think
I agree with Chris that right there.
No, I agree that too. I thought that's
Yeah.
the first thing I thought when I read the little, or when they did the
Right?
little challenge
Nancy's
or
gonna
whatever.
get pissy about it though. Any second, you can tell. She's like, "What do you mean
Yeah.
by that?"
Well, a lot of people said that they were kind of avoiding the gag order and putting their narrative out there because
They
all we've
were.
heard. Well, it's true because I mean they have to at this point because people hear DNA and it's like, okay, closed case, it's done. Like
Yeah.
what? You didn't hear anything else. You just heard DNA. It matches. That's all you heard. And that's a big misconception I feel with DNA too. So it's going to be interesting to see. I've even said this before when we talked about other cases. I wouldn't want to go with a jury trial. I would go with a judge, especially nowadays, people, because they would just weigh the information a little bit more sensible.
Right?
Not that they had any more knowledge about the different stuff, but just the way they look at it and the way that they know they need to be looking at it and know that, hey, there's many types of DNA. I swear half the people that are probably on jury don't realize that. They just hear DNA and it's like, oh man, they got him, man, that's it. Yeah, but I agree with him there too, about that.
But if it's thrown out, if they could get that DNA thrown out from the sheet, though, that would be crazy. I don't think they're going to, but I feel like they're going to try really, 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 really hard to,
Yeah, to attack the IGG and try to get it thrown out that way, it's not going to work. I mean, it's just
it doesn't seem like it is. It's because that Cece was saying that she has been like she almost has testified so many times, but it never actually ends up coming into court because of like the case law surrounding it, that it's just a lead generator ultimately, because they eventually got like that swab from him and matched it to his father. So that was like that's what Nancy Grace was saying. That's another match where that first match could just be thrown out as a lead generator, but they're going to challenge it because I think of the way that it was generated and the way that they maybe backtracked from there. That's only, I don't know if I'm like being like, but it seems like there's something going on there. Like that Andrea Burkhart was like, there's something that maybe it's the Brady violation, whoever collected that. I don't know. There's something going on with that first. I don't know. With the sheep. They're going to try to get those.
They just released some of the grand jury stuff.
What?
The defense, yeah, like they released I don't know, lawyer was just talking about it today. He
oh wow,
he was reading the thing. I didn't read the whole thing. I was listening to the deets and then I came on here. To do this, but he was talking about they're able to share it with their investigators and stuff, and other stuff, but like some people made such a big deal about it, and it's like I hear a lot of these other YouTubers talking about it. It's like, dude, it wasn't like it was a trial. It wasn't even a judge. It was what do they call it?
Grand jury.
Yeah, but it was a judge doesn't even proceed over it. It's so it's just prosecution. There's no cross-examination of witnesses or anything. So
no defense. They're not around.
Pro prosecution, nothing with defense. And it's a magistrate. I don't think it's an actual judge.
Oh yeah. I know you. Yeah. Okay.
And so it's like it's just bizarre, and they get the information, they get to know what they said and that stuff, and it doesn't matter at this point. They can only use it moving forward, and they need that information. That I believe most of the time they do provide most of the grand jury, because if they do have the witness testify, then in court, then they want to be able to tell if they're going to perjure themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah, match it for later.
But CC, I got off on a tangent there. I was going to make the point that CC did mention, like you said, she has testified in front of grand juries, though, many times on how they figure out, on the IGG stuff. It just hasn't made it into court. Well, and I think that's what they're going after. I think that's the only thing that they'll have a leg to stand on as far as that goes with that. Because if she did testify at the grand jury for this stuff, then there could be an issue there.
I don't think she testified though for this. I don't think she's involved in this case.
Well, not her. I'm saying that.
Somebody like her. Got it. Oh yeah. Because she said she actually ran. She said that she, like, for her own like fun, she ran his DNA. I'm like, how'd she get that? I don't even know. I don't know how she even got it, but whatever. But didn't you hear her say that?
Yeah, she did. She's the one. That's where she's mentioned the 75% Italian. She thought that it was very difficult, and it probably took them a little while to figure out, unless it was a straight lineage down the father's side, straight down, then it would have been difficult, unless, like we talked about, it was his sister or someone like a first cousin or closer to him that submitted their DNA and allowed it to go in the GEDMatch. Then they could have done like a minute. You know what I mean? Like literally that quick. It would have been like bam, bam, there you go. But it could have been. Yeah, you never know. and that, I think that's what they're going to question, because when you look at it, if they could just anonymously put in a source to like 23andMe or Ancestry.com, and it's like CODIS. If it came back straight match, then you know. But if it doesn't come back straight match, maybe do you think they did that with the other DNA? And they didn't just put it in CODIS, they put it in the other one too, and they just didn't come back with a match, so it's just unidentified right now. And then they did the workup on Bryan Kohberger's, just because, or not on Bryan Kohberger's per se, but on the DNA on the knife sheath.
Yeah. We don't even know where that DNA was found in those other makeups. Could have been like in like places that unrelated to, you know what I mean? Like I think the location of where the other DNA.
That it wouldn't be such a point of contention, I believe, if it wasn't semi close to something, like the bodies or something, on the bed, because most of them found on the bed or right next to the bed. So
well, that's where you would find DNA, I would think, right?
Was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could have been, leftover semen.
Yeah.
A different couple utilizing her bed when they were out of town or back home for the.
I mean, that's my first guess. I mean, right? Like they say that about like hotel rooms, like how you can like. If you, like, bring black lights and shit into there. Yeah.
Oh no, I've been I've been in a hotel room before and found a rubber under the bed, just looking around. I'm like, oh my god, out of there quicker than hell. I didn't want to be in there, but I mean, it's a hotel room, and pretty much you're either fucking or sleeping in there. So
like a college sorority house, like I don't know, like it's not. I don't think it's like, oh my gosh, they found other DNA profiles in there. Like that's, I don't find that to be. Even blood, like people like cut themselves all the time. Mm-hmm.
Look at how many videos that even mainstream media brought out about the different calls and all the different kids that were at that house. Like sometimes even the house owners weren't even there.
Yeah, when the police, the couple body cam footages, I mean, you had people all over the place. And people, like 3 dudes walked out of the house the one day, and when he was sitting there talking, the cops were talking to Kaylee, I believe. People were in and out, and they were like, "Oh, what's going on?" Like,
yeah.
I mean,
you saw those. Yeah, there was like noise complaints. You saw how many? Yeah, there was like people everywhere. Mm-hmm.
No, and shit, I'm gonna believe, like, most of the time when I saw the house and when it was even for the body cam stuff, like the front door was wide open. Like I want to say, like almost every time I saw the front door, it was wide open. It wasn't shut or anything. Maybe the one time I believe when Xana came out, he did come out of a closed door and closed the door. But like everyone else, like the doors were wide open. When they first initially walked up there, when I saw the video and stuff. So I don't know, it's weird. Yeah, this is a lot of DNA. You would think they found a shit ton more than just 2 other or 3 other unidentified males.
Yeah, but on a knife, on the sheath though, somebody said it was on the inside of the snap, not on the top of the snap. But I don't know. That was when we were like talking about the other day. Remember, somebody and 2 people in chat, a couple people in chat said that it was like in the inner snap part, not on the top smooth part.
The inner bowl part of it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I mean, and even then, so I mean, it could have fell in there and you snapped it back and it stayed in there for a year. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, like he could have been like, what you say, like at a garage sale or something, and like picked it up and like.
Wait! I thought they said law enforcement had proof that he actually ordered the knife. So that being said, it would have to be somebody during the manufacturing process.
That was not. That was not like confirmed by anyone.
I think she says it. Nancy says it in this little video here again about how. Yeah, she's like, they said it's fact. It's pretty funny. All right, we'll continue on. We'll never get through this. We've only been through 11 minutes so far. We've already been on stream for like an hour and a half.
Well, the gag order is in place for the court. And so now we get 2 new attorneys involved who, rightfully so, as part of the death penalty team for the defense. We get 2 new attorneys involved, and immediately they start writing.
Is that her breathing?
Motions about the DNA evidence.
Is that Nancy Grace? Like,
and it's,
has to be.
It's crafted
Yeah,
very well.
Getting pissy.
By lawyers
We were all
who are
muted.
DNA experts, both of them. But what it's doing is it's creating a narrative within the public. So, that's kind of getting around the gag order that the court has. They're utilizing the public records to create a narrative, which I think is fascinating. It's actually pretty smart.
Just thinking through everything you're saying.
Oh, Christ.
I'm thinking through the fact that he stole from his sister. He had a friend involved giving him a ride to sell the phone, that his father turned him in. I'm thinking about that dynamic and that family dynamic and how that's playing into what we know right now. The jury most likely will never hear that. This comes on the heels of an announcement by the state that they will seek the death penalty. That gives heightened scrutiny to everything that the state does.
Yeah, I heard. I don't know how much if it's true or not, but I heard that with the death penalty, like they're going after it or whatever, but they could pull that back at any time. Like
Yeah,
if
you
they
told me that.
obviously they
Yeah.
come up with a plea deal or something.
Yeah.
Do you think that they're doing it? I mean, just because I feel like they may pull it back if they don't have any more substantial
It's fucking
evidence.
Idaho. They're always going to go for the death penalty.
Oh, do
That's
they?
why
Oh,
it's on
because
the
it's a red state.
It's,
Yeah.
it's a fucking Idaho. That's Idaho's thing. Like, don't get in
Yeah.
trouble in Idaho. They will put your ass in.
But
death row.
What I'm saying that's a good deterrent, or not a deterrent, but a good thing to maybe get him to plea if it if it's not looking good, because if you plea, you try to get out of the death penalty if you're going to
yeah.
plea.
But you get your own cell when you're on death row, and they haven't I think executed somebody in Idaho since the 80s or 90s or something. Remember we looked it up during the time, so I don't know.
I think it's
and
87 or 88 was the last time somebody was
Mhm.
executed in Idaho. That
So,
Wyoming 78. Yeah, they just die.
not that you want to be on death row, but it's more expensive to house a death row, somebody on death
Oh,
row,
I
and
think
it costs, right? It costs a lot more money. There's a lot more, more appeals. They just have to be so much more careful. That's why he got Ann Taylor, because she's death penalty certified as a public defender. I think he's really lucky that he has a friggin' team of 5 lawyers. That I feel wouldn't happen if he committed this crime in a major city. He would have just been right. I don't know. There would probably be a lot more death penalty. I don't know if
agree,
there's a lot
Ellie.
more. Yeah.
I
He got a
agree.
really good defense team. He has a team.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he has 5-6 people. He has a bunch of investigators and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They made it seem like it was it was in the teens of all the people he has.
He definitely has at
Really
least
working.
5, what I've heard. That's a lot.
And
how
that's
many
just the lawyers.
prosecutors? How many are on
Yeah.
the DA side, I'm sure it's
Yeah,
a
they
team
have
as
too.
well. Yeah. It's a huge, 4, because it's 4 people, of course, they're going to put a lot of resources to it. Yeah, it's OJ Dream
Nina's
Team. It's
OJ
true.
Dream Team, yeah.
It is. He has she's really a good. The team's just by seeing how they're kind of attacking this DNA, it seems like she really kind of knows what she's doing. Ann Taylor, because she's a private lawyer. She has a private practice and then subcontracts for Idaho State as a public defender in a way. She, she has a main practice. She's not only a public defender,
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, the way he looks at her.
If she gets him off, you're going to see her running for some sort of Senate, Congress, something in Idaho. Watch, mark my words.
She is a public defender, but she's really has a private practice and contracts out because of the lack of public defenders in Idaho. That's what I wanted to tell Heels, because I remember when we looked into that, we first thought she was a public defender, and they're no, she has her private practice, and because of the lack of public defenders, there's people that have private practices that, it's such an interesting system to do it that way.
Yep, and you can where I'm at, because of the lack of resources. Sometimes you get a really good attorney if that's something that is in their wheelhouse and they're contracted out. They contract with the state. Most private attorneys around here do that in my state. I know
She
they
is the
also do that in
director
Montana.
of the office as well. Yeah, Nessie. She is the director of the public defender's office. So she has like a real, she's like pretty important in that state,
Yeah,
truthfully.
she's
You know
well
what I mean?
known for sure
Mm-hmm.
throughout everywhere, the whole judicial system, basically. Yeah, Gina, he's probably going to go back to PA if he gets off, because they're going to ship him out of Idaho, Washington real quick.
Yeah, she definitely.
They all think he's guilty as hell, for sure.
Yeah. No, she definitely serves as a public defender for sure. Appeals. I'm just saying, like, he kind of got lucky that he did it. Well, not lucky, but because of the state that he's in, he kind of
Well,
got
yeah,
lucky.
they made it
because-
sound like she doesn't do it too much, and she's only really doing it because there wasn't really another death penalty certified lawyer in that.
But
more
she,
than likely
but
has
she
to
was
now.
Xana's mother's public defender as well, so she must do a certain amount of hours. You know what I mean? Like she must have like a certain time commitment to, because especially if she's director, so she probably has a certain time,
And
or
faithful,
whatever.
yeah, if he gets off, he needs to worry about Steve. Steve
Oh,
is
right?
not
Yeah.
gonna let him get away with that no matter what, man.
Mm,
Oh my goodness.
No.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's crazy. All right, let's see what else. Look at her in her deep thought.
Yeah.
Tell us what you're thinking, Nancy.
Thinking about that DNA evidence, Chris McDonough, where it was found is so critical. For instance, if it was found on the glove that you alerted police about, you said, hey, there's a glove out here, come get it. That may be by a stranger cutting through the yard. That doesn't mean anything. But if DNA is found inside one of the victim's rooms or on the bed sheet,
Oh, she just threw shade at Chris, man. I didn't really realize that the first time. She's like, that glove ain't worth shit. It's on the outside of the house. Who cares about it? It's kind of funny, actually.
or on the victim themselves, that would be damning. But we don't know where this other DNA came from, the other two male DNAs.
Yeah, so this is it's the elephant in the living room for the defense team, because I mean this is a huge piece of evidence with that DNA on the snap of that knife sheath. The other DNA, I think, to your point, Nancy, can be explained very easily. I mean, we have the body camera of the officers responding to the parties at the house. The narrative that potentially these girls, were social butterflies. That doesn't make them, bad individuals, right? I mean, it's college. That's what kids do. And they, this was a house that there were very attractive, girls there, and these young men would come over and visit, and they would, sometimes even leave the house and let the house, party itself. And so that other DNA is not going to be, in my opinion, very difficult to overcome, because, you have so many kids going in and out of their home. However, Bryan Kohberger's DNA on that sheet underneath her body tells us, or beside her body, tells us a whole bunch about, him being in that house. That is a really high bar to overcome, but you're the expert.
Well, hold on right there. That's another issue, and a good issue for the state. It's one thing for a friend, a study partner, a boyfriend to have their DNA in the home. But why is Kohberger's DNA in the home? He isn't rightfully there.
Yeah, we don't know that yet, right? I mean, just because they haven't found a connection to him to the house, or him to any of the 4 victims, doesn't mean there wasn't one. I mean, and then they went ahead and explained the other 2 DNAs away, as in just party goers and other stuff. I mean, the killer could have left the knife sheath there on purpose, knowing that his DNA wasn't on there, not knowing that anyone else's DNA was on there, but just left it there to taunt the police or whatever. And it just so happens it has someone's DNA that was on there, Bryan Kohberger's, from, you know, some other reason or some other way. Not, hey, I snapped the sheath open and I started to stab everyone in the house. Just my thought, allegedly.
Much less on the knife sheath. And we can't claim, oh, this is the knife he looked at a store, at a knife shop, and then somebody else bought it. And
why can't we claim that? I think we can claim that, right?
they're the
What?
killer. No, because of that Amazon purchase receipt.
So we don't know
Describe
that.
Chris McDonough.
No,
I
we
would
don't know
say
that for
Yeah, I mean,
sure.
that's the fly in the ointment right there, in addition to the DNA. Explain.
Dude, she's done this in a lot of other cases too, where she was wrong. I remember in the Kylie Rodney case, she said some crap that wasn't fucking true, and obviously because it was an accident, you know. And
Yeah.
she did the same freaking crap. It's like,
Yep.
we don't.
She's the
It's a
fly.
rumor. She thinks she has some inside fucking knowledge, you know.
Yeah.
And she'll state it as fact. Man, it pisses me off so bad when they do this shit.
Yeah. She just, I mean, like that was, it was like rumor. That was rumor. That was not like, that
That
was
has
never
not
came
been
out.
proven anywhere. It's
Yeah.
not
There's
in
a gag
any of the
order.
affidavits. It's not in any of the affidavit stuff.
Or in any of the motions between, like, you know, I never saw anything like in a court document. Like, we found a lot in this the latest court document from the defense, but like there was nothing that was like so big like that, you know,
Yeah.
we would have. Yeah.
Oh, if that
I mean, I
was
remember
true,
hearing it, but there was
yeah,
no
if that was
proof.
true, or if it was released, or any validity to it at all, then they would have, like you said, the gag order, that would have been, they would have been all over that. Who released that information? You know what I mean? That would have been a huge thing.
Yeah.
It would have been all
Yeah.
over that,
The
in my
source.
opinion.
Yeah, in my opinion too. I agree.
Fine.
No, that's a
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That was
What do you guys-
Nancy. That was Nancy.
Oh, was it her? Oh, I'm sorry. I was like, wait, it was.
solid point, Nancy. I agree. And, you know, it's such a low tech piece of evidence, right? Where he orders it and, you know, it's delivered. Now there is a similar knife from Amazon connected to Bryan Kohberger, according to the reports that we're hearing. But let's go back to other low tech information.
Wait a minute.
Right?
Oh,
We
wait.
have-
Yes, I'll go back with low tech information, but I just want to be clear. Police have obtained an Amazon receipt showing Kohberger purchased a K-bar knife and sheath from Amazon 7 months before the murders.
But
Where?
she doesn't
Where's
list.
the
Yeah,
receipt?
she doesn't list it. She doesn't say where it came from. She just says police, and then freaking McDummer fucking says something stupid too about it.
That's damning, because he did have a
Very.
knife matching the knife found with his DNA on it.
Yeah, this is where she starts saying knife. Everything's knife, not knife sheath. It's like, what are you talking about, dude? They're implying it. They're like pushing it. Oh my god, this lady.
That's pretty damning. Okay, now back to low tech info. What were you saying?
Yeah, so you would expect now the defense to produce that knife and sheath. So I think the prosecution could put them in a prisoner's dilemma, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, this is where Chris, he's like, yeah, he goes, but the defense, what they're gonna do? They're just gonna go buy a K-bar knife and say, oh, here's his knife. It's gonna show up like the Michael Peterson fire poker thing.
I think
magically appeared in the-
K-bars have a serial number on them because of the way they're made.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it probably is, but McDummer, listen to him. He's an idiot.
Yeah.
Where,
In other words, you're
if you
saying,
guys-
hey, if that's not your knife that you bought on Amazon, then where is
Yep.
your knife?
Yeah, bring it to court, and let's put a number on it, and put it in evidence. And it won't surprise me if some knife does show up, quite frankly, with a sheath that they've purchased post incident, just for the theater effect, which that's good lawyering.
Yeah, Chris, that's good lawyering. I mean, this dude is a fucking moron, dude. In my opinion, allegedly.
Oh my God, that's not even good lawyering. That's unethical lawyering. And
She does say that. She does say that to him. But yeah, I mean, you just think this guy couldn't act or say anything dumber than he's already said,
Right.
and he just piles on. It's like all these other tragedy pimps and grifters.
Yeah.
You think they can't get any more stupid or any more like lying or any more just like digging the hole deeper of their bullshit, and they find a way. They fucking
Yeah.
find a way.
Especially these two.
Oh yeah.
But in this
And
situation,
also
the other,
unethical to fabricate
ma'am.
evidence. Go ahead.
yeah, and so let's go back also to some of the other information that we have. We have the vehicle, a Hyundai Elantra that's described. It's seen on video from that.
You see that smile? Was that like a smirk? Like, we don't really have it, but I like the way you're going with this.
you know why? Because wasn't she a prosecutor?
Oh yeah.
That being said, that smirk was, yep, it's all circumstantial. Everything he's about ready to name off is going to be circumstantial and explainable.
Yeah, like there's nothing really solid, and it's not the DNA. That's it. That's all. That's like not a smoking gun, but I mean nothing else. They don't have his picture of him anywhere. At any of these places, they got a car, a blurry picture of a car here and there, and some cell phone pings. And to my knowledge, there's only a couple towers in the area. You could probably ping off there and not even,
Right.
and drive around the whole.
Everybody in that area pings off of all of those towers because there's 3 in the area.
Yeah, that's what Andrea Burkhart was saying because she's local, and she said actually, like compared to like another place, she's like there's like 5 between Pullman and like there's not a lot, but still like that cast stuff is still very like controversial as well and could be picked apart. That could be like a point of like entry for the defense team to like go after because that stuff isn't. So what do they really have? I mean, they have of course they have like the sheath, but like what else? I don't know. I mean, I know they have other things, but they don't have any like direct stalking between, like a relationship between all of that electronics. So maybe he was.
Hold up. They
What?
said that they said that they had him. There was something that we watched.
Like kissing the wireless. Like Steve said that though. Remember,
Yes,
like he said,
wireless.
like
He was
like touching it. But we don't know if that's real or fake. We don't know because like they also said that he, I don't know, followed somebody on Instagram. It was like People magazine article, and Steve was saying that Kaylee's dad. So I don't know. Who knows? Like it's not.
I swear, when I first heard that about him hitting on the Wi-Fi, it was like someone else that mentioned, "Hey, if they got Wi-Fi, they could possibly get him a hit off his phone on the Wi-Fi." It wasn't like it happened. Like literally, that's how I took it when I first heard it. I can't remember where I first heard it.
It wasn't
but
like
that's
it
how
happened.
it was like someone suggesting, "Hey, they could have some evidence where they got him on the Wi-Fi if he had his phone there," and then you kind of find out his phone was turned off. And
see how things get started. Yeah, well, it was like other times. It was times other that they got him. Well, they were saying that like remember all those 12 times prior that they had him in the area.
Yeah,
Steve was saying I think maybe or at one point he got close enough to the house where he was like whatever that term was, kissing, touching the Wi-Fi or whatever, So, but that was through Steve and like in People magazine or Daily Mail. So I don't know. I don't take those as any kind of facts, especially like with these two jokers, like saying like that there was definitely an Amazon. That is not. They didn't say that. That's like that's just total. That's like a source said it, right, or whatever. Well, who knows who these people are? I don't trust them until we see it like in court or on a court document.
Nancy, we're gonna need some receipts for that thing you just tossed out saying that the law enforcement has put that information out. We're going to need you to cite your sources there, Nancy.
Yeah, we need receipts. Yeah, she says it a few times in here too. It's like it's just crazy that the way they state it. It's like I was saying with these other people, they just repeat all these lies, and I think they just say it so many times that they just feel like it's going to get embedded in everyone's mind. You're like,
I didn't hear
thing. No, it wasn't though. That Wi-Fi thing was not in the that he
connected to their Wi-Fi, that was definitely like a rumor. It wasn't in the PCA. Not that I remember. I think it was after. It was like a rumor. Or if it was in there, then we would have been like, oh, then that would be like another like huge thing that they have him on. Like, oh my God, his phone actually connected to their Wi-Fi. They have evidence of that. They might, but I don't. Not that I know of.
Grain makes a great point. Wasn't the knife on the first thing released that the police found in his apartment, the Dickey's receipt, a knife?
They just found like different receipts. There was like a receipt to like that store that we looked, but we don't know. People looked it up. Remember, there was like that. They were just like random receipts. We don't know.
No, Ellie, honestly, a lot of things have happened since we've covered this. And
I know. There's so many. No, I don't remember everything either, guys, but there's certain things I just like remember that. They confiscated receipts.
I'm thinking now that you guys, I'm remembering back, I think they meant like in proximity wise, he was close enough to the apartment that had he had the Wi-Fi password, he would be able to connect to Wi-Fi. I think it's the way they worded it that makes it, because I'm almost positive that was something Steve said on Dateline.
Or it was like a news report that came out before Dateline even. It was just like this thing that, and that's like right before, I feel like that's like right around the same time the gag order was started because of shit like that, I think, because I think that was like the last like piece of legitimate
Grain. 1 second, I'll let you up, Grain.
I
gotta put my P screen
just in case it's like a fake grain.
I don't know nowadays. Fake grain.
Yeah, you never know. Fake grain.
Here's a high B.
Oh, who's that? That'd be a good T-shirt.
Buddy, that's not going to work because when you bring her up, she's going to be below Ellie.
Oops.
Damn it.
Choose solo layout.
Oh, that worked.
There we go. All right. I know it's her anyways. I was playing. What's up, Grain?
Dude, last I checked, I didn't have a peen.
I didn't say peen. I said pee.
We also don't want to see your vagine.
Oh yeah, I didn't want to go that far.
The other P.
I kept it just one letter P.
No.
I only have a minute, but I wanted to jump up to say that I am fairly certain. Okay, I'm pulling a bullhorn here. Fairly certain, I guess, that they did find a receipt for a K-bar because it had some type of number on it. And I actually punched that. It was on Queen's Live into Amazon, and it pulled right up.
That was the search warrant, not the receipt.
Yes, the search warrant where they listed
in the
what
search
they found.
warrant. It said the receipt, and that was what was listed on the receipt. That's what
it was like. People did that.
Yes.
Like I even thought so too. It was like the receipt with the serial number, but it was just like the kind of K-bar that it was in the search warrant because we didn't get discovery from those search warrants. We only got the search warrants. Like we didn't get like the because of the gag order there. I thought the same thing because those were so detailed, those search warrants. I thought that meant that because of the serial number, but the serial number was just like coincided with the sheath, right? They figured out what serial number it would be with the knife sheath. Yeah, it was like it matched to the
knife.
Sheath. The knife serial number matched to the sheath that they found. So they were doing a search warrant for that in Amazon, but we don't know what discovery they got. It was rumored that there was a receipt, but because they did take receipts from Pullman, Washington. Remember, there was like a list of receipts for like Ross and like different places, Amazon.
Yes, along with the Dickies.
The sheath actually has a serial number on it too, as well as the knife.
No, but they're able to like know which one, like comparing the sheath, they know which sheath fits which knife, right?
No, I think the serial number is. Hold on. I think the serial number is stamped inside, and it's also on the blade as well. I'm not out of the firm, so I can't go grab it. But I know that there was a number. There was a number on
model number.
Yes, that's what it is. It's not a serial number. It's like the make.
Search warrant. What they found. I went to Amazon, put that in there, like the manufacturer's number, not a serial number, just a model number, like the, what do they call that, an MSN number? And it pulls up that knife. Now, I'm not saying they found the knife. They found a receipt in Pullman for a knife.
They found a receipt in Pullman, but then we don't know if that matches up to the Amazon.
Right.
You know what I mean? But because the search warrant says Amazon and the serial number, when you look up that serial number, it probably matches the sheath and the knife. But we don't know if that's what they got out of that. Does that make
Well, the knife and the sheath are
How do
seen
we not know when
together.
they listed it? I'm a little confused.
They just listed in a search warrant. It's not what they discovered from those search warrants.
No,
Do you
it
know
was what
I
they
mean?
discovered. They wrote it down as what they discovered.
That's like that was the search warrant that they got in Pullman, but we don't know what they found from that search warrant. That list you're talking about with the
Yes, they
the
wrote
list
down.
in Pullman.
Sorry. Husbands. They wrote down a list of what they found. We were going over that list on Queen's panel.
Uh-huh.
It was an Amazon receipt, and it just had a number.
Oh, okay. I didn't remember that. I remember going to the search warrant
That's why I
and
said
going over
fairly
the
certain.
warrant.
And I
remember
put
all
that
of
number
this.
in
Yes.
Amazon and came
Yes.
up, and she put it up there.
Yes.
Because that's what it came back as, was this
Yes,
knife.
ma'am. You are exactly right. I do remember that.
Because I don't know where I would get that number from. I was,
That was on the search warrants because there was like hundreds of pages of search warrants, and like they were able to. The K-bar serial number was on that search warrant. Was on like the search warrants for like all the Instagram accounts and all of that. But that other search warrant didn't have specifics. It just had like, remember the IDs in glove and box. Remember like all those. That was the list. But then the search warrants that they went after for like Instagram, Amazon, Walmart, all like social media stuff, that is where the serial number was. The serial number wasn't on that original list from Pullman search warrant. Do you know? I don't know if I'm making sense. I'm sorry.
You do. It's not a serial number. It's a manufacturer number.
Yeah.
Right.
Not that, not specific for that knife, but like specific for that type of knife to be able to like say it was this kind of knife, not like this specific, this is a serial number for this knife, but like you said, the manufacturer ID number, like a SKU number, right?
Yes.
For that kind
and that
of.
was on what they seized.
It was off one of the receipts they seized from his apartment.
I don't remember
That's
that.
how I'm remembering it. Yes.
I'll look it up. I don't remember that.
Remember that thing that we had
otherwise,
we were all
I
trying to decipher. We were all trying to decipher what it said.
Yeah, I mean that kind of makes sense, but I mean she definitely.
It was like 5 hairs, something else.
Yeah, but it didn't show
I
what
have that somewhere.
exactly.
There was some numbers underneath of it, Ellie. There were numbers on
yes,
there.
absolutely. Because I didn't pull the numbers out of thin air. I got them.
I thought the numbers you got from the search warrant, that was like a little bit later, and those had the numbers on it. I don't remember the numbers on that, but they could have been. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just don't remember that part of it. Because if those two match, then Nancy would be right.
Yeah, so I didn't want you guys to roast her too much. That's why I jumped.
Okay.
At least not on that part.
Well, no, she's not. She's saying for fact that it's the same exact knife. We don't know that to be. We don't have the serial number off that knife and what he bought. We just have the manufacturer that it's a similar K-bar knife for that same kind of product. We don't know it to be the exact knife though.
Listen,
but she's saying it's
if
similar,
that were the case, listen, what it would be is that so that particular knife, I could have it, you could have it, Grain could have it, Ellie could have it, and 4 people in chat could have it, and it would all tie, that same number would tie all of our knives back to Amazon. Does that make sense? But
no, it
in
does.
their Amazon records, they would have us buying that number for that knife. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So they don't know the individual serial number. I mean, if you own the knife and have it, you can see the serial number on it, but they don't know. They sold a batch and they all have the same manufacturer number. Is that what you're saying?
If they even have one, I don't know if all knives come with a serial number that you just buy on Amazon like that. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
know.
I just looked at Sleuthy Goosey's she has like these documents that like link everything. I put it in the back for you, Blunt B. Like it has the warrant on there and you could bring it up. And it just says like a receipt, like you'll see it doesn't really, it's just a list of like a hair, a possible animal hair. It has like the warrant in Washington on there. And let me look. I mean, I think I'm gonna cut out if I look at it now.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, no, I brought it up. I can look. It's on the
Oh, okay.
Washington warrant one.
Yeah, if you go under warrants, you could see all the warrants will come up. So we could look
Items,
at them.
evidence permitted to seize from apartment if located, and then it has the item seized from apartment. So let me look. So we got.
It did have like receipts, but I don't think the receipts went into like super detail. Like it just like, oh, we took a receipt from Walmart, you know. And then there was other receipts I think that they took from possibly from when the search warrant in Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah, there is a PA search warrant. I actually have that, like a little picture of that with Bryan Kohberger, and then a list. It's like written down, like the officer wrote it down before they typed it out or whatever.
I know that there's
Yeah.
something on the knife because when you buy one, you can register it, and if your blade breaks, you can send it back to K-Bar, and they'll give you a replacement. So, and a lot of times, even though you're ordering it from Amazon, sometimes it's just Amazon is the facility that ships the item through. You're actually buying it from directly. Like I've noticed that with some of my craft stuff. Even though I'm buying it on Amazon, I end up buying it directly from the manufacturer, and they just use Amazon to ship it out.
Oh, yeah. Or there's like a third party seller that is using Amazon.
Yep.
I mean, was that they only took 16 items from his apartment in Washington?
You know, I think the Pennsylvania one had like more stuff on it. Now I'm thinking because that's where there was like some knives, right? They took some knives and sheaths together from the Washington, from the Pennsylvania apartment.
From Pennsylvania, because on the Washington one, it lists sheaths, knives, and all that stuff for items, evidence permitted to seize if
That's
it's
like
located
in the warrant.
apartment.
Yeah,
But yeah, it says item seized. There's 15 items. So we have the black gloves, the one Walmart receipt with one Dickies tag, and then we have 2 Marshall receipts, and then we have dust container from Bristle Power Force Vacuum. Then we have 8 possible hair strands. We have 1 Fire TV stick and cord plug. We have 1 possible animal hair strand. We have 1 possible hair, another 1 possible hair, another 1 possible hair, a possible hair strand, 1 computer tower, 1 collection of dark red spot collected without testing, 2 cuttings from uncased pillow of reddish brown stain, larger stain tested, 2 top and bottom of mattress covered package, separately both labeled C, multiple strands, 1 tested. And that's all it lists for what they took out of his apartment.
I'll see, because I think I emailed it to Queen, so I should still have whatever I emailed her, but I don't know if I'll have what I was researching it off
Look at the
of.
Pennsylvania
Is it
one.
maybe listed under Idaho search warrants?
Maybe it's
I'm
under
pretty sure it was
Pennsylvania.
handwritten of what they collected.
Yes, because that guy's he didn't close any of his letters. Anything that was an open.
Oh yeah, I have that one. Let me look for that. Hold on.
Sorry, I'm putting another code of I'll show you these when I'm done. They're going to be really perfect for the parade tomorrow or Monday. I'm just putting another clear coat
Yeah,
over
I'm
the
looking
feet.
at the Pennsylvania, or yeah, the Pennsylvania one now.
Oh, I wonder how Murphy is doing. Okay. So they're all red, white, and blue sparkles.
Maybe Idaho one.
I filed them back. But let me go.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. Do you want me to? What were you
No,
showing?
that was good. That was
Alright.
perfect.
Yeah, I don't see it.
In
But
Pennsylvania,
I
it's
do.
a few computers and a bunch of stuff. I filed them back a little bit.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I do see it. They said that it's a Taylor Cuttery knife and leather sheath.
Is that from Pennsylvania?
Yeah, that's the
Or no?
Pennsylvania
Oh,
one.
yeah.
There's a
I
Smith and
think,
Wesson pocket knife. Then there's
yeah.
just one that says knife.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything specific. I think you're maybe combining, which I did too, like the search warrants. I got so confused by all those search warrants because in the search warrants, I think they put everything. They put like the PCA, they put like everything in those in the search warrants that went out to all the companies, to Amazon, to Walmart, to Instagram. Like they put everything in those. So I originally was bunching those two things together too, thinking that, oh my God, everybody, like it was all over. Oh my God, they
Yeah,
found the
I
knife.
think I remember that now that you mentioned that.
But I don't think that, I think that was like a mistake. I don't know.
Well, wouldn't
Personally,
that
I
be
was,
ironic? Wouldn't that be ironic if the one labeled knife is actually said weapon and they've just kept it quiet? I'll be right back.
well, it could be.
The what
Oh,
knife?
you mean one of the ones, like maybe she's saying one of the ones that they got in in Pennsylvania, one of the knives they like seized in Pennsylvania are the murder weapon, possibly. Like that's what she was saying, maybe. I don't know. You know, I mean, it could be. I mean, because they never, like somebody was saying this too, that they never, like if, like this lawyer was saying this, like they never put in the PCA, like if they thought it was a K bar, would they have like put in the PCA that it was the wounds were most likely, you know, made by this kind of knife, right? If they had that as an option to put that in, if they had that as a data point, do you know what I mean? So they were saying the fact that that wasn't in the PCA is interesting, but who knows? I mean, I think he got rid of the knife, but think about it, if
It
he didn't
was
like drop that knife sheath, where would we be now? I don't even know if he would be like known. I don't know.
No, I agree. I mean, definitely, they would have had a harder time trying to piece it together if they were looking for a Elantra and that's all they had to, or a guy with bushy eyebrows. You know, like remember we talked about that? Did they do a lineup, a bushy eyebrow lineup? You know,
Well, they
get
said
six.
that they would have had to do that. Well, remember the whole Dylan stuff? They were said in order to get like the cell phone records, they would have had to make some kind of positive. They had to do something to get to that place. Do you know what I mean? Because like a judge
Yeah,
won't just sign off on a warrant like that. So this IGG stuff makes more sense to me as like like a lead generator, right? Than like Dylan going in and saying, "Oh yeah, that's him," right?
yeah,
If it was dark and he had a mask on his face, right?
yeah. It was early in the morning. We don't know if she partied or not that night. So you know, an eyewitness, it's like that's like the worst. You know, the worst evidence ever when it comes to the cases. You know, a lot of eyewitnesses, you know, they say this old adage where you throw five people in a room and you know, do something, they'll all have a different story when it comes to it. Everyone looks at everything a little bit differently. But all right, let's see. Well, we lost voices. You
I
guys
have
still
to
there?
bounce too because this house is absolutely crazy at this moment.
All
I'm
right, Granny.
sorry. I
No,
found
thanks for
it
coming up.
from
I appreciate it.
I emailed Queen on March 10th, so I'm gonna go try to find the stream and see if it shows us what documents she pulled.
Yeah, because I
I
kind
don't
of
know.
remember that too. I remember you doing that. I remember something about that, but yeah, I got a bad memory. So
Me too. Where it all pieces together. I have like voices remembering he didn't close his E's or whatever. Like I remember that too. Like weird stuff. Anyway,
all right, well,
thank you.
bye.
Bye.
She's so sweet. All right, let's listen to this.
That
We'll wait for
neighbor's video camera.
the voices come back
The
up.
morning of the homicide. We also see it at the gas station going by. And so the police were onto him from the car, i.e. just the car description. But the low-tech piece of this is that officer at Washington State University who took the initiative to start looking for that Hyundai through all the parking records at the university. And lo and behold, they come across a Hyundai that belongs to Bryan Kohberger. And next thing you know it, they have a name.
I know. Did we talk about that, Ellie, last time? Did we ever decide, or did someone mention? Did they, when he looked at the car, what date was that? When he found the car there, was it before they switched the dates on the car, or was it still when they were looking from 2011 to 13?
That's what the defense wants to know, exactly when that happened. Do you know that's like in their latest motion? Because that's that exactly. I mean, they said one thing, like they said two different things almost about that, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's that's why I say I'm like suspicious of like what came first, the chick, the car or the like lead. Like if the lead came first, I don't know, then this whole thing could be screwed personally, right? I think like what people are saying that's the bigger thing here. Like if they do, hopefully they won't and
I feel like
get
they
it
could
kicked
already
out.
I feel like they could already kind of prove that though, because they came out and said that it was they released it to the public at a certain time. So if it was that even after that, and then they probably maybe knew about it beforehand and probably released it to like a bolo, to the
Yeah,
cops.
they did. There was a bolo. Yeah,
Yeah.
on like November 25th or something. But like, what? Like, if it's a car expert, like that could be challenged in court because, like, if he's such an expert, like he didn't even get the date range right. I don't know. You know what
Well,
I mean?
I
Like,
think they were going. That's what they kind of said. What I gathered with his lawyer said that she was like, we don't know, if he's wrong about that, if he's wrong about that, and then you changed it, then how much of an expert is he really? Could you have gotten it totally wrong?
yeah.
Or were you right the first time? Was it? Did this eliminate him totally because your expert says it's a 2011 to 13 and he actually drives a 2015? I just feel like for where he's at and at that school, no matter what year that Elantra was, it's a white Elantra. You're gonna look at that. I mean, that's all they talked about probably in that whole area since it
But
happened.
there's like
What I mean?
22,000 of them, though they said in that area.
Oh, that's true too. But I mean, at a dorm at the college,
Yeah.
Um, not at that college, obviously, but at a college 9 minutes away or whatever. So you would think that they would definitely give it out to that college, just like they would have, if it got sent out to University of Idaho, it's definitely getting sent out to Washington State at the same
Yeah.
time.
I'm sure like they
Anyone in
maybe
this.
did like a you know, a report on like who has like parking like passes on both campuses. I would think, right?
Oh
That'd
yeah,
be a
it'd be an easy way to go through it.
hmm But that's like, remember they found out that he like got like a ticket.
Yeah.
Voice break up. Yeah,
Oh no, I heard
I
you.
think that the ticket like led to something too. The ticket led to the phone number. The phone number was on the ticket, so I think that they were able to like get his phone number and like run analytics on his phone number. I feel like from that ticket.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
what
know.
they said they did. They said that
hmm
they traced it back and they were like, oh, they ran his car or whatever, and they're like, oh, look, he's been pulled over. Oh, look, we have his phone number tied to this incident beforehand,
hmm
and then they started tracking the phone from that number because that was his second phone, right? He had a different phone number. He had just recently got that one in the last
Yeah, or
year or
yep,
something.
and I don't know, something shady with that, with all, like, because I don't know, that defense lawyer, I told you, Andrea Burkhardt, she thinks that there's some kind of illegal something going on with the DNA, or with the collection of the DNA.
Yeah,
I
I
don't know
mean,
what that.
I could see them because you do have to be trained for a lot of that stuff, and I believe that they should turn over not for the IGG, but for the testing of that, for the testing of his dad's DNA, for the testing of off the garbage, for the testing of his cheek swab. They need to turn over the DNA analyst that did all that stuff, the chain of command for all three of those
I'm
things.
sure they
Yeah,
will with that,
yeah.
right?
I mean, for
Yeah.
IGG, I don't see why. Maybe they're just trying to lump it all in because it is kind of new. Like I mentioned before in the last one, only so many states allow the police force to even use
Yeah.
that as a
It's controversial.
yeah,
Yeah. Just it being
because
controversial is like great for the defense, right? Because they'll attack anything that, like that's what they're doing. They're lawyering, you know what I
yeah,
mean? Like
oh, of
that's what
course,
they do, right? They're using the law to like try to get their client off, right? And so this is like the
exactly. I
method.
mean,
They
why?
use the methods, not the actual evidence, but the methods of gaining that evidence. And like, who knows if this, like, I don't know if she did put in some case law. She talked GEDMatch. They even talked about like 20, like, right, Ancestry Me
Mhm.
in that document that we read through. So there's like a lot going on in there. I
Well,
think they're
that's what
trying
they're trying to say with that. They're trying to say, hey, look, we need to know exactly what they did to get to this point because we feel like they could have used 23andMe, and you're telling me they don't. You know what I mean? Like you telling me that they only use GEDMatch and they have to opt in, and these people only get it if they opt out. We feel like you probably use Ancestry.com. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of where they're going at. Um, to try to poke holes in it, but like you said, they
yeah.
have to. I mean, why not get it thrown out before you even get to court? Because or exhaust every little thing from motions to chain of command to chain of evidence to whatever.
That's
Because
what they're doing.
even if it
Yeah.
gets to trial, I mean, you might not even get it to trial if you do that. But at least you're trying everything you can because you're still gonna have to fight it in trial. You're still gonna have to cross-examine everybody. You're still gonna have to do all that stuff if you don't get it thrown out ahead of time. So they're just every little thing that they can do, they're doing, and I don't see a big deal in that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm not questioning
Yeah.
it. If there's a question about it, they should question it. If there's there's if there's something questionable, we want to hear about it. We want to know. We want to, was there a law change? I mean, obviously they're still building on it right now.
Yeah, see what Jenny said, it's
Nothing's
the wild,
final.
wild west of forensics, though, as yet. Not, no,
Yeah.
yeah, you like that's what Cece was saying. She's like, there's no like degree, there's no like qualifications for you to become, like you could go to, I'm sure you go to school for other kinds of like sciences, right? Like biology and stuff to become like but still like there's no like certification to become for IGG. It's like it is the wild, wild west. And I think of course they're gonna go after that, right? Of
Well, yeah,
being
because
like,
exactly because CC did make I don't know, it just kind of hit me a little weird when she said it, but she did mention that the podcast. I guess he was either a lawyer or a
yeah,
former
we
detective, and he
watched
was
the
like,
same stuff,
"Well,
I think. Yeah.
where?" I think it was the same one. Yeah, that chick was actually on News Nation the other night too. That
Yeah. Cece
the
or the
no, not
lawyer.
CC, the lawyer that was on there.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
But he made a point. He was like, "Well, how do you, as far as a match? I mean, what are the units of measurement? And she named what it was. I can't remember what it's called. But he's like, "Well, what is your least that you'll take where you'll continue on? You think that there's it's possibly that guy because they've been wrong before," she said, and they have never found
Yeah.
They found like an eighth cousin back, but they couldn't match it to modern day before. I mean, it
Yeah.
happened
Yeah.
before like that. So he's like, what units of measurement? And so she said it. She goes, well, personally, and she's like the foremost expert on this as of right
Yeah.
now. From what I can tell, she's done it the
That's what
most.
Jenny's even saying. Yeah. Like she's
Yeah,
taking it
Jenny
to this
said that too.
level where she's like using
She
it to like,
uses
yeah.
of the measurement, she uses 20 units. That's her lowest that she'll go. She's like, but they go down to 7 units sometimes.
Santa
Other people
Morgan,
have
she
done,
said. Yeah. Like you
And
said,
I was
that
like,
different.
well, okay, now, and that, that's kind of subjectable there. So she's morally, is she morally more, I don't know. Is she
It's
more
like the
moral
cycles of a
when someone is
PCR
using
test.
7 and
Yeah.
someone's using 20 of those units
Yeah.
to
Mhm.
define what they consider? And that was another thing she said. She's like, when we say match, it's not really a match. It's it's a lack of a better word. They call it a match. They call it a certain type of match.
It's more
But
like a
it's just
statistical probability that it's this person more than, right?
exactly.
Yeah. Like,
But it's not a
yeah.
match like a straight like DNA, like they're saying the buccal swab
Yeah.
in
Like they said,
the
one
shit
out
out of his
of like
mouth for a
a
match.
bazillion, pretty much,
Yeah,
right?
a
Which is
trillion or
like
whatever.
more than there are people in the world. So that,
Yeah,
it's
so
like
I
one
mean,
out.
so it is subject to personal, to the individual that's doing the research. You know what I mean? Like, but I mean, does it? I mean, it would be interesting to know how many times they came back and didn't get it didn't find anything, or found someone and thought it was, but
Yeah.
through the investigation they realized it wasn't the person.
But
You
it
know what I
really
mean?
is a science, though, like, because you can't really, I mean, it's a science, so everything could be checked. Do you know what I mean? Because it's just based on science. It's based
Well,
on like
exactly.
genes. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what she said too. I'm gonna play that video after
Okay.
this that she talked, because it was brilliant and she explained it so well. Even with the little chart she had, it was a short chart for the one serial killer, or not a serial killer, but the killer that she did. But yeah, it's just like, but there's so many different ways. But like I've always been saying, the end result is the end result. It's just a way to get there. It's a tip. It's she mentioned that too. Anyways, all right. I started blabbling about some bullshit.
That name, very low tech, leads them to the DNA.
You're right. Can you imagine that officer? An officer, a campus officer at WSU, Washington State University, hears about, hey, they're looking for a whitey launcher. So Washington State is about 10 miles-ish from the murder scene. So he, on his own, just starts looking through the records, and he finds a new launcher registered to Bryan Kohberger. Because if you live on student housing, you have to register your car and a lot of other information. So he goes driving around. He hooks up with another officer. They start driving around, and lo and behold, as you said, there it is, sitting right there in the parking lot, right at his second floor apartment, right out in front of it.
So he looked it up through the registry first and knew that there was a white Elantra over there. And then they went and looked, and hey, it was there. Is that what she's saying?
Kind of, yeah.
I mean, I guess that's what I mean. He looked through the register first and said, "Oh, we have a white Elantra. Let's go see if it's there." Oh man, it's there. So that was.
See, that sounds a little sketchy to me. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just being like skeptical about this whole part of it now.
And
no, I hear you. Yeah, then her and Chris don't help out the argument at all.
No, totally.
They make it a little more sketchy. It's like, it was sketchy. Even now, you guys mentioned it. It's a little more sketchy.
That is where it all began. Right there. Very low tech, Chris McDonough, you're right. Then they figure out that he's about to leave for Thanksgiving break, and they follow him.
Yeah, low tech. I mean, dude, they went through all this process to find the genetic genealogy of this dude, and then, you know what I mean, just to get a tip. They look at that guy, but it's all low tech. It's like, man,
the ring cameras, I'm sure, like must have generated the white Elantra, right?
Yep.
All the ring cameras, because all that terabytes of data that they have, I think a lot of that has to be like video. Security ring camera video.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And
so that has to tell its story.
You're like, look at these times look at the time that they thought it happened between 3 and 11 when they were called, or 12 when they were called, Yeah. But look at that time. When they look back, they're like, at those early morning hours when they narrowed it down between, at first it was 3 something, but between 4 and 4:20 when they believe it happened. there's not many cars driving around in the neighborhood at that time.
No.
You know what I mean? So like you're gonna, I mean, it's kind of, you can kind of catch the car from there. That's why I believe like they had the car before that. They might have switched the date of the year of the car once they figured out, hey, we got this name Kohberger, check him out. Oh my God, he has a 2015 Elantra. Hey, have your guy look at the video again and see, could it possibly be a 2015 Elantra? Yes, it
Yeah.
can. And then they, you
Mm.
know, and it's not too crazy.
Mhm.
It's an investigation.
No.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's just kind of, I see them having or trying to poke holes in this stuff, but to me, it's just a normal investigation. I don't see anything nefarious at all, really.
Yeah.
I don't see them
Yeah.
like backtracking. They could have backtracked a little bit, you know, as far as that goes. Like I just explained right there with the year of the car. It doesn't mean the
Yeah.
defense
It was
or
a very
the
blurry picture for
expert,
sure.
yeah, what was wrong. I mean, damn, to get a launcher out of it's pretty damn good. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and
Not
then
just a
when
white
you see
sedan.
that
Straight
close, I
full.
mean, there's not a huge difference between about 10 years of a car. You know what I mean?
Right? I know. It's
Maybe
true.
5 or 6, you know, if you want to, you know, really get technical, it's not a huge difference. I know my car,
No.
they did change the
Yeah.
body with my car, but there was a good, you had about 6 years of one style, and then it went 7 years another style, and then you have 8 years of another style, and then pretty much the last 7 years it's been a different style. You know what I mean? So like to get in that little range isn't that bad of a, it's not like, oh my God, he missed it by 2 years. Throw out the case. He's wrong. You know what I mean? It's like I find it kind of silly for that reason. And I
Yeah.
don't see a huge deal. I mean, if they were really focusing on him, but they had to. I mean, if you don't know who it is, you don't know his cell phone number, you don't have any person of interest. When you get that person of interest, then you got to find out what his number is and then track his phone data. Then you got to find out,
Mhm.
you know, does he have OnStar? Can you track his car movements? I mean, you just go on from there. It's just,
Yeah. It opens up the
yeah,
investigation. Yeah.
it's not like anything like, oh my God, that's so ridiculous. I can't believe they did that. They ought to be charged for entrapping this guy, or you know, blaming it on him, or only focusing on this guy. I just don't see that in this case, honestly. I think that they only had a little bit to work with, and luckily, like you said, they had a little bit of DNA. They might have had this picture of this Elantra. Maybe they went the day before. Maybe they went that morning and saw the Elantra that morning. You know, supposedly he
Mhm.
went back there that morning, so
Yeah.
that needs a little credence to, you know, hey, that car might be involved. It was here the night before, around that time that we think the murders happened. It was here the day after in the morning. You know, is he coming back to look? You know, they always say murderers like to do that, or you know, I know
Yeah.
arsonists like to watch the fire go. They just don't like to
Oh
set it.
yeah.
They want to see everything that happens. They want to see the fire people. You know, maybe they have a thing with fire trucks, or you know what I mean. There's like a
Yeah.
whole
Totally.
other thing
Oh
going
yeah.
on with it.
Totally.
So there was a pretty quick way where they could have found that car and thought that car might have been a something that they needed to keep an eye on or look into 2 days
Mhm.
after it happened. Honestly, if they would have went
From the
got the
ring
ring
cams.
and looked at
Yeah. I'm sure that's the first thing they did was canvass the whole neighborhood for all the ring cams, right?
it. Yeah. So
One of the
I
first
just
things.
go,
Yeah.
the defense is doing what they have to do, and they're trying to poke holes. It's just not. It's not like gotcha moment to me, anyways. It's just an investigation, and
Yeah.
you
But
go where the investigation leads you. You know,
well,
they're making it seem like they're grabbing the investigation by a leash and dragging them along. You know, you're following the investigation where it leads you, and it kind of makes sense to me. I'm no investigator, but
yeah, I mean, wasn't Chris McDonough just saying before, like, that this is like, wait, like, didn't he say something that this is where, like, he said something truthful. I was like, oh, wow. It was like, he said, it'll come back to me. I just lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
that's right. Dude, that happens to me all the time. I'm like, I had a great thought. If I don't spit it out right then, it's gone.
It's
Like
gone.
3 days
It's
later, I'm
so,
like, mother
damn
effer,
it.
I should have said that. It was so great. That was my point right there. I thought about it, and yeah, 6 days later.
Yeah.
All right. We only got a little bit more of this.
This is
Yeah.
Blumpy's channel.
All the
It's
way
not
to
my
the
channel, Amy.
Poconos.
Okay. So
And that is where they get the dad's DNA. And that DNA matches back to the knife sheath. Then they do another DNA match. It's Kohberger dead in the water, and the case goes on. You're right.
Yeah,
Very
exactly.
low tech.
Yep. And you know, being in that, I know that feeling when you get this, you know, piece of information as a case agent. You go, okay, well, who's this guy? Who is this guy? And you know, let's get on this quickly.
And they use the creepiest photo of him too. It's like this
yeah.
whitewashed photo, and
Yeah.
you know,
Right.
his shirt's like off to the side. He just looks kind of
Yeah.
freaky. With it.
He looks freaky in this picture. I would think he like I saw him in the most recent like court appearance, and he looked like the same, or
Normal.
his hair looked even like he looked more like put together than he did when he first got arrested.
Yeah,
You
he
know.
got a haircut. You know, it looked like he shaved. Did you see that thing? I don't know who it was. I really didn't watch it, but I watched it for a second. But they did a close up, and I guess his left hand had a bandage. Like
Oh, I didn't
it
see
looked like
that.
a bandage on his hand,
Oh,
up underneath his jacket.
huh.
Yeah, on
He's
his
punching
left
the
hand.
wall for leaving
Yeah,
the
that's
knife
why I
sheath
said
there.
he's all mad. He's like, "He got me. I'm such an asshole. I knew I dropped that sheath, you know, and just
If it
beating the
wasn't for
hell out
that
of him."
sheath, we might not be having this conversation. I don't know. Like, I don't even know. I mean, people are saying, yeah, they would have arrested him anyway from the Lancia, but I don't
I
know.
think
I don't
if he
know.
left that sheath though, why wouldn't he just gone back in? You know what I mean?
Right?
He was already there.
Yeah.
Supposedly killed 4 people. Allegedly saw Dylan allegedly, and then hauled ass. And you know she locked herself in the room and didn't come back out. He could have ran back in there and looked around and got it.
I
Like, why
wonder like
wouldn't
when he
you?
realized. Maybe it was like after he like. Maybe it was like I don't know. I think that he took that long ride home to get rid of like whatever evidence in his car and stuff. Whatever he did to like not have any evidence in his car, because he had to do something not to have evidence in that car, right? Or on his, or he had to be wearing one of those dickies or like shoe guard, something. So he got rid of it that day. But what if like I don't know, because he did go that long. Remember that long route home?
Maybe
That
he
like
just
2.
needed to unwind. You know, like, no, I'm serious. Like, he was probably so hyped up. If he actually did this and he had been planning it, and like what we talked about, my theory is that he was going after Maddie, and he didn't expect the other people to be there, and it just so happened
right?
that he got pissed off. That's why Kaylee's injuries were more vicious, according to everybody.
Yeah.
You know, he was really mad at her because she fucked up his little plan that he had, and then he comes
And she might have woke
downstairs
up.
and runs
Yeah.
into them. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? And
I mean,
it
how
is
did he? It's amazing that that he was able to like fatally kill them all. You know what I mean? Like that, yeah, that long road home is bothersome to me too, because it took like over like like an hour and a half or something to get home. I mean, yeah, you can unwind, but like that's like a long ass trip to unwind at like 5 a.m. I guess if you just if you just kill 4 people,
yeah, you just kill 4
maybe.
people, and then you know you're like, and then maybe he thought about or he just wanted to travel. I don't know. It's weird, man.
I
For
think it was to
sure.
ditch the evidence. I think if he got rid
For
of
sure.
anything, he got rid of that night, because he went through like rural farmlands. Like people would like I remember
It
even
was right
like,
next to Snake River too, in a couple spots. Because they talked
yeah,
about
Snake
that river.
River. Yeah, like they did. What's her face? Gisela. What's her name? She has. I forget. I don't know. I can't remember. Oh, Grizzly True Crime.
Yeah,
Her
Grizzly.
like she like had her husband like do this flyover like on her channel, like a simulated flyover of that area, like where he drove that next
Mhm.
day, and it was like crazy because it was like serious, like that night. I mean, like it was like farmland. Like it would have been very easy for him to get rid of any kind of evidence that night, because
Yeah.
he had to get rid of whatever he was wearing at some point, right? Because they didn't find that's another thing. They didn't find any kind of DNA anywhere in his car. I just can't believe that. Like that is like that's really troubling. I mean, unless he just was really good and just really stupid at leaving the sheet there, and like really, really smart forensically, because obviously he was forensically smart in Pennsylvania when he was like separating his garbage, and they only got his dad's DNA. So I guess he did something right
Yeah, I
with
find that
hiding
hard
his
to believe.
DNA.
Like, what I don't know how did he use anything? Did he wipe everything off before he threw it away with his glove? I mean, like,
Right? I don't
how can you
know.
not find nothing at all?
Nothing. I mean, even in the car, like, remember how we were saying, like, oh, that he dextered the car? Like,
Yeah.
like they brought that up on like one of the lawyers' channels when they were talking about that. And like, people are like, they were like, they're making fun of us. They were like, people are saying that they dextered the whole car, and that's impossible. Like, these lawyers were saying that it's impossible forensically to even do that because there's going to be, like, even when you're like getting rid of whatever dexter plastic that we were like, you know, imagining, like, you would still create some kind of forensic
Yeah, you
problem
would
in that
think,
car.
but I mean, possibly not, man. You know,
Possibly not. I mean,
he
bleach
could have
wipes, they
left that
tested for
sheet
bleach. They tested for somebody said bleach wipes, but they tested for cleaning
cleaning
agents.
products and stuff. Yeah, and it
And so
wasn't
that's the
anything
biggest
like
thing.
crazy.
Unless he used something that's like untraceable. Do you know what I mean? Like something like that is completely like, I don't know, but then he would have had to know more about, like, I don't think he's smarter. I mean, he was a criminology, like getting his PhD in criminology, so we have to like give him some credit that he made it that far. Do you know what I mean? And but I mean, did he know enough to, like, I don't know, just somehow figure a way out of like leaving a trace in his car, and not even like, I mean, like, just like hair, like, you know how much hair you said you found like hair on your, like, from a dog that passed away a couple of years ago on your clothing. Like,
Yeah.
how could he have not left like one single hair? How did he not like kill all those four people and not take any of their hair with them if there was a struggle, especially, you know, like, it's hard to imagine that there's, unless it's the way that the defense is wording those motions and there is more evidence, but they made it seem like there's no DNA, there's no electronical connection, there's no connection at
Yeah.
all. Like, so that's crazy to me, you know?
No, I agree. Definitely. It's you would think there would be something, and especially how they describe it. I mean, we saw the blood coming out of the side of the wall. I mean, granted, it was set there for 7, 8 hours, so it had that time to go there. But I mean, if they all
Unless
had
you,
multiple wounds, then
yeah,
basically, I mean, there has to be cast off or something.
there has to be some kind of splatter on his clothing, unless he had like one of those dicky, like you said, those jumpsuits that you have one of
Yeah, like
those.
a
And
mechanic suit.
yeah, I mean, maybe he did think about things forensically to that level if he was thinking about it in his own house with his DNA. Maybe he did think of all of that and was wearing like booties or something. Who knows? Like, maybe he really thought about certain parts of it, you know, and that maybe that's why maybe he was already thinking about taking off his booties and his dickies, and that's why he forgot about the entire like knife sheath because he was already like in the process of taking off something. You know what I don't know, or thinking about the next step in his methodical, because he had to plan it to some degree, right?
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. I mean, do you think that was he trying to do the perfect murder? You know what I mean? Like the perfect crime? Was that what he was going after? And he just like
Yeah.
he messed up, or once they say that, it's like anything. Once you get in the middle of something, everything's out the window. They even talk about sports that
Yeah.
way. You get in a heated thing, you forget all of the fundamentals. You're just like you
Yeah.
get flustered sometimes. And that's what makes the difference between like the great people and the not so great people. They could take that and channel it, or they could just push it back and not have it affect them and just do it how they planned it or normal and not freak out. But some people just freak out and then everything's out the fucking window. And
Yeah.
and I mean, he might have planned it and practiced it for a while. Me and Voices talked about that for a little while. He could have been. There was reports that he was real loud late at night in his apartment. He could have been doing dry runs in his apartment, and then
Yeah.
one time he was doing a dry run and he had the knife on him and he busted the sheath open and he didn't have gloves on that day. You know what I mean? He just didn't think, I'm just a dry run, not thinking about it. It only takes that one time. Or when he first got the knife, he opened it up and he's like, oh man, I better wear gloves every time I handle this knife, because I'm going to be doing something crazy at a later date.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Or he left it
Yeah.
there on purpose with his little fingerprint. Are they going to
I don't think
find him
so.
on the inside of the button? They don't have nothing else on me. I didn't leave nothing else but that. This is going to be the greatest criminology
Case ever. Like,
case
do you
ever.
think?
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
And nowadays,
Yeah.
a lot of people, especially yeah, I'm older, but a lot of younger people, you know, they want to be famous. They don't give a crap how they're going to get famous. I mean, these people
Yeah.
are doing sex tapes to get famous and all this other crap. And like you said, if he goes death row, he probably will never be executed. He'll live in infamy for the rest of his life in his nice little cell with his little internet and his little thing, and probably married 3 times. And you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
if you're saying if he would have got away with it, you know what I mean? Or he may still get off, you know, like from they may throw out the DNA and then we'll be like they'll be screwed. They won't have a case and he'll get off and they'll be like, hey, I got away with it. And he'll be
If
famous
he
for that.
if they threw out the, I don't think they're going to, but say they do, I mean, like, I don't know. I think without that, because it's such a smoking gun, I think, even though it's touched DNA and everything, I mean, on the inside of the snap, like, how does it get there? How does it get like next to Maddie and Kaylee's body? Like there's just so many things like that make him. But if the jury, if they don't have that piece of evidence, then think about the whole case.
Yeah.
No connection with them, no stalking, no other hair DNA anywhere else. Like that would be just like cell phone pings. That's it. And like the Elantra, I don't know. I mean, it could be another white car. I don't know, because you don't see him in the car. There's no video of him doing these things, right? There's just
Well, it's
yeah.
like the Missy Beavers. I fell down that rabbit hole recently too. I kind of put after our thing, I was looking at the IGG and then I fell down the Missy Beavers rabbit hole. And I was like, oh, there was a whole bunch of crap I hadn't heard before. But they had the car, the silver Elantra Nissan Elantra. That's all you hear about. And then when the police actually released the thing, because they're still looking for a person, not a person of interest who they want to talk to them, but they're like a silver 2011 to 13 silver Nissan Elantra or an Infiniti G30 37 or 35 or something. So they weren't even 100% sure, and that's pretty good. You would think the FBI had already looked at that, the same dude that looked at this Elantra, and it's a way clearer picture, I believe, in that case on the video that it shows in that car. And there's still questioning between 2 cars. You know what I mean? So like, I just
Yeah.
I don't put a lot
It's
of
not a
faith in it,
science, a lot of the stuff. I know. Yeah.
but to be that close, that's pretty good. If you're only 2 years apart, and like I said, it's not a big difference between cars when it comes to
Yeah.
just a couple
When it
years.
happened, we weren't like, oh my God, we never thought. But now, like in retrospect, just hearing about all this IGG, like what came first, because it seemed like there was like a big like jump that had to happen to get from the car to him, or just not like, oh, this guy was like, oh wow, there it is, like I checked it and here it is right here, like, I don't know, it just seems a little, but who knows, I'm not like into like conspiracy theories and stuff, but there's just a little too much, I don't know, like unexplained stuff, right? I guess that's why there's a trial, right? There's a lot we don't know. There's so much we don't know. There could be, I mean, but it's true that that's what I would thought about. I remember before Chris Madonna was saying that like there's not that much, you know what I mean? Like they don't have, like, if it wasn't for that, think about it. It really isn't like, it's not a lot of they don't have a lot of evidence on him, truthfully. Take that out and there's not much. I don't know. It's kind of like this is the first I've ever, like, I was like, oh, he's so guilty. Like from the beginning, I thought he was really, but since this thing came out, because it is like what he said, the defense is trying to get out this narrative to the public that this is how, like creating some kind of doubt. And I think it's working. It's working for me a little bit. Like I don't have like major doubt, but I have a little doubt, with all of this. And so this narrative, that it was like kind of sneaky of the defense team to kind of put all this information in these motions saying, oh, look, there's no DNA, there's no like electronic evidence linking him to anybody. Like they put a lot in there, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I think they're circumventing the gag order, and like you said, putting it out there, which they need to do. I mean, like we talked about, people hear DNA and it's like, oh, it's over, dude. Like they got him. It's a 5 octillion match to his DNA. It's like, yeah, but there's procedures. I hear what you're saying. There's procedures, other thing that has to happen in a orderly manner for it to, be admissible, basically, is what the defense is going after. But I mean, I feel like they would go after if everything was done perfectly, you know, like everything was done and they listed, this is what we did on this day, this is what we did on this day, and it all fell into order perfectly. The defense is still going to try to throw it out. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yep.
It's just what they have to do. Why are you going to make your job more difficult? Why not try to get it thrown out beforehand? It's just like you know, you get injured in an accident. You get a lawyer and he tries to settle out of court, but if you don't get what you want, then you just keep on going. You know what I mean? And then eventually it'll get to court, and then at some point there'll be a resolution.
Yeah.
Whether you want it to be the one you want or not. You know what I mean? So
Oh,
you're
Voices is
trying
back.
to get. All right.
Yeah. No, I know. I mean,
It is her. Hey, Voices.
Hey guys.
Welcome back. Hey, Rowena.
do they have
Bruin
enough to
Hell,
indict?
Time, Denise, Skip to My Lou. Sorry, I just want to name a few people in chat. I'm so bad about not looking at chat. Barbie Ogden.
Did you see what Paolo wrote? That it was the Amazon search warrant. She looked it up.
Yes.
It was. What do you mean?
So was that it was on the warrant that they had the K-bar knife, that they were looking for it? Did you find that they? I don't think
So
that,
they went and said
it was just a warrant.
Yeah, I think
I
they
think.
went and said, like, this knife sheath is from this knife. Here's the manufacturer of it from Walmart. The manufacturer number from Walmart. Here's the manufacturer number for Amazon. Here's the
Exactly.
manufacturer number. You know, if they sell it on
Bob's
eBay.
Sporting Goods. Yeah, like they're
Yeah,
another sporting goods store that would sell
Sporting
it.
Goods.
Yeah.
Here's their
Yeah.
not manufacturer number, but their QR number or whatever it is, not a serial number. That makes sense. I could see that. I think that is what happened. Where they listed all those and they're like, okay, if he ordered it on Amazon, it'll look like this. This should be the number you could reference to. If it looks like this from it looks like this if it's from Walmart. So if you find a Walmart receipt, it's going to look like this or have this number on it, kind of deal, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's what it was. So they didn't find one. I maybe they did. I don't know, but I kind of take
We
it
wouldn't
that
know.
way.
We wouldn't know that because of the gag order. Because I thought the same exact thing. I was like tripping out because on like the Idaho Facebook page, people were like, they found them, they found it on Amazon, you know, but it wasn't.
They just found that exact K-bar knife in the QR, the thing from Amazon, because they do sell that knife on Amazon, just like they do.
They could 100% found that receipt. We just wouldn't know it if they found that receipt. There's no way that I don't think we can know it unless it was leaked or something. I don't understand how we can know it or trust whatever it's coming from, that it is like the receipt, because it wasn't in discovery and it wasn't in any documents. Like it was just like pages and pages and pages of like hundreds of pages of search warrants to every known whatever, like, right, for all of
any place that would sell that kind of knife, or any place that sells that kind of knife, right?
Yeah, they sent a search warrant to Amazon. Yeah, correct. Follow, and to Walmart, and to like Dickie's Sporting Goods, and to like every, you know, like they did a lot of things to like all these other places. Like I remember we went through the search warrants and like Sleuthie went through them, and I felt the same thing. I was really confused about the search warrants and like, is that like evidence of, but it isn't. It's just that they might know the kind of.
Well, they know what knife was in that sheath. They don't know.
Email? Like, Follow wants to send you the email. I'm so curious about what she has.
Yeah, it's in my. Yeah, it's
it's in there. It's in there. Follow the green.
Yeah, it's bluntb1337@gmail.
Because there are people like pundits that are saying that they did find a receipt for the app for the K-bar. That was like but I just thought it was a rumor that was going around. Do you know what I mean? Because there's been so many rumors, and like with the gag order, I'm like, how are they going to even know that? Do you know what I mean? Like, I just don't trust anything that.
It was Dateline that said it.
See, there you go, freaking Dateline.
Time is saying Dateline said that he bought a K-bar knife and sheath 7 months prior to the killings. They said the source was a law enforcement agency. So yeah, so they're saying that, but yeah, we don't know 100%. I gotcha. And she's just running with it because she probably heard it from her special source.
Who, Bullhorn? Betty?
Oh no, I was sorry. Are you calling Nancy Bullhorn?
But it says interest was obtained by Amazon and the items are then listed below. I've never seen that. They put a K-bar knife and sheath. Yeah, I've heard that too. And I don't know. I mean,
And now I got to look that up. Yeah,
me too. Me too.
Look over that.
Send it to us.
Grain was going to email it to you.
Yeah, that's
she
cool.
got your email. Yeah.
All right, we're almost done with this. We got 7 more minutes. I'm gonna let it play for about 3 minutes. I got to go do something.
Okay. Quick. Okay. Cool.
And lo and behold, that chain of events started this domino effect pretty quickly to where the surveillance, the feds get involved, interstate because it's in Pennsylvania. You get the state police involved back there, and you start doing interviews behind the scenes on the phone. Hey, we've got this Honda, this white Honda Elantra out here, and we're investigating, the case, blah blah blah. Can you tell us a little bit about your guy out there? What do you know about him? Okay. And that whole flow of information starts to come. So now then we see it's at the trial side of things, and you've had hundreds of cases, Nancy. You're a brilliant attorney in the courtroom. I can only imagine, watching people get eviscerated by your skill. But more than anybody, the last thing you want is information presented on your desk and we're missing something from the investigative side, right? You want it all. If it's good, if it's bad, just give it to me. I'll deal with it in the courtroom. And so where I'm going with this point is now we start seeing these motions start to come forward about the officers involved. And, it's typical.
Yes. Let me clarify what you just said. You're right. Number one, what Chris McDonough is talking about is a flurry of motions that have just been filed, questioning all sorts of information, questioning the officers who worked on the case, their histories, their training. Have they ever had a complaint? Can I ask you something, Chris McDonough? Have you ever called the cable company and said, guys, I just watched the most incredible movie on Amazon Prime, and I just want to thank you for doing such a great job as a cable carrier? Have you ever said that? Ever?
I haven't.
No, because cable doesn't have Amazon. No, I haven't, because cable company doesn't provide Amazon TV.
I know, what kind of analogy was that anyways? I was like,
a Nancy Graham's analogy.
Like, I was like, where's she going with it? It made no sense to me at all.
Yeah. Well, there you go. It's funny.
Yeah, she just woke up, messy, for sure. She's like, wait. Chris was lulling me to sleep with his bullshit. All right.
I just looked on Twitter for the K-bar and Amazon thing, and I brought up a thread, and people were like, where did you see this? This is only hearsay. I just read some of the comments. People are like, this is only hearsay. I only heard about this on cable. So I think, I don't know. I think it's one of those things that became a rumor. I don't know, because nobody could prove it.
Yeah, like other stuff, it could turn out to be true at some point.
Yeah. Definitely. I could totally see him buying his friggin' knife on friggin' Amazon. I mean, I don't know. You never know. I mean, you just never know. But he might have had more than one knife, somebody said too, right? Because one knife. Yeah.
What, more than one K-bar knife, or
just more than one knife that he used that night? Because I mean, people said because how could he have killed 4 people with the same knife? It would have become blunt after. I don't know. I've just heard different people talk about it, but who knows? It could be one knife, but they did seize more than from the Pennsylvania search warrant. They did. That's where they got other knife. Remember, they took a knife.
Yeah, I read a couple of those off there.
Yeah.
Kelly, I love you. You keep saying, remember? No, baby, I don't remember. But I so
I'm sorry.
appreciate that you,
He's like,
I so
in my mind, I
appreciate that you
remember all
want me
this.
to remember.
No, I forget so much shit, but like certain things I like stick in your head. Do you know what I mean? Like that you can't forget,
Baby,
you
I
know?
get it. I get it. I just thought it was funny that you're like, remember? No, yeah, I'm
You're
not
like, no, we have
remembering,
no
but
clue.
I'm trusting you
Sorry.
because you're a koala and you've yet to
Yeah.
steer me wrong.
Oh, good. She sent you a screenshot. Follow sent you Blumpy a screenshot.
I'm sorry. Like, no, Amazon, the reason I've never called my cable company and said thank you for providing me such a great show on Amazon Prime is that my cable company doesn't provide me Amazon Prime. I have, however, called my internet company and said, thank you for having great streaming services while I was paying my bill, saying I appreciate the fact that you offer a great price for high speed quality internet, blah, 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 blah. So, yes, Nancy, I have done that.
Yeah, it's so silly. Nancy. Oh, that's a pretty good pause action right there, huh?
Yeah.
This game's been on point all day.
Pretty good. All right, here we go.
The problem, I bet you get on the horn with cable, right? You got my cables out, fix it. Okay.
Yes.
Same thing with police officers. The only people that call in is when they say, hey, he was really rude to me, or she pulled me over for no reason, or she did that and he did this and blah, blah, blah. Maybe some of them are true. Don't know about that, but there's going to be complaints on every officer, just like every cable TV in this country goes out and somebody gets a complaint. It happens. So the defense wants every complaint, the training records, everything on every officer that worked on this case. And they want a lot more. They want the genealogical tree data. They want navigational data on the car, because that means they're going to challenge the state's navigational data and the cell phone data showing that he took that circuitous route, leaving the home to get to his place the night of the murders. But you brought up the cops. Let's go with that. What does that mean to you? Why are they?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
How does she know what they're going to do? And maybe they just want to verify their information versus what they have to be like, and take it back to their client and say, it doesn't look good. You've got a stack of circumstantial evidence and DNA evidence, because in the end, the defense team works for Bryan Kohberger, and their job is to get him the best possible outcome that he can.
Yeah.
And their job is really not like, they don't have the same like burden as like the prosecutor, you know, as the DAs
Right, the
have.
burden
Like
of
they,
proof is on the state because they're the ones that said, hey, we say that this citizen, Bryan Kohberger, did X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, it's not the defense's fault that you lack a lot of
Yeah.
evidence. You know what I mean? Like, you better buckle down and do some more investigation, you know, or something. I think that I would have cleared those other two DNAs. You know, I would have tried to find out who they were. Like we said, we don't know. They probably did.
We don't know. They probably
going off
did.
the
I think
glove.
they, or
Yeah,
in the
I think they
process.
did too.
And that's why maybe that he didn't waive his right to a speedy, like, or like he didn't waive his right, so he's having a speedy trial, like, so that the
Yeah, it gives them
prosecution
less
don't
time
have
to
more
get the shit
time,
together.
to do all these like their due diligence for some of this stuff. I'm sure, you know, like I'm sure they'll get done, but it just gives them like more of a. I don't think it's going to happen in October though. Truthfully, I think it's going to take more time. They're going to push it because they've already like are in the process of trying to like, because of the grand jury stuff. Didn't you hear that they're trying to like pause time?
Yeah. Well, they like I said, I believe they just released a lot of the grand jury stuff. Just
Oh yeah, we got to look at that.
just written transcripts or something they released.
Whoa.
Probably redacted in some cases, because I don't know. They have to get all the
I'll go look
information.
at it and see if, you know.
But yeah, I mean, they need that information. You know, why not give it out? I just feel like, why hide anything at this point? And the defense has the right to get all that information. You know, everything that you're saying that is evidence against them, they have right to see that evidence. You know what I mean? Just like they have the right to, if there's any eyewitnesses or professional testimony or lack of a better freaking word. I'm sorry, I'm like the right now, but you know, they have a right to cross-examine all those people. You know, so hey, it's just they need the information. Why not give it to them? I think that holding it back, it just allows them to play this little game. The defense to play
Yeah.
this. You know, why not
Yeah.
just try to get it to them? And to their credit, the prosecution is saying that they haven't received that information from the other, like the lab or from the FBI or whatever at this point. But that can only go so long. You know, you have to. You're not demanding it either. You know, you need
But what
to.
about showing their work? I can't believe that they wouldn't have like that kind of that's kind of questionable for me that they can't show their work,
Well,
right?
that's what
I
they're
mean, it's
trying to say, but I feel like they're doing that. Like they're doing it because they don't want to show their technique and let everybody know. Or maybe
yes,
maybe they did drop it
yeah,
into 23andMe and Ancestry.com because they were
exactly.
really at a point where they're like, "Fuck, man, we need to do something because we're not gonna. We have DNA. We got to find out a way to use this. You know what I mean? To get a
Oh,
lead. You know? So
Crime Time said they're not gonna. They got so because they released that information yesterday that you said that grand jury information that stay is not gonna happen now because they released it, I
yeah,
guess. But aren't
yeah.
they like? But aren't they like challenging it? Wasn't that the reason why they were going to stay? I don't know. I think they were challenging the grand jury information, the grand jury process.
Yeah, but I guess
Well,
they could have came to an agreement though, because I thought that in the
oh,
last hearing they were like, if we both agree on, you know, what's going to be what's not going to be given, what can be given, because they don't have to give it all, but they do have to give like certain parts of it. So if they work that out, which I believe that that's what they tried to do, they probably did that. They worked it out, so it's a
mm-hmm.
you know, hey, okay, we'll give it to you. Here it is. We're not trying to hide anything, which is the best thing
Got
for
it.
them to do. I mean, honestly,
I
it's going
I
to
think
come out.
so. Yeah.
And you know, it's not going to hurt them. So what? They didn't have to worry about if they ask the right questions, and they don't need much evidence to get the grand jury indictment. You know what I mean? So like they probably didn't go too much. They didn't, if they had like Dylan testify or whatever. They probably didn't ask her a whole bunch of questions like, hey, you know, can you describe the person that you saw in the thing? You know, they didn't go through the whole scenario. You know what I'm saying? Like, so there's not a whole bunch of information out there that they could try to perjure the other witnesses if it does go to regular trial and stuff. So I don't think there's a shit ton of information, and you know, it's just a little bit, and the defense needs it. I mean, why not give it to them? If they're not lying and that's the information you got to get the indictment, then so be it. Hand it over and let's go. But I feel like, yeah, the defense is just like trying to push them, not giving them enough time, because if they get the DNA thrown out, then they're going to need a lot more time to get their shit together if they have to come up with some more evidence or kind of
Yeah.
take the whatever they have left over and make it work. Yeah.
Okay. And so and Anne said in court that she didn't think that the DA was hiding anything. Okay. Well, that's good.
Exactly. She's like, we just need information. I mean, we're not thinking that you're trying to hide any evidence or anything. We just feel like because it is a speedy trial, the prosecution's under the gun, and so is the
Yeah.
defense at this point. I mean, every
Yeah.
day that they don't have the information to go through is another day they don't have to look through the information. And if it's that much information, I mean, dude, it's going to take them a little bit, no matter if they have a whole crew. And you don't want to have a too much of a crew. You know what I mean? Because you want to rely on those people that are looking through that they're going to be able to catch something. You know what I mean? You're not just going to want to whiz through it real quick. You know, you want to actually sit down and look at the information. Yeah. All right. Sorry, I'm babbling.
Wanting
All good.
training records of all the officers on the case, even their
that
training
seems
records before they were.
that seems logical to me. Let's see. Let's have the cops' training records. Let's have
Absolutely.
let's have all that stuff. Let's have just like we talked about with the DNA samples and stuff. For those 3 DNA samples off the swab off the knife sheath, his dad's and his out of his mouth, we need to know who took it, who did that, you know, who bagged the evidence of the sheath, who did all that stuff, you know, and who tested it, who got the DNA off it. That's common stuff. That's what they do in all these other cases. So to ask for
Are they
that's not a big shock.
qualified to do that? Have they been
Yeah,
trained in the
exactly.
proper procedure? All that stuff. Like,
And
what
then
makes you able to do that? And we want to see chain of custody.
yeah, and then their record, had they had problems in the past? Was something thrown out of court because it was a dirty
Correct.
sample or something, or did they cross contaminate something at some point? Or has it happened 40% of the time that they've done this? You know, they've only done it for the last 6 months. They're just out of college. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff that they're gonna peck at. I mean, if there's no problem, then there's no problem. But I find all that information to be the defense should have it. They should know this stuff. It makes a difference.
Even a cop.
Well, yes, and that's character reference evidence, right? They want to impeach these officers on something if those officers take the stand to testify on the people's case. And so
Well, I mean, you can't impeach them if they don't impeach themselves. You know, it just goes back to that thing. If they're doing everything right, they're dotting their I's, crossing their T's, they have nothing to worry about. And they're the delay that everyone's thinking that the prosecution's doing, and the defense even said it. They don't think they're doing it on purpose. It's just a tactic. They know they got a speedy trial coming up. They don't have much time, so they're gonna wait as long as they can. Just like the defense is picking at every little fucking thing, no matter if it makes sense or not. They're gonna try everything they can, every motion, every little stand there in silent for my plea. That left it open so they could do a what did they call it? An alibi. They could drop an alibi, a written alibi thing if they have one. Because they did that. I mean, it's all a plan. They're using everything they can, and that's all the prosecution is doing too, because they know that they're rushing them
Hail
through
Mary
this.
defense.
Yeah, they're rushing them, and the prosecution rushing them through this. So they're like, "Hey, okay, you're going to make it difficult for us. We already know we're in an uphill battle with just the circumstantial evidence and this touch DNA that isn't mixed with anybody else, or just showed up on the thing, but." So we're going to make you wait a little bit longer. We're going to make we got 2 weeks to turn it over. Okay, we're going to take that full 2 weeks. It's just a game that everyone plays.
Lawyering,
Yeah.
I call it.
Exactly. I mean, it just everyone's making such a big deal about every little thing on both sides, and I really don't think it's that. I think it's the chess game they're playing. It's what they do.
I
This is
agree.
why you pay the big bucks, or you hope your prosecutors are doing this for every case. You hope the defense is putting this into every case that they do to try to defend if they are innocent. It's just
It shows, like, I mean, public defenders or defense attorneys, it's like, it's so hard. I think that's a hard job to be like a defense attorney in something like this. But like, think about, I mean, she's doing a good job for her, for her, because that's the law. I don't know. It just shows our like legal system
Pretty
really
thankless. Think about
works.
that. You got to
Right?
defend somebody that you might not personally feel like you should defend.
Certain
And
kind of person.
Yep. And you
Yeah.
got to defend it to the best of your abilities. And obviously, it says something if she's the director of the public defender system for that area. I mean,
She's a good lawyer. Yeah, he has 5 lawyers. I mean, it's crazy that he has like it's a huge case. It has like huge media, attention. So it makes sense, but it's just interesting that, I mean, it's to see like the system, like, doing what it's doing for
been accused of such a heinous crime. But that's exactly what you want to see, is your system working.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it would all be overturned. And I mean, imagine that. Like, you want your system to work the first time so that there is no grounds for appeals.
I mean, yeah, I mean,
in my opinion.
Leah Lyons is saying it proved that that he killed. I mean, it's true. Like right now, they have such a very weak case, though, and they're just lawyering both sides. I mean, they're trying to like hide stuff and keep stuff because it seems like there's nothing there. I mean, other than this huge thing, which is the touch DNA, which I think is huge. I still think that's a big thing, but of course they're going to go after the biggest thing and try to, like, that's what they do. But there really isn't much. I mean, cast, I think, could get like very easily challenged in court, right? The whole like what do you know as far as like Idaho and there being less like cell phone towers, does that help with their like location, or does it hinder it if there's less? You know, like you said, there's 5
It's
towers
gonna
maybe
help
between.
because of the
Oh, okay.
like less populated.
Probability.
Unfortunately, like they can object on things, but you've got a better you like it works out for the prosecution because it's got a like that everybody in that area is going to ping off those one of 3 or 5 towers.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's an even better indicator as to pinpoint your address, your routine, because it's going to show where you've been on the regular. You know what I mean? Again, these are in my opinion. I could be
Yeah.
completely wrong.
Yeah, and I agree. If he's innocent, I mean, of course you'd want the best defense, right? I mean, I didn't have any doubt, like when we used to, until this week and until this came out. So whatever the defense is doing with this motion, it's working because I don't have but it's created doubt in my own mind, not like reasonable doubt, but like doubt, right? Like some kind of like I'm questioning, like, wow, they really don't have a lot of evidence, really. And if it's all based on this genetic, genealogy and maybe I don't know, it just creates a lot of questions, I think, for the whole thing, if that's everything, right?
Yep. Sorry, I was messing around in
okay.
chat. All right. There's only like 3 minutes left. We'll let it go,
wow.
and then we'll wrap at the end. Maybe we won't let it go. I think something funny happens. All right. We'll see.
I think it's important for your audience to understand that when you go to the police academy, they immediately start to keep records. And there are 3 types of records. There's basic, intermediate, and advanced. And it's usually through an accreditation like POST, in California where I did my time as in homicide. We had POST, which is the Peace Officer Standards of Training. And those records are kept by your department, and they're separate from the public's, to your point, Nancy, the public coming in and saying, hey, this officer was, unfriendly to me, and I want to file talk to a supervisor or something. And, sometimes officers get written in their record, that he was rude, et cetera, I counseled him, et cetera, which is no big deal. I mean, that happens. That's life. We make mistakes. Police make mistakes. But in the training records, those are controlled typically by in California, the California Department of Justice. So DOJ oversees those training records. But there's a copy kept at the agency. And that just basically, tells everybody, look, I went to this school, this school, this school.
But in those
school.
training records, won't it say something like, this trainee is too aggressive, or this trainee screwed up X, Y, or Z? Why don't they just get the kindergarten records out and say, hey, when he was 3 years old, Officer White picked his nose in kindergarten. What about that? I mean,
Oh my God. Yeah, I thought there was something stupid.
All right, that's it. Officer White, when he was 3 years old, was in kindergarten, so he was a child prodigy. That's too young to be in kindergarten. So he picked his nose, and because he picked his nose at 3 years old in kindergarten, that gave him the propensity to be a bad cop later in life.
Yeah, he pushed his finger too far up, and it hit the frontal lobe, and that's where serial killers get their motivation from. So they knew it way back when he was 3. Oh my God, this lady. Anyways.
I know, Nancy.
I mean, I think she's giving herself a headache at this point. She's like,
right? She's like, I just can't listen to myself anymore with the bullshit that comes out of my mouth.
Like, what am I saying?
Yeah. She's like a caricature of herself, kind of at this point, right?
All right, here we go.
who knows what's going to be in the training records? They're really digging deep here. So that's what they're
Yes.
after. Anything that could somehow discredit one.
I know Chris McDonough's like, oh man, he's like, dude, yeah, just like everyone look back at my training records, they were probably abysmal too. And
Right.
we should have known from the beginning with him. Anyways,
He has a
One of
good
the cops
pause
in this
too.
case.
That was
But they're also demanding additional cell phone record data and FBI forensic reports on the white Hyundai. What are they going to do with FBI reports on the Hyundai? What's that all about? Is it about evidence found or not found in the car, or is it about the tracking system?
Well, I think it's both. And
Yep.
it's also, I think they're going to attack the fact that they had the wrong year initially. When, you know, the initial reporting came out, it was a different year Hyundai than what actually, you know, Kohberger owned.
Oh, blah,
But-
blah,
That's
blah.
easy. That's
Exactly.
very
Just
easy
in the big-
to. That is
Blah,
so
blah, blah.
easy to. Your Honor, we didn't want to tip him off, given that he was driving a 2015 white Elantra, so we extended the year the year range. Pretty simple to get overturned, dismissed.
yeah.
Okay. Mhm.
All right.
Yeah.
Man, she's cracking me up, man.
Point. It is a Hyundai, and it is white.
And it is an Elantra, and it is his.
And it is, exactly. But you know what? You got the year wrong. You got the year wrong.
Got the year wrong. Okay. You know, this is going to go on and on. These attacks on the state's evidence have just begun. We wait as the case unfolds. Goodbye. Thanks, Chris. Guys, thank you for.
Oh my gosh. Yeah,
wonder
so
if-
that was Nancy and Grifter himself, CM.
It's like the king and queen of tragedy, OG pen, right? Like it's like the king and queen,
The OGs.
right?
Only
The
thing that would have been
mainstream-
better.
Mainstream OGs. That's what we'll call them.
Yeah,
The only thing that would have been better was if Chris Hansen would have popped in and made a guest appearance.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
man. Unbelievable. All right, so I'll get to the CC video because she explains it so well. It's pretty awesome.
It's really interesting that they're using that in general. You know what I mean? That they're using this kind of like database, especially for cold cases and especially for like older cases, right?
Yeah, I was
Like
a
how
little
they-
worried. I was a little worried at first because I was like, well, you know, and I even mentioned it last time on our last live when I was like, yeah, you know, when you put in your DNA and that, you're wanting it to be, you know, spread around. So so you can see other people's as they get spread around to see what matches yours. So I kind of don't see a big deal in privacy, but once I realized that you have to opt in or opt out, you know, and it's only 2 of these companies that are actually providing the information, like 23andMe and Ancestry.com, from what CC and he said that they like, no way, we're not
They have
getting
nothing
involved
to deal with that. Yeah, they don't
with
deal with it
stuff
at
or
all.
whatever.
I still
but
feel
those
like they
other
could be
two do.
used. Yeah, those other ones like have opt-in or out, like you're automatically in or you have to opt out. So
Yeah, I felt a little better about that, and then to find out that it's actually not even any of those 2 anyways. They send the SNPs to the GEDMatch, and that's the actual database that they look through and that they're using.
GEDMatch, yeah.
IGG. So
That
I
was-
mean that it kind of like, I was weary at first about it, but then I was kind of, after I heard all that stuff, I'm like, oh well, yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. It doesn't prove innocent or guilt. It doesn't do any of that. It's just another investigative tool, just like
the lead generator. Yeah.
On the ground, you know, going knocking door to door around the crime, you know, like they probably did. Like they found that one guy that lived next door or whatever. Remember, they were all over him for a while. Reddit was, anyways. You know, just another
the
lead
law
that
student.
Yeah. And then the other dude that they got swatted the day and got killed. Bryan.
Oh, Yeah, that
th-
other
that
Brian.
that guy too. I mean, it's just there's just a lot of
Copenhagen
stuff.
or something. Yeah, there's a whole thing. Brett Copenhagen, Brett
Yeah,
guy. That's a whole other conspiracy theory that they think that that's. I don't know. I mean, there's like a lot that goes into all of that. But like, yeah, I don't know. I mean,
yeah. It's just
anything's a
another. Like, I'm just
possibility.
saying,
Yeah.
it's another lead, that they can look at. Like not
Yeah.
conspiracy wise, but if he was connected to that area at any time during that, then yeah, I'd look at him. Or if he was doing something, look, yeah, you got to look at him. It's just investigative
Yeah.
tool.
Jenny said, yeah, also Family Tree DNA is the other one. GEDMatch and Family Tree DNA are the two that they use. I think on Family Tree
Okay.
DNA, you're automatically in. And I think on GEDMatch, you have to check to be in. Is that right, Jenny? I think that's what they were saying. But they're both like databases, but they don't have nearly as many people as 23andMe and Ancestry.com because they're like, what would be the reason? Like, that's what that defense attorney was saying on that
Yeah.
panel podcast that we saw. She's like, well, I would never like tell my clients to ever like opt into any of these sites because it could be used against you, like which happened to people. Like remember she said somebody like opted in and then was like arrested for like something. And she didn't even know she was opted in to help find
Yeah,
like,
she had put it in her 23andMe or whatever to do her thing, and then next thing she knows, she did a burglary, and they like 3 years later,
yeah,
her DNA matched what they found for the burglary, and she got busted. She actually did it. But yeah,
yeah.
she was mad, but she's fighting it because she was saying she wasn't aware of either having to opt in or
See,
out or whatever the
See,
thing was.
that's the whole thing then about like this 23andMe and Ancestry. Like there could be like, and I don't know if the defense is getting to this or I'm like just inferring it. There could be some stuff that's going on there. There could be that they are using they're using backdoors and these other huge, because like think about it. If you're like an investigator and you're using like GEDMatch and there's like, I don't know the numbers, but say like 300,000 people in those, and then there's 3 million people in like Ancestry Me. I'm just using these as complete examples. I have no idea how much is in either of them, but then like to say that there's like so many more and you would have such a bigger data pool and your research would be so much more efficient if you were able to use those 23andMe and Ancestry.com. And don't you think what cops do, like don't you think, and it's so easy to go in there anonymously and drop like a profile in there, like I just feel like how could they not be
Yeah.
using it? I don't know,
Well,
but that's just me. I don't know. And
exactly.
FBI,
Well, that's why the defense probably is going after it so hard, and they want the records of what they did to get there, so that they're like
right?
maybe that's why they don't want to give it up because they did use something like that, and they can't show how they got there by just using the other two and not with
Yep,
adding the third party one that they
exactly.
shouldn't have been
Yeah.
using. I understand that. I could see that.
I mean, they could
Um,
even use that, but then use the other one. Do you know what I mean? Like, kind of like fill in the gap. I don't
after
know.
the fact,
Just think about it, like, or like use both. Like, officially use GEDMatch or Family Tree DNA, but then I don't know if this is
well,
possible.
yeah,
I'm just thinking as like science, like get data points from 23andMe and Ancestry on the down low. I'm just like, this is all allegedly, I'm just like talking out of my ass, but like, and use some of those data points, right? For GEDMatch's Family Tree Me. Is that possible, Jenny? I don't know. Like, is that like like, I'm sure that only could help, right? I don't know. Like, there's
well,
ways
she said
around the
it.
system, I think with an investigative tool like that and with one thing that has all this extra data in there, you're going to think that these investigators are going to want like access to that bigger data set, right? I don't know. That's just me thinking, it's very interesting. It's like really interesting, this stuff to me, because you are like, but then there's like the NSA and like they're spying on us anyway. They're looking at us. They're looking at our emails, our search histories. Like, what if they were like using our DNA from these sites, like to help solve crimes? I don't think that'd be the worst thing in the world, but it could be the worst thing in the world if you're Bryan Kohberger and your defense team is onto it, right? That's all,
It could
right?
be
I
if
don't
you're a
know.
criminal and a shady type character. You know what I mean? Like, if you're one of those people that makes their way in life being criminal style, then
Yeah, you're not gonna
these
like
types of
that.
databases
Yeah.
aren't for you. But I personally, I don't have a problem with any of it. I honestly don't.
Yeah. She
It,
said,
They are desperate. Jenny said they are desperate to get into those big databases, but they won't allow it. But like, could the FBI be using like a back door, like some, but it's illegal then. But there seems to be
What if they're
something
using a
illegal
third-party
happening.
consultant? Okay, what if they're using a third-party consultant so that person uses those two sites that the FBI can't use, and they bring their data and have them compare it to a third party? You know what I mean? Does that make sense? How I explained it?
Yeah. Yeah. I just feel like I don't know. I just feel like if it's right there and it's this like huge, you know, like you said, like I'm sure they're desperate. It's like such a big database, you know. You couldn't use it as evidence exactly, but in the end, you really don't need this DNA as evidence unless it's used to like get search warrants along the way, right? Like they said that, like unless like this piece of was used to further along him as a suspect instead of like making an eyewitness DNA. If like IGG was used as a lead generator, but does it matter because at the end they did a familial DNA with the father and they got the same match. That's what Nancy Grace
Well,
was
and
saying.
let's
There's
not
two DNA
forget,
matches.
there was an eyewitness. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, she could have done a line, like that's what they were saying. Like the lawyers that I listened to at the beginning, this were saying that like the eyewitness kind of had to happen for them to get like cell phone. Like I didn't understand that, you know, like I don't know, like I'm not a lawyer, I don't know. Like, and when I learned that, I'm like, wow. So like they needed that to get there. So what if they use this to get, you know, that's how I am thinking. What if they use this if it's easier?
Well, and what if frogs had
They
wings?
have to submit saliva to Ancestry. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
And what if
Also, what do you think LA would do if they can't say they have it? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I mean, I feel like there's just like, I don't know, like they were kind of alluding to this on like Gray Use because they had these people from like something Finder. I forget what it was called, but they also are genetic genealogists and they were saying that there could be backdoors they're the ones that brought it up and put it in my head, like that there could be like them using these backdoors to some of these Ancestry, maybe not needing saliva. That's the only thing I can think of, you know what I mean? Because it's just like such a new kind of, you know, newer kind of investigative tool and not regulated. There's no, you know what I mean? So there might be ways around it. That's all, you know, it's just interesting to me.
Didn't Jenny say it was like it was such a small percentage that opted in for it was like 30%
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
opted in to be in this GEDMatch and stuff. So it wasn't like like you're saying, it's such a small selection of what they really could have. I mean, and does Jenny? She probably knows Cece more than, right? I'm guessing she knows who
Yeah.
that
I think
is.
she said she's heard of her. Yeah.
Yeah.
And she said she's
Yeah.
much more like a TV personality, like, and like she said, like you don't have to. There's no like certification. There's no like course that you take to like study, you know, to become like an expert in this. You have to become an expert in this, right?
And Jenny did say so, and I believe Cece said it too when the video that we're gonna watch. But so basically, they have to send that to a third party company to get the SNP or whatever
Yeah.
it's called
Yeah. That's
out to
like,
be able to put it in the GEDMatch, right? To be
yeah.
able to use it for what they do for. So like, so the people that opt in, so they're sending each one of their samples to a third party company to come up with that to send it to GenMatch every time. Is that how it's working? I mean,
What
you
do you
would
mean?
think that
Like,
would get expensive, right? Or do the consumer pay for that if they opt in? Is there an
oh, I
extra
think it's just,
charge?
I think if you, you mean like if you opt in, yeah, I don't, that's a good question.
I
Like,
didn't
how do
pay
you,
anything extra and I opted in and didn't opt out on anything else.
Yeah, but I was just asking it as far. I believe that they just don't grab the. It's not just the DNA. They just don't take this DNA sample. It
no,
needs
it's a
to
SNP.
be broken
Yeah.
down by another company or
Yeah.
someone
A
else.
SNP.
Another company, lack of a better word, because she said only
Yeah.
a few companies
A
can
third
do it.
party. Yeah.
Yeah, third party,
Yep.
and then they take that and then they put it into there. So they take a piece or whatever
The
that they
SNP.
need
Yeah.
from that.
It's like a certain part of a DNA, or like what certain, I forget what the SNIP, it stands for something, the SNP thing.
they
And
can
it's
upload
different than
files from the
autosomal, I
delay.
think. Yeah, so you
Wait,
could like I went on to GEDMatch to look and see, and yeah, I think you could like go to 23andMe. I mean, who's gonna? I don't know how people would know to do this, but you can get your like DNA, and then you could upload it to GEDMatch if you want. Like I guess people like upload it to different things to see if you wanna. You know, you can find different things. Like say you're looking for your birth mother, you know, you might want to be like uploading that to every possible. You know, like if 23, you know, if 23andMe, maybe that's why you
yeah, because they're
would.
not connected to each other, right? As far as we know. 23andMe and
No.
Ancestry.com, the LDS has their own little system that they do.
Yeah.
So like they're not connected. I mean, I'm sure. Whoa, was that me?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, that was
So
me. That was me. I'm sorry.
no problem. I was just freaking me out. I was like, whoa. But yeah.
Oh
So
wait, I think my like my earbud thing
it would make
isn't
sense that
connected.
you would want to spread it around, and that I mean, honestly, that's a good point by the defense to bring that up because they're like, you really think you got it out of that one little snit? You know what I mean? There's, what if you would have looked? I don't know. It just seems like there is something there, but
Oh,
at the end of it all, it matched. So they
did you
started
see LDS
ancestry.
started? Wow, that's crazy. That makes sense. So is there another one or is that it? Is that their only? Do they have like their own database as well? Because
Oh
weren't
yeah,
they
they got
talking
a
about?
private. I'm sure they got a
Uh-huh.
private one. They have that's like the public version of it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, me and the voice were talking about that earlier. My grandmother was doing
Oh
genealogy
yeah.
50 years ago because I grew up Mormon. So she was all into that, and she would have to travel different cities, different states. She like was into it, kind of like probably what Jenny and these people are doing now, but they got a little bit better of a database. They could stay at
Yeah.
home and look up the
Public
records,
records
public
Right.
online.
records online instead of having to go there. I'm sure they have to go in some places, you know,
Well,
to
back in the day, you didn't have any public
yeah.
records that were online because this is all pre-internet.
Newspapers and stuff. They would go to like obituaries, birth announcements,
Oh
right?
yes, they would go to the public libraries.
Go through
Yeah,
micro.
so there was a little
Microfiche.
film thing. Remember you put the little
Microfiche.
film in and turn it?
Yep,
Yep, microfiche.
What was
That's
it?
so fucking crazy.
It's called microfiche,
Fish.
Yeah.
not
Is that
microfish.
Fish.
Fiche.
Fiche.
Like fish head.
Thank you.
I just thought you were making fun of CM again.
No, it's microfiche.
Oh no, I literally don't have my teeth in. I wasn't making fun of Chris.
Oh no.
It's called microfiche.
Yeah.
And then it's a mimeography machine. That's the funny thing that printed it out, and it had this funny smell. God,
Weird smell. I remember that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I did a
It was always in
lot.
the back of the library, like in the back
Yep.
freaking corner, man, by
Yeah, see, Jenny
yourself.
still uses that all the time. That's
Oh,
interesting.
yeah. I use that a lot for like in the missing persons world. To go digging back to find family members, properties, deeds, things like that. God, I'm giving out my secrets now.
Oh.
Because
so
see,
cool.
ours in Wyoming, all the library systems are connected. So I can go up here and I can pull whatever you pull for microfiche, you can get it for the entire state.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
crap.
anyway.
That's awesome.
Yeah, mostly it's digitized. That's good. Did all that back. Oh, wow. So the LDS did a lot of the work to get everything digitized. That's cool.
Yeah, they were really into. I remember growing up. They were. It was like it was so crazy with genealogy. It was like I heard about that when I was like really young. So it's kind of interesting.
What was it?
Not even thinking about it for my whole life now. And then
yeah,
like I said, I didn't have to worry about it because my grandmother did all my family tree. You know what I mean? She went back pretty far. I think she went back then. She went back to like the 1700s or something. Even back then, it was pretty amazing.
Wow.
Well, and even back then, that because of your family being LDS, their roots were all rooted at like they would have all been rooted in the church. So the church kept their records, and that was
exactly. The one side was kind of from that little branch, and the other, it met another side that wasn't really with the LDS. So that is true. I mean, I'm sure that was easier for her to do that branch.
I can go back to the first family member on the man that raised me side of the family, because I have his last name. But I don't know anything about my biological. Like, that's why I've done all of these things so that I could find my biological family. Anyway, I can go back on that side of the family to when the first person came over from Ireland, because again, they all tied into LDS.
Nice. Yeah, she
Interesting.
mentioned that too. The CC Moore we're going to listen to. She mentioned that like sometimes, you know, if they're first generation here, it's a lot harder than if they're fourth generation here in the United States, you know, or in a state. I mean, it matters
Yeah.
from state to state too. And then like, you know, sometimes if you get the thing and it's Italian, you got to go all the way back to Italy, you know, like, and then you got to work with the records that they have there, you know what I mean? So like it's definitely an investigative. I mean, there's definitely an art to it. I would say, but it definitely makes it easier when you're so many generations are here in the United States or in a certain area or from a certain religion for that matter. When it comes to the LDS, all right. So let's listen to this. This is pretty interesting, everybody. I guess I'll explain what it is. It's what is this lady's name? Or it's not just lady. The Presumption Podcast. So they have this lady, CC Moore, on. She's the, for lack of a better term, the pharma's expert in IGG. She's solved over 200 cases supposedly. This is all allegedly. And she's just a very good genetic genealogist, and she kind of explains how it works. She has a little case study that she did where she actually found the murder of two Canadians that crossed the border in Washington, and they were found dead, and there was semen that was found in it was a brother sister couple.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah.
they found the semen inside her, and so they traced it back. And luckily, when they did the snip and everything, it came back to a first and second cousin. So the tree was very short. She shows with a diagram how it comes back and how they kind of did it from a shorter point, shorter perspective, you know, and then you can kind of go from there if you want to look at it like say it was a seven and a ninth cousin that came together to form the tree. Anyways, I'll let them explain it because she's much better than me at it. All right, here we go.
Anyway, stay with us. We'll be back with a great guest on all things IGG. Welcome back to The Presumption with Jim Griffin, Matt, and me. And today we are joined by CC Moore, the leading authority on investigative genetic genealogy, also known as IGG, which sounds like something out of a fertility clinic, but it's actually DNA related. CC, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. I'll just note that it's also called forensic genetic genealogy and forensic investigative genetic genealogy, but I do prefer the investigative GG.
Yeah, IGG.
You do the forensic investigative, then you got FIG though. I feel like that might be a little easier for people to remember.
That is what it seems to be morphing toward, but just so the audience understands, those are all the same thing, same technique. Yeah. We just haven't settled on the term yet.
Yeah, I feel like they should leave it at investigative and not forensic, even though it is kind of forensic. But then I think that leads to more of like this being a tip. This is an investigative tool more than a forensic tool. I mean, it is kind of forensic, but it kind of implies something a little bit different, in my opinion.
Yeah, I know what you
doesn't
mean.
mean nothing, but I like where they keep it at an investigative genetic genealogy instead of forensic. I saw that when I was looking for my thumbnail for this video today. I was like, yeah, I need a picture or something. Last time I used a DNA strand, and I was looking for something. I almost used a forensic one. I'm like, nah, everyone there, I know it as IGG, and it makes more sense that way to me.
Yeah.
So, for those of you who don't know Cece, as I said, she's a leading authority on IGG through collaboration with hundreds of investigative agencies across all 50 states, as well as other countries. She has led the Parabon Genetic Genealogy team to the unparalleled record of over 300 successful identifications of violent criminal suspects and unidentified decedents since 2018. That's like one per week, Cece, right? Average?
And we've stayed pretty consistent with that from the very beginning.
And Cece's work with law enforcement has led to cases where the suspect was identified through IGG and has led to 70 convictions of violent criminals so far. Now, what stood out?
I don't like where, I mean, I guess it did lead to 70 convictions, but I mean, like, just the way they state that, it's a little, it goes away from just an investigative tool. I don't know. They word it. That's why I think a lot of people are confused, and even the lawyers are trying to figure out the
Yeah.
wording thing on this. All this.
It's like new territory, I feel like. So I feel like
Yeah.
this is, yeah.
It's so new, you guys. They can't even decide on what they're going to be called.
Yeah, no, it's true, and
Right.
she explains it too, just like Jenny had explained before. There's no credited place that says, okay, yeah, you're doing a good job. And then we even talked about the units that they talk about, certain units. Cece says 20 is her limit. She won't go any lower than that. But there's been cases where they've gone to like 7 of these units, and they pointed towards a person, said, I think that's the guy, and it turned out not to be the guy. And sometimes it did turn out to be the guy, but she likes to leave her diagnosis, for lack of a better term, at 20 of these units, no lower than that, to kind of signify that more than likely is the person that you need to be investigating more of.
Hers is 8 CMs. And didn't you say before that, like, having like a like your mother link, it would be 3,500 or something? I think she was saying that CMs.
Yeah.
Like, as like a like a comparison, like how much you would need to, like, how much,
Yeah, she
down the
explains
chain.
it
Yeah.
better.
We can right now. Yeah.
But no, I know exactly. She does mention all that, and I forget how long this is. I'll try to let it run for a little bit though, and not interrupt. Here we go.
To me, about that part of your background, Cece, is that, or your record, I should say, is that typically IGG is used or has been used in cold cases. And I thought 70 convictions out of cold cases is a lot, right?
Yes, but they're not all cold cases. So
Okay.
a lot of people believe that the Kohberger case is the first time it was used in an active investigation. But I actually worked with Detective Josh Wilson out of St. George, Utah, on a rape and assault of an elderly woman in their community way back in the summer of 2018. And that rapist actually pled guilty. And he was the first person who was identified through investigative genetic genealogy in an active investigation.
And Cece's also been on PBS and ABC, where she's had a show. Earlier this year, you probably saw her a lot on news shows, just following Bryan Kohberger's arrest in Pennsylvania. Just a few questions before I turn it over to Jim. Jim is extremely skeptical. I'm very curious, and Matt is hesitant. Okay, just so you're prepared. And we have a lot to learn collectively from you. So
I've dealt with a lot of objections and privacy questions and things like that over the decade plus that I've been doing.
Well, yeah, and I'll be honest. Obviously, this is important. I mean, I don't think Jim has either. We've not had a genetic genealogy type of case where it's been the identification tool in our cases. So of course I want to use this to prepare myself for possible cross-examination in the future. But it's obviously something that is now more, like you said, prevalent in these active investigations, and important to know how it works, because when you talk to some traditional DNA experts, they say it's junk science, they say it's unreliable. It's like Ancestry and Me, and obviously there's more to it that you're gonna educate us on. What is the difference between
Yeah, so she says, obviously, a lot of people do call it junk science, but I don't understand why they do that. I mean, it's just a different way to get there. They're using basically DNA, and I believe other people have said that like 99% of our DNA is the same. It's that 1% or 2%, the last little bit that makes this individual that's separated, from the other people. So, anyways.
What you do in the genetic genealogy field and a traditional DNA or traditional DNA science, I should say.
So traditionally, law enforcement has used a STR profile. That's a short tandem repeat, and there's 20 genetic markers typically in those profiles. That is what's court admissible. That is what you use in the law enforcement databases when you're looking for that exact match, or if you're doing a familial search in the law enforcement databases where you're looking for a first-degree relative, parent, child, or a full sibling. Mm-hmm. Genetic genealogy is performed on voluntarily provided profiles. And that's what's very different, because with STR testing and the law enforcement databases, those are compelled DNA profiles. And so there's certain laws that would apply to that. In genetic genealogy, we're using a different type of genetic marker. It's called a SNP. SNP, single nucleotide polymorphism. And we look at almost 1 million of those across the genome in order to create the file that is then uploaded to the 2 databases that have agreed to work with law enforcement. And those are GEDMatch and FamilyTreeDNA. So everyone in those databases has been notified and been given the opportunity to opt in or opt out of their DNA being used for this purpose. And those are the 2 smallest databases in the field. So there's over 40 million people who have taken direct-to-consumer DNA tests. And there's a big misconception that law enforcement can compare against all of those. But Ancestry DNA, 23andMe.
So it's only if they opt in.
Yes, but
well, why would they opt in? Why would anybody opt in?
Well, let me quickly make the point that we can't use Ancestry DNA.
That lawyer is so funny. Why would anybody opt in?
She's like, a defense lawyer. Yeah.
I know. I mean, she makes it sound. CC makes it sound like, well, it's for the good of the world, They're like, he's like, why would they do that? That's stupid.
This lawyer is like, everybody opt out, opt out. She's pretty much said
somebody.
Yeah, CC's like cringe right now. She's like, no, stop! You're gonna make everyone not want to do it now.
Well, but somebody like me that's looking to see if there's other, because my mother is gone.
Well, yeah. Well, you have. You're using it for a tool, but like any other person,
she logged in, or she opted in.
See,
and
people
I've also seen Ancestry work.
Well, they explain. She explains it pretty good about the. There's a lot of Jane Does and John Does out there, and it's just helping to solve a lot of those things. I mean, you could have. Excuse me, you can have people that have been adopted or abandoned. They don't know.
Well, and that's exactly what I was just going to say. Growing up, we had a family member who they had a teen pregnancy, and one side of the family was ready to raise it. The other side of the family said no. And so the baby was given up for adoption. And so through Ancestry, our stuff was already out there. And when the adopted baby took because he always knew he was adopted, when he took a DNA test and he took an Ancestry test, we developed a new leaf on our family tree. And then we found the child that was made to be given up. And so he's since passed away, but we were able to reunite him with his mother, his father, and his other siblings that are here.
Yeah. Well, that I because you're wanting to like figure out.
Jenny opted out.
Yeah, I can't believe that's awesome.
What
interesting. What's that about, Jenny?
Yeah, what's going on? She already checked out her family. She's like,
She said there's moral issues that she deals with. Remember? And she I don't know, philosophical issues with everything. I mean, I don't know. I feel like there is a lot more to this than just, you know what I mean? I mean, like I don't think I would, I would never be doing a DNA test as it is. You know what I mean? But I get like why people do it. And I get why, like, if you do it, then why doesn't everybody? I mean, not you can't just put everybody's in, but it would make sense to have like access to it because it's such a useful tool. And like you're not really like exposed if you're just helping as a part of the tree. You know what I mean? You're really just a data point.
Oh,
You know what I
wow.
mean?
That's right. I remember Jenny saying that before. There was a
What?
girl
What'd you
that got
say?
arrested. A girl got arrested for abortion using the DNA.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
My DNA. That's a
See?
company, I guess.
Hmm.
Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, there is. I remember her saying that in the last live we did when she was trying to explain this to us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not that that's funny, but her trying to explain it to us.
She said she doesn't want her cousin arrested for shoplifting 20 years ago, etc. Yeah. I mean, that's like the dilemma that people have. Like, if you, like, you don't want to be the reason why one of your, like, you know, cousins or, you know, somebody gets like hauled off to jail for something stupid or something. You know, I don't know, whatever it is. You know what I mean? I get it.
They're saying that about Bryan, like, oh, we don't want to release his hundreds of relatives that we used to find him, It's like, well, what happens if it was his sister? Wouldn't he already know? Wouldn't his sister or his dad or his mom or, someone in his immediate family say, yeah, I took my shit into 23andMe and I didn't opt out, or you think
I'm
he would
almost
already know?
That's a rumor.
So that's why
I'm
he.
That was a rumor. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I want to say it was. Dude, I think it was on Dateline.
Yeah,
And
stupid Dateline.
I think because she was on Dateline, and I'm almost positive it was on Dateline, and it was either his sister or an aunt that didn't opt out. And
I've heard sister. I've
I
heard
think
sister, but I thought that was a rumor too. I take a lot of shit as rumors. I'm like, I'm not trusting anything until I see like proof of that. Cause like, I mean, that could be like easily like leaked because it's a sister,
Well,
but
look at like Rowena. She opted her husband in, probably didn't opt herself in. So maybe she's trying to get rid of her husband, clearing the closet, making sure he didn't do nothing bad in the past. If he did, he's out of here,
What are you up to, Rowena? You're up to no good again.
Yeah. You think you find it, you put your nipple guard in there so you can find it when you lose it.
See, Jenny is saying I wouldn't be surprised if the match was that close. Me neither. I think it was like super close match, and I think that they got him before they got to anything else. I maybe the Elantra and maybe like a rough year, but I feel like they got to so much more once they got him. So and that it's like it could have been right away. If it was his sister that opted into like a GEDMatch, it could have been like that. They could have put it in, could have spit it right out that day. Like instantly, boom. If it was like a sister, I think that would take like 45, wouldn't take a long time to figure that one out, right? That's crazy. Y'all still live? Yeah.
Yeah, we're still here.
We're still here talking about the same thing.
We were finally getting to the IGG. The first 4 hours was nothing.
I feel like we finally understand it.
Dumber.
Thank God for Jenny. Oh my gosh. She's like,
yeah, no, she definitely, I went into it with a lot of knowledge, more than thank God I did that, because it would have took me forever to figure this, I still but it made a little bit more sense with her. And I just found that it eased me a little bit in my thoughts about it's just an investigative tool. She made, even Cece kind of, when she talked about it in this video, she's like, hey, look, it's just an investigative tool. I never even been to court. I've been asked that I might have to go to court, but once the judge sees it and it's just an investigative tool, then I don't come there and testify about the actual snip or snoop or whatever it's called that take away. Hey, they don't talk about that. There's nothing to talk about. She's like, I can tell you how I got there and that whole scenario or how we got, but like it could have just been Kohberger name and followed the men all the way down the line. That would have been an easy one to kind of do too. Hey, is there someone in the area named Kohberger? Oh my God, we got someone at Washington State University. That would have been an easy, quick fix or a quick hit, like the sister, if the sister would have turned it in. Do you think that they're just hiding it? I mean, I just feel like if it was the sister or was an immediate family, they would have said something. They wouldn't have mentioned hundreds of family members that we went through to find them, kind of
Well, it's
deal.
from the defense. That was like a motion from the defense. So think about it. They're gonna like make it seem as like they're gonna make it as
Yes.
pro defense as possible. So they're not gonna like include things that might look good for the prosecution. They're gonna probably put in things that are gonna, right, like the wording, the lawyering
no,
part. Yeah.
yeah.
Fucking lawyers. Just kidding. I'm just joking.
Yeah, because no, I see that because they were like, yeah, you should have about 1,000 names that you went through at the very least to find this guy if it wasn't the sister or the dad that put it in DNA.
No, I'm almost positive that in some of that paperwork, sorry, I just realized I wasn't unmuted when I turned back around. I'm almost positive in some of that paperwork or in one of the 2020 48 hours, one of those, it talked about, because this person was on there, the CC Moore was on there talking about the genetic profile.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, yeah, exactly. And then Jane just made a great point. It's like, what are they going to call you up and be like, hey, I'm just here. I'm just talking about some genealogy, blah, 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 blah. And you figure you're talking to someone and you don't realize that they're doing an investigation trying to figure out who the killer of, someone down the road was, or, someone in another city you might have been a part of,
Yeah, there are no limits as of yet. That's the whole thing. It's not regulated. There's no like course that you take that would have like the morals, like it would have like all the other like like a program that makes, you know what I mean, so that there could be like consistency across the board in the whole, and there isn't. But there's people like Cece who I think is it sounds like she's kind of pushing the limits to and being a little bit more aggressive as far as in the crime world, right?
She looks at it like she doesn't look at it from any other thing. Like we're helping Jane Does and John Does find their families or find a resolution to, stuff like that, or putting a criminal where they belong behind bars. You know what I mean? They're not getting away with it. In her eyes, that's how she looks at it, which is fine. That's a great way to look at it. But you got to look at everything. I mean, that's kind of a little narrow-minded to me, and like Rowena, or I'm sorry, Jenny brought up that with the whole arresting a lady for abortion, some people believe in abortion, some don't. That's a whole other moral issue that you're going to struggle with. And who's us, and that's maybe she agrees the other way, so that was a problem for her. I could see it from both points of view, but yeah, Cece definitely, I think she's pushing it more like, hey, I'm good at this. I've been doing this for a while before it even became mainstream.
Hold on.
And
if some young girl is using your DNA to get an abortion,
no, it wasn't hers. It was from My DNA, the company. She turned in her DNA, and someone, I guess, put in a sample of the aborted baby or something and found the
into
DNA.
My DNA. Yeah. The name of the company was My DNA.
Yeah, it wasn't her. Yeah, no, that freaked me out at first too when I first read it. I was like, oh, wait, no, okay, that's the company. It made sense.
I was super confused, so that's why I'm like, I'm gonna need clarification. I'm sorry.
There is a lot of ethics.
If she looked up that DNA and found that girl was the mother of that child, but didn't know it was an aborted child, and they were going to arrest her for that, then you know what I mean. If you believe in abortions, if she had the right to do that, then that was the moral issue.
They found the remains of the pregnancy in a public toilet, Jenny said.
Yeah, it was so. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I've looked at the story, but.
Yeah. No, I mean, same kind of, yeah. I mean, that makes sense.
I didn't really want to say all that stuff, but go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Hey. I'm just playing, man.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Shambles. Paging shambles.
I'm like, I'll read it. I'll read it out right from the chat. That's okay. I'll say
You're funny. You're good. You're good. All right. We'll continue on because this is a little bit. They actually asked some good questions. The guy Jim Griffin, I guess he's a lawyer. He asked some pretty good questions and about morals and ethical and stuff. And she gives her opinion on what she feels and what she does. But like I said, she's only looking at it from Jane and John Doe and putting criminals away. She's not looking at like the abortion thing or anything like that.
So, yeah.
And
do you know who this Jim Griffin?
Oh no, who what?
Oh no, because some independent thinker and people in chat were like, Jim Griffith is on. Like they know who this lawyer is.
Apparently
Jim
they know
Griffith.
who he is.
Oh,
Okay,
really?
could you tell us who it is in chat? Thank you. Go on. Sorry.
Yeah, let us know. Yeah, I've been a trooper today, True Texan. I've been everywhere. But yeah. No, I at least jump in everyone's live stream or their videos. I like to just at least leave a comment or click on it, give it a thumbs up if you know.
Oh,
just
he's
to
from
support everybody.
Murdaugh. He's from Murdaugh.
Oh, okay. I knew he looked familiar too.
Oh, he's actually a Murdaugh attorney, huh? Oh, that's
Jim
great.
Griffin. Duh. I mean, just see. Duh. Okay. Duh. I remember that
Yeah,
name
well,
now.
he actually, that's probably why you asked good questions. Didn't they use some form of DNA or this over
Yes.
there? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Or there was they definitely used like the cast stuff, right? Oh yeah, there was DNA on that shirt, but I don't think that went in, right? Interesting.
Oh,
Yeah,
all
Murdaugh.
the
Everyone,
sponsors
Murdaugh.
are here.
Murdaugh. I'm like, oh duh, yeah.
we're like, who?
We're like, who is this guy again? He looks
I
familiar.
honestly
Yeah.
didn't even look at that trial twice. I don't know why. I just didn't really.
It's Jim Murdaugh, Ellie. Remember Murdaugh?
All right, here we go.
Because they have terms of service that bar law enforcement's use. So it's really important for people to understand that. Now, why would people opt in? Because they think it is a good thing that violent criminals are being identified and that unidentified human remains are also being identified, and resolution and answers are being given to these families. And so these are people that have clearly thought this through, and it's something they want to actively support.
Oh, damn
Oh,
it.
your pause game.
I messed up all my crap. Yeah, no, that's where she's kind of, I don't want to say holier than thou, but yeah, I just like that. I don't know. She talked for everyone that opted in. You know what I mean? And put them in that category. I don't think that's why everyone did it, but that's great that she believes that, and I'm sure a lot of people did do it for that reason. I just
Yeah.
I don't know why. I love this lady. She was great. She explains everything great. Just certain things like that, it kind of rubbed me the wrong way. You know, it's same as the lawyer Sarah lady. She kind of rubbed me the wrong way when she was saying, "You want to do that?" You know, it's like, well, you know, you didn't even think about it for a second before you said that. But anyways, all right.
Wait, is this the guy that was also in the backseat of the cop car?
Jim? Oh, like on the that body like
yeah.
on the
Yeah.
Oh. Chat, let us know.
Oh yeah, he is a friend, they said. So it might have been him.
Was he like he's like the I thought okay.
Maybe I'm confused. I might be confused. No, that old guy was more, I could say he was more sweaty. Oh, I am right. Oh my God. Yahtzee.
Well, see, CC on opting in. I mean, I may have read something incorrectly, but what I read is that FamilyTreeDNA, they opt you in automatically, and so you
That's
have
right.
to,
I was
you have
careful
to,
with my wording. I said you're given the opportunity to opt in or out, which is true, but the two databases handle it differently. At GEDMatch, you have to actively opt in. You have to check a box that says police. At FamilyTreeDNA, all U.S. residents are automatically opted in, and they have the opportunity to opt themselves out. So it's a different system.
That's consistent with what I've read. Is the genealogy based DNA is it all mitochondrial DNA as opposed to?
It's autosomal DNA, which is the type of DNA you inherit from all of your ancestral lines. We can also see any shared X chromosome DNA, which can be useful if we're trying to identify a male, since at X DNA only comes through his mom's side. So it's almost exclusively autosomal DNA. There are times where we might look at the mitochondrial DNA or the Y DNA to see if it's consistent between two people, but the vast majority of our work is done with the autosomal DNA analysis.
And one of the other things I've read is that the genealogy DNA lab director at the FBI, for example, advocates not disclosing the use of this science in court, that they relied upon it to identify a suspect, perhaps like in the Kohberger case, but they're taking great pains to hide the fact that they relied upon this technique.
See, that's a big question
Yeah.
right there.
Well, no, and she explains this really, really well right here. I feel like she answers this question and she kind of puts that all to rest and explains it how it's just an investigative tool, and how she's never been to court to testify, because when the judge sees it, he realizes that it's not a definitive guilty or innocence with this information. It's not like the actual straight DNA or whatever it's called. I forget what it's called, but the actual DNA that the 5 trillion match that it did. It's not that kind of DNA. Yeah, it's a different kind of DNA, as she said. So that's what
Autosomal
they're
instead
trying.
of mitochondrial. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
they're
it's
trying to.
autosomal.
So basically, the defense is saying, look, it's DNA. Oh, but it should be 100%. You should have this.
But there are 5 types.
But it's different kinds of what she's using. It's not that familial DNA where it shows, or the mitochondrial where it shows, your individual imprint or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't matter. It's just the mother's side compared
But
to
you can use the autosomal to get to the mitochondrial.
Yeah, because
That's
everybody
kind of
has
DNA,
parts of that.
because I think this is the difference between spirals and rods in your DNA, because DNA is built up of 2 different, like there's spirals and rods, and then there's 5 different types of DNA, and you can use your autosomal. God, my God, you guys are taking me back to fucking nursing school. Give me just a second. I know this. Because then there's 5 types, and then like you can use that. What they're using is the familial history line, which is all of your ancestors, which is essentially what you had described it as earlier, Packless.
I got you. Yeah, it's like it's not that individual one that separates us all. It's all the ones that we have and everybody has, and they use ones that are more bunched up for certain groups of people, for lack of a better, like Italians or Germans or whatever, stuff like that. They use that. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's autosomal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Autosomal is what
But the defense is looking at it, and they're like, well, it's DNA. They're being layman about it. Like it's DNA. It's supposed to be 100%. 99.9999%. Trillion match. Or, it couldn't be no one else. And that's how they're kind
But
of
it was
at it.
See, in Kohberger's, they're looking for the loophole, but they actually did the checks and balances in the math process, and that's what they're bitching about. It's like, because they went one out farther than the suspect, and they were able to make his own DNA point to him. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Well, that was this is like the lead generator, which could have led to other things, I think.
Yeah,
But
I'm sorry. Jenny was saying it's not the cell nucleus. It's it's everything else. It's not.
Yeah, the nucleus is the mitochondria. The energy is the mitochondria, and then everything else is the autosomal.
Yeah. So it is not in your genes. I gotcha. It's the cell energy maker. All right. Yeah, I really don't know much about it. I just know that it's not DNA as everyone thinks. Hey, yeah, it's his DNA. There's a 99.9% billion chance that it's his and no one else's kind of deal. And I think that's how they're kind of looking at it. And like you said, there's no specs, or there's nothing that is out there that they can actually look at and be like, okay, this has been certified or whatever. It's just a bunch of different people, doing their thing.
But there is a science to it, though, at the same time,
which
makes it so interesting, I think, because it's not like regulated, but it seems to be such a science, right? Yeah.
Well, Jenny was saying
I have some weird feeling that like church and sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
Why do I have some weird feeling that somewhere in here, some lawyer's going to use like church and state separation? Because
there's like
somehow they're going to
privacy
be
things.
some,
Yeah.
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 Because like it was gathered, a lot of this was gathered via use of religion. If that makes sense, a lot of the information was gained because of where you
The
attended
database you're
church.
talking about in
Yeah, the
general?
beginning of the databases.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
I think that's why they have it separate, and they're not allowing everything to be used because
that disclaimer you're talking about.
This is kind of new. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So you can't. A lot of things they grandfather it in, you know, in a lot of cases for a lot of things, but this it's probably a violation of some kind of rights or something. So they can't really grandfather it in at this point when it comes to you know your DNA. So that's why I think they're having a lot of hard time getting these other companies that probably started before to opt into this. But I mean, you figured the church. I mean, is the church one, the LDS one, is that one of the ones that they use, or that's not one
That
they
became,
use?
and they sold it, I think, and it became Ancestry.com, the
Gotcha. And
LDS
they
one.
still have, but I thought they still have one that like an original
They have their.
database.
I think you were saying, Voices, that you think that they have their own one as well, right? Search and plate doesn't apply to government, not forensics. Okay, applies to government, not forensics. Yeah, the church
But
and
you're
state,
using it in a court of law. Isn't that government?
Well,
I'm not trying to be difficult.
really.
I'm just I mean, for me, you're taking science gained from the church, and then the state is the prosecutor. Well, even so, it's information that if you wouldn't have gone to a church, they wouldn't have known about that. You know what I mean? I don't know. I was just, who is Karen? She's a fish. Okay.
Yeah, they're not going to use the DNA from this genealogical investigative. They're going to use it from the swab and from the father and the familial. You know, that's why like Nancy Grace was kind of confusing things before and saying, oh, there was two DNA there was two sources of DNA, which there is in a way, but it was just confirmed with that other, from the swab they took of him, and they match it to the garbage and back to the knife, right? It's like
Yeah, it was a
that
double
way.
confirmation of the
Right.
DNA of the nice sheet. They just have it. You know, they have the 5.37 octrillion match from his swab.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like 90 trillion or whatever it is that the DNA that they got from the trash is the father of the DNA, whoever the father of the person that left the DNA on the nice sheet. So it's like a double confirmation there. And she made it seem like they have two separate DNAs, and it's just kind of silly.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't think there's any doubt that I mean, as far as we know, there's no bullshit going on, and they released the records. They did everything right as far as the packaging, the testing, the chain of command. If they did all that right and they show that, then there shouldn't be a problem. It was his DNA on the knife sheet. It was his DNA confirmed through the other two tests. It's not like it's another smoking gun or something. It's just a verification that that's what it is.
Yeah.
All right.
Damn, my brain hurts from this conversation.
Jenny is smart, man. She has a whole bunch of degrees. She was a pharmacist before she even started the other stuff. So yeah, I guess that's the way to go. You kind of learn about all that stuff first, and then you go into the, you learn about the elements and the different
because you need all that information to like even do this. Like you need these degrees and other things, I feel like, to go into such a special, even though there's no certification, there's no like specific path to get there. These people get there, right? Because it's like they're interested in it, and
They're pioneers in this field.
Yeah, that's even what Cece says in this. She's like, I don't have a degree in this. There's no way to get a degree in this. I just have been doing it for a long time, and it's a investigative tool. It's just her being a nosy neighbor. Like looking up the information. Going to the public records, and it's all out there. It's not like they're they're getting it from a secret, vault somewhere. It's all public information. You just have to know how to take all their information and make it fit to what you're doing.
Think even back, I've been out of high school almost 30 years. Next year will be 30 years. Okay, so I graduated in 94. And even back then, I can remember girls, and when we got into high school, because I didn't grow up with religion, but a lot of my friends were LDS. And so Wednesday nights, a lot of the moms would bring their daughters and they would bring it to genealogy club. And this was an actual activity that we would do. And we would research other people's families to get them, like somebody would come in with a request and we would all work on it.
Oh, that's awesome. That's cool.
Somebody would have a family member who was down at, I want to say it's like Deseret News or Deseret Industries, something with that. And they would be able to go into the big archive and fulfill the requests. So, I mean, even back then in the 90s, that was still a thing. I don't know if it, like now that it's more a digital world, so I don't know how that works, and given that the LDS sold their mainstream one that, and turned it into Ancestry.
They're cracking a little bit. It's not too bad. It's a little tiny bit.
I'm about ready to get off here anyway, so
fine.
I know I'm gonna go lay down. I'm gonna listen on my phone, but I feel like a nap, and I guess if I feel like a nap, I need to go take a nap.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, voices coming up here.
You guys have a great night. You guys have a great
You too.
I'll talk to you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, voices.
Bye. Yeah. All right. Let's get through this.
Okay.
Yeah, I hit this damn thing, so now I got 6 different tabs on six different windows. I'm using I don't have a key. I'm just using my laptop mouse. I don't have my regular mouse or anything.
You're doing good. You're doing good.
Oh, there it is. All right, here we go.
Technology. Why is that?
So to my knowledge, that is a mischaracterization of the policy. They don't want it being brought into court because it's not evidence against somebody. It doesn't prove anyone committed a crime. It's just considered a tip or a lead generator. And so they don't use it in their warrants. So to my understanding, the FBI has been recommending that it's not used in a warrant. It's never used as the basis for an arrest, to charge anyone, or to compel DNA collection.
Yeah. Oh, shit. God damn it.
What happened?
Oh, shit. I didn't know I was still off mute. Yeah, I was going to say.
A hot mic moment. Oh, shit. What the fuck?
Everyone's like, what happened? But that's what she's saying. I mean, but that's weird because she's saying this right now. That's why they didn't use the warrant, but they did. What was it? The probable cause they used it in, but they were like, don't use it in case it doesn't get.
Yeah.
That's things. So that's kind of weird.
That's what that lawyer keeps. It was like that Andrea Burkhart. I keep talking about her, but she's the one. Like she brought that up again when I watched her a few times this week. She was on like Pascal's show and like Kate Law, and she was talking about it, and she keeps going back to that disclaimer, which she thought at the time was very strange. She's like a defense attorney, so I feel like she just knows what to look for, and she does like appeals. Like she works with appeals, so she is like has like a certain kind of eye, I feel like, when she looks at things. And she I think it's really interesting because she went right to that as being like a source of something illegal, maybe to deal with that that Brady violation for one of the first officers that were on the scene, like Sleuthy Goosey, who's all over this Bryan Kohberger case. She has like ideas about this Brady violation. Did you hear about that? Remember? And so that's like, I think also part of this. A big part of it is part of like, say like one of those first officers at the scene who is being like investigated, like is the one that like collects.
That's crying.
What?
They were asking whose baby was crying. That's Willow.
Oh, Willow. Yeah. She's
baby
like,
girl.
pay attention to me. Yeah. You know what I mean? So I don't, yeah. I don't.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I fucked y'all.
Oh, no. You fucked me.
I just saw. I was like, yeah, I heard I was like, oh, Mama's excited.
Willow, yeah. I know. If I make my voice like changes like in tone sometimes, she totally just reacts. Isn't it funny? Dogs are so funny how they react to us, you know?
Yeah, but exactly. I mean, that was as soon as everyone saw that, they were like, I mean, I remember that from the beginning when we saw the thing. They're like, okay, we're saying this, but we're not going to use it. Just don't.
Yeah.
Don't
It's
use
like
this
fruit
to
from the
find a
poisonous
warrant.
tree.
Yeah,
Yeah.
don't use this because it might get thrown out, but we're gonna put it in there just so you can hear we got some DNA in this case. You know, that's kind of shitty, dude. I mean, really, when you think about it, but you know, did the judge not look at that at all? Did he not take that into evidence? Was he able to put it, you know, look away from it and sign the affidavit and the arrest warrant without looking at that? I mean, I could see where it could be a little bit of a problem with that.
Yeah. It seems like
And
that's
especially
like
with her
where it
saying,
started.
yeah,
Yeah.
her saying it's never used an arrest warrant. It's never used, you know, it's just a tip. It's just a tip. And they kind of said that with the FBI. They're like, yeah, the FBI is not going to give up their information about the IGG. All they did is generate a tip, and they said, hey, they gave it back to us and said, hey, you guys need to look at this guy. He could be possibly involved. So investigate him. That was, you know what I mean? That's how
Yeah.
they kind of looked at it. But to put it in the, what was it in the warrant or
It was in the
arrest?
warrant for Pullman for his Washington apartment, but it didn't
Yeah.
say, it was talking about the swab, and it was talking about them getting the from the father. You know, it was talking about that process, but it
Gotcha.
being in there in general is what is the thing. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. Like that, I think that, I don't know. I think it has something to do, or that could be also from like how whoever collected that, because that's where they're going to say, like, they could say
Yeah.
it was planted, right? Like that's a
Well, if you have
possibility.
it, well, if one of those cops had planted something before, or there was a thought and they went through some kind of accusation of that, I mean, that could throw some reasonable doubt in there for a
Yep.
juror. They only need one juror to have one reasonable doubt. That's it. So, I mean, they're just throwing everything, you know, that they can, which is what they should do. And there is some, I mean, it's kind of a lot of people are like, oh, this is going to be the biggest case since, you know, OJ or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that's what a lot of these people are saying on YouTube. I don't feel that way, but I feel like there could be some precedent. I can't even say the word. God damn it.
Yeah.
In
President.
this
Like that's
case.
that in this case with this stuff, if it comes to that, I don't, you know what I mean? Like if it is if they generated, like just say that they did have his name first, like say they put it in even to GEDMatch, not even like another one of these, you know, like we're saying, like a backdoor from one of these other ones, just regular old like legal way, and got a hit right away, and then backtracked, right?
Yeah.
With everything else they had, then that could be, because then they got those warrants. That could be why, because then they don't want everything thrown out from those warrants because of the DNA. But at that point, the DNA was directly from the father, so that was like a direct match. But if they, I don't know, this is my thinking, is that maybe they, I don't know if I'm just like overthinking it though, that they got that would be a problem, like we're saying, the IGG part of it.
Well, that
I
would
don't
make sense.
know.
If it's a dad, if they got it after, or it was about the dad's DNA. I mean, that's pretty much the best
Yeah.
match you can have besides having it
Yeah.
directly from Kohberger, you know, mouth,
Yeah.
which they did after the fact. So, I mean, it's not like it's
That's
you know,
a match at that
having
point.
cousin
But
away that they kind of figured out. You know what I mean? That matched that or something. I don't know. It's kind
that's
of
just the only thing I'm confused about. You know what I mean? I'm gonna try to figure it out. You know, that thing. If it is like more than like we're thinking, maybe it's just in
I could
there.
look.
Just
Can you say someone did a good timeline on this whole thing?
oh,
I wonder if they have a
sleepy.
timeline where they actually have the Three Dot Dave wants to come up.
Oh my gosh, 3 dots.
I don't know if we can handle 3 Dot
Oh
Dave.
no, it's like a trip.
Is that really you, 3 Dot? Hang on, buddy. Hang
Do you
on.
know?
I'll
Do you know
bring you up
anything
in a
about
second.
Bryan Kohberger? Let's see what he has to say about this DNA.
Okay. Let me put
Uh-oh.
on my little teen screen. I got to rearrange us now too. All right, 3 Dot.
Hello.
What's up, buddy?
That's him.
What's up, bro?
The
What's
legend.
happening?
I'm just hanging out and like kind of like caught your conversation, and it made me think about like the boy in the suitcase.
Oh yeah, she talked about that. Didn't Jenny talk about that? The boy in the suitcase? She said they helped solve they helped solve that.
And
Jenny.
I thought, like, you know, back in the day, it was so outstanding. It wasn't like in our face, like prevalent. And like when I thought about it, like, you know, when it got discussed, I was like, how? It's like kind of disgusting with like the technology now with familiar DNA and ancestry and stuff. How can you not like find a lead, you know? And it seemed like it was outstanding for so long. It made no sense to me at all. And it seemed like once I brought it up, it was like all of a sudden, oh yeah, we got him now. You know, Ancestry got him. But you know, yeah.
Possibly,
Yeah,
right?
the boy in the box. That's what Jenny said.
Oh yeah, the boy in the box. Yeah, she said they identified her.
Yeah.
Who she works.
And they did the Golden State Killer. I listened to the guy. I don't know where the video is at. I was gonna play that too, but we're probably too long for that. But he said it took 6 people 4.5 months to do the IGG to figure out that guy. And then once they thought it was him, they did the same thing with the trash and got his DNA. It was a jerk match, not his dad, obviously.
It must have been such a big tree to get, that take 4.5 months.
Yeah,
right?
that's a long time for 6 people. I mean, but like Jenny said, and like and Cece even says in this video, she's like, that's just a small part putting in GEDMatch. I mean, that's just the beginning. You know, you have to go. It's a whole other thing. You know, you're looking at death certificates, birth certificates, public records, how people that their housing stuff, they're all their other stuff, and So I mean, there's a lot to it. It's not just matching DNA. That's the start of it.
Unless you get a hit like really high up, like if
the example she uses in this video that we're gonna watch here. She kind of has it's a little bit of a closer example, which is kind of cool. It kind of shows you if it is a first or second cousin, how quickly they can get there. And then you think about you add a 7th or a 9th cousin on there, and then you figure, oh my gosh. Because she even says sometimes they don't even get there. They can't get it together because there's just
too far.
Before you play that, can I just say that
don't say anything about releasing balloons, please.
No balloons. No.
Do you want to call a truce? Is there going to be a truce talk?
I think that there is this realm of oh man, I think that the reason why law enforcement doesn't acknowledge it and doesn't want to talk about it because they want us to continue to be a part of it.
For sure.
So they want us to continue to put our familiars in there and be like, here's my DNA. They want a huge database that they can fall back on and expedite it. And it's like they can't do that themselves, but they can access our personal shit on that. So I mean, even though it's fact, it is a fact, it is a tool, and I think that the reason why they don't jump on it really quick on cases is because they don't want it to be known that that's what we're doing.
I agree.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
I see a lot of I see that happening for sure because they want you to keep doing it, and what they're saying. I mean, even Cece said it. In Ancestry.com, 40 million people have put in their stuff and all these other things, but only 3 million are in GEDMatch. You know what I mean?
See,
they're opting into this. So,
they want access to those bigger databases, like Jenny said. Like, why wouldn't they do? I don't know, but okay, they're not going to do illegal things though. But I feel like then it goes back to the government. Like, what will they do to to keep this country, whatever. What are they going to do behind the scenes? Are they going to allow access? Does the FBI have some kind of weird access to those databases? I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's a fact. It's like literally
so?
freaking. Oh yeah, for sure. Dude, there's no doubt about it. That is information that is at their fingertips. When we like go, you put that shit in there and they say, oh, you'll get your information like in 3 weeks. They got it in 1 day.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
She said
You
it's
know,
very expensive too. Jenny said it's super expensive, so that might be a reason why they wait and use traditional techniques first.
That boy in the suitcase, dude, that was let go. I swear to God, guaranteed. That the reason why his information wasn't put out there was because no one asked for it. No one was pressing. And I really believe that the only reason why it didn't go out there like immediately was because they didn't want us to think about that ancestry.com shit.
I know. I feel like there's something there. I don't
well,
know.
it makes sense because they put your DNA in CODIS, they have that for all these, and then they want something bigger where, all these people haven't been busted. I mean, I'm sure not every criminal has been in trouble and got their DNA taken, so they want that bigger database to put it in so they could, do their job better, I guess. Or
yeah, I mean, if there's like a tool that's sitting right there on the other end of like an anonymous place where you could just upload, like she said, saliva, but you might, if you had like the sequence, I don't know, maybe you could upload the profile into
the boy was in a suitcase, his blood was there. They just they knew immediately when they tested him who his familiars were, like grandparents, they knew his piece of the pie. That was a guaranteed. And then we went weeks and weeks and months, and it's like, he's just like, he's like a John Doe. Come on, give me a break.
Yeah. I mean, but it's true. I mean, they would love to have that bigger database because, they would find all these John Does and Jane Does and all of these criminals, more than likely, because if they're doing this IGG, I mean, pretty much everyone's probably sending to 23andMe or Ancestry.com at this point. At least someone in your family member. I'm pretty sure someone in my family has.
Yeah,
So,
right. Yeah, there's a lot of people. 40 million, they said. That's a lot, and then only 3 million in like the GEDMatches. Those, so that's a big difference,
Yeah. And what if everyone just stopped?
How are you going to do that?
That's what they don't want to happen.
No.
No, that's true. Yeah, I mean, they definitely don't want to share this out there. I'm sure these other people want to share it out there because they wanted to be like, hey, look, we're doing all this great stuff. But it's like anything else, it's like the Innocence Project, a lot of people think they're doing a great job. Some people think that, they're just doing like lawyer stuff to get the people off more than, setting free people or, innocent people free. In some cases, I mean, it's just matter of what you think about it, like your morals or your ethics about everything. Like obviously, Cece don't think it's a problem at all, because
I want them all caught.
She's like a pioneer.
I want all the creepos getting caught.
Oh,
but
yeah.
When you think about it, though, I mean, I guess you wouldn't do it if you felt like maybe you're gonna like commit a crime. So the people that are like going, I don't know, man, I'm kind of sketchy. I want to kill somebody one day. They're not gonna put their DNA in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. If you're having any thoughts of doing something stupid or criminal, you're definitely not gonna want to send your shit.
Or want your cousin to do it.
I reserve my right. Yeah, exactly.
But you're still caught because your grandma did it or a cousin did it, so you're still fucked. Sorry.
And that's what they're trying to say. Oh, that's right. Yeah. They're trying to say, like, I think that's what they're trying to say. We're protecting the other family members that actually opted in for this, and that's how they found them. They don't want him or the family to have any retribution against other family members. I could see where it could be, cause a little bit of problems and stuff. But I mean, honestly, if someone in your family murders someone, you're gonna want to turn them in. I mean, I would.
I don't know. There's parents out there that are like, no holds barred. I'll protect them.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's true. Yeah. Nah.
Another dilemma.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's listen to some
more. It's like the dude that killed his 3 sons, right? They were like gonna do the bond and like get get him out, if they could. That's,
Yeah.
That's sketchy.
That's
a legal process, I know. But at least
Yeah.
they didn't. He's there.
And
he's not going anywhere.
apparently the father got choked out by him, at one point. That's where I was like, dude, when it comes to that guy, that guy, there was a lot of people that saw shit that never said anything at all. So, I mean, that whole, it's a word, it's a phrase, but if you see something, say something. It works,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the world we live in. A lot of people don't want to get involved in something, and they just
narc.
want to do it.
Do it.
All right. Let's listen to some more of this.
So I've never heard what you're saying, that they say not to reveal it at all. They just want to keep it out of court.
Well, explain how it can be used as a tip. I don't understand
Well,
that.
it's the same as if I called a name into Crime Stoppers and they need to do the full investigation. They need to determine whether that is a true person of interest. And if they believe it is, they need to collect DNA, which typically they do surreptitiously, because they have to get that one-to-one match to their court admissible STR DNA profile. They cannot.
And I think we'll talk about that in the context of Kohberger, but you provided us with a chart that essentially you use to explain how genetic genealogy testing or investigation works. And Matt, if we could put up that chart for CC to walk us through the science, essentially. So you get a sample DNA, for example, on the snap button of the knife sheath that was between two of the victims in the home on Kings Road in the Kohberger case. You get that sample, and then what happens next in this process?
So it needs to go to a third-party lab because there are no crime labs that currently have the capability to create the SNP profile that we need for genetic genealogy. So there's a number of labs in this country that are doing this work now. So that DNA would be sent to them. They would create that SNP profile. So typically they're looking at anywhere from about 700,000 to about 1 million SNPs. There's three different processes they can use now. There's microarray, which is a SNP chip, which just looks at those. They can do whole genome sequencing, which looks at the entire genome and then extracts out those SNPs. Or they can do a newer technology called Kintelligence, which looks at far fewer SNPs. And then once that analysis is done, the scientists work with that file, with that data, to try to make that data more optimal, because typically we're working with degraded DNA, mixed DNA, contaminated DNA. So we need the bioinformatics scientists to work with it on many of these samples. Then once that is done, they upload it to GEDMatch and or FamilyTreeDNA, and it's compared against all of the people in those databases that are opted into law enforcement matching or not opted out if it's FamilyTreeDNA. Then we receive a list of people who share DNA with that unknown person we're trying to identify. We call them the subject. It's not always going to be the person that committed the crime. We've had a number of cases where it ends up being contamination from a law enforcement officer, or it's someone who was at that crime scene for an entirely different reason. And so it's really just our job to try to narrow down the DNA contributor's identity. Sometimes we can narrow it down to one probable contributor based on their family tree, and if who is related to all of these top matches that we get on that match list. And sometimes it's a set of siblings or cousins. Sometimes we don't have enough data to narrow it down, and we have to do much more work at that point.
CC, how does this flow chart work that we've put up here? Can you kind of explain
Sure.
what we're looking at?
So this was my most straightforward case to date. It was the very first one I worked with law enforcement. It was Jay Cook and Tanya Van Kylenborg. You can see up there in the top corners. They were murdered in Snohomish County, Washington. They were Canadian residents who were down running an errand. And Tanya was raped, and there was a DNA sample on her pants. And so that was sent for this SNP analysis. A profile was created, uploaded to GEDMatch. We got really lucky in this case, and this is not typically what happens, but this is the most straightforward way to explain it. we had 2 matches at the top of that list who shared about 3% of their DNA with the unknown suspect. That means they are approximately second cousins. So I don't have to build the family tree too far back, just a few generations to find those common ancestors. Once I've identified those likely common ancestors with that person of interest, then I'm going to do reverse genealogy or descendancy research, where I build forward from those common ancestors, which you can see noted as great grandfather, great grandmother, and grandmother on this chart. And then I look for a triangulation or a union couple between those 2 family trees. Match 1 and match 2 are not related to each other. So our person of interest has to be related to both of those people. In this case, I found that a person from match number 1's family tree married a person from match number 2's family tree. And you can see them there as mother and father. They had 4 children, but 3 were female. And so there was only 1 male in that family who could be our DNA contributor. He is a cousin to match number 1. He's a cousin to match number 2. And we all have unique family trees except for our full siblings. So that meant that he was my theorized DNA contributor, but I can't tell them it's him because I don't have his DNA. So I'm presenting a theory or a hypothesis and saying, this is who I believe it most likely is based on the genetic genealogy analysis. Now, typically I would use a dozen matches or 24 matches, and they would be much more distant than this. We'd be building back to the early 1800s or 1700s. So this is a case that only took me 2 hours to find this individual because we got lucky. And so I gave you this chart because it's the easiest to explain, but usually we're going to be dealing with a lot more data, a lot more.
So applying what
So fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah, so it took 2 hours, and they were both second cousins, basically, on the thing. So if it was Kohberger's sister, I mean, it, like you said, it would have took them 20 minutes, maybe even less than that.
Yeah.
To they popped it in there, as long as it took to scroll through and match the DNA.
You don't gotta be like a super sleuth, right? This is like this is so in your face. I mean, like this is like super easy and friendly. You know, it's like if you like had it was all your fingertips, right? You would be able to go, yeah, dude, this little slice of the pie, this DNA is right there. So it's like, have these people like entered into Ancestry or whatever, you know, they're all right there. So it's like, you know, if you have a perpetrator's DNA on scene that you know is a part of it, right? Dude, you know who their family with. It's right in front of your face. Obvious.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And like she said, this is just, they had 2 matches and they knew from 2 separate families. Normally they have 10 matches, 12 matches that they do from. Granted, they could be further on back as far as like 5th, 6th, 7th cousins like that. But I mean, hell, if you had 5 matches, maybe Kohberger, they talked about 100 relatives. Yeah, I don't know if they use that as an example or what, but if it was a bunch, or even if it was 20 matches, that would be a lot easier to find them too, you know, especially if it's were his sister or first cousin or something. Obviously it would be a little bit easier to get everybody together or quicker.
These are second cousins, which is quick, she said. Yeah,
2 hours for that.
Like
she said it's rarely this simple.
Basic sleuthing.
I would love doing this too, Rowena.
Yeah,
I
me
could totally
too.
Get into this. I was always.
That's why I said at my job on Friday, I was like, man, I want to be a genetic genealogist.
Me
and
too.
It's actually really interesting and fun looking to go back and actually put it all together like that.
I feel like it shouldn't be like overcomplicated. Just be like, dude, check it out. I went on like Ancestry, and Bryan Kohberger is the guy. You know, like that because of Ancestry.com. I know that's really basic, but you know that's what it is. Just like the boy in the suitcase.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing that they can do this. Really.
It really is.
And they're not going to admit it. That's the weirdest thing, is that law enforcement will never, ever, ever
That's a
say
thing. I think,
they got it
yeah.
that way.
Well, I think the defense team is trying to like they want them to explain exactly how they got his name, you know what I mean? I think they want, and not through the Elantra, like this way. And I don't think they're ever gonna. Well, maybe we'll just never know, because it's something that there's like that's like a hush hush thing, and they're not gonna let us know that there's like a way that they.
Well, didn't
do
they
it.
say something that they were gonna, that in other court cases where they use this, they considered the matches that they used to create this tree, didn't they consider them what do they call them, like informants, like confidential
Yeah,
informants or something?
they said
They were
that. They
trying to
did say
call them
that.
that, or they had called
Yeah.
them that in previous cases for this, and that's the whole premise they're going after. Like, these people don't know, they're basically a confidential informant. We don't want everybody to know who this is for their own protection, just like you wouldn't a normal CI. And they're trying to do that as far as court-wise. I thought I
Yeah.
heard that from here. I could be
That was
mistaken.
interesting though. Yeah, the informant thing, I remember that, and it is very interesting because it is a kind of, yeah, it's weird.
And that's where we were like, well, it's not really confidential. If you're opting into this and you're sending your stuff in, you want it out there. You want to find out who's related to you. It just so happens that someone else wants to find out who's related to you too, if they did something wrong. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You're kind of, I feel like I like it made me feel better about that. You have to opt out for it or whatever, because you're kind of just putting it out there anyways at this point. If you're submitting your stuff to companies for this, you want it
you're
out there.
automatically in, and
Yeah,
they'll
that's what
just
you're
like,
trying to do anyways.
yeah.
But
yeah.
I think she explains a little bit more. I think they have a couple more good questions they ask.
It's like a Black Mirror episode, this whole like topic in a way. Like, I don't know,
I'm
like
curious
using
for the panel, how many of you think that Bryan Kohberger is innocent?
I don't think he's innocent, but
I don't think he's innocent,
I'm
but this
not
created
going to
some
say he's
doubt.
guilty either right now.
Right.
I think that they do have a lot of evidence and stuff. But yeah, I'm going to hold my verdict till later on. But I can see from both directions. I can see where he looks a little guilty in some aspects. I see where he looks a little innocent, or they just don't have the evidence that to convict someone to put him to death. I'll say that.
Well, I've like struggled with the whole death thing, and when it came to that the 3 boys that got killed by his dad, the first thing I thought was, dude, string them up, get the noose out, just kill them, right? But in reflection, I went back to my internals and went, I want him to suffer. I want him to struggle. I want him to worry, and I think he was in court, and when the judgment came down, he said 3 letters that was asking for not to be put in population. He was asking for leniency, to put me in solitary. Don't put me with the dudes that are gonna mess me up, where he deserves to be. I think that he should be tormented, for the rest of his life.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Everybody's different. Yeah. It's like, which
I agree.
worse?
I mean, death is the easy way out. I mean, even though they probably would just die in jail and wouldn't even be executed at this point, the way everything's going, it'll probably be off the table here before we know it, or at least in the next 10, 20 years. I feel like the death penalty might be
dude, I thought that dude thought he planned it out. He killed his sons, and I think that he thought he was going to kill himself. That's what
you think, and he chickened out. You think he chickened out? I was wondering that.
And now
I think so too.
he's in the system.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think that.
So.
Yeah.
I mean,
facts.
I could totally see that, because how that I mean, yeah.
Or he's hoping that the cops would come and finish him off, so he didn't have to do it.
Yeah, death by cop or something, right? They call it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's in hell, his own hell.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
no, it's definitely more of a suffer. He has to think about it every day. He has to live with it every day for, as long as he's alive. I think it is more of a hell. Throw him in general population, have to deal with that. I mean, it sucks.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. You get kind of
everyone that
privileges
thinks
for being
like,
in
we
on
should
death
like just
row.
kill him right away, right? That's like exactly like death by cop.
Yeah.
This guy didn't pull the trigger, and he is now exactly where he should be.
Yeah. Yep.
Devil's got him now.
Mm-hmm. It's a different kind of punishment, I think, to like wake up every day knowing that you did that, for sure.
Terrible.
Yep.
Like with BK too, like with Bryan, like think about like most like people that like say this is his first kill and he killed 4 people. Usually like mass murderers, like remember like Elliot Rogers and stuff, like they end up like offing themselves, right? The same way that these like these family annihilators do. Like I feel like he was a family annihilator, this Chad guy, right? But usually like Bryan Kohberger, is he playing like a long game and like the death penalty is part of his plan? I don't know. You know what I mean? To become like, no, I don't know. You know what I mean? People think that he like left like the knife sheath there. Like maybe he wants to go down or not.
Well,
I don't know. You know what I mean? Like it's just a thought,
It's just because he's a criminology major. I mean, and then we, most of these people in our little true crime area or true drama, whatever you want to call it, that's how we're all thinking about that. You know what I mean? Like we want to know that. Just like Chris Watts. I mean, I never thought he was going to kill himself. You know what I mean? Like, but he annihilated his whole family. But it was probably for like.
They don't
But
always.
he had to know that he wasn't going to have him get the girl and ride off into the sunset. I mean, it just
like how he just lost it. I mean, how do people like they just lose sight of reality? I mean,
yeah, exactly. They're not living in reality anymore. They created this other reality that just doesn't work out when you're actually in reality. You got to pay those prices.
Yeah. I mean, I still do think he's guilty. I mean, I think they have other evidence that we don't know about. I mean, the defense is trying to like maybe put out this narrative that they have nothing. There's no connection anywhere to anybody or any, but maybe that's just the way that they're wording those documents to, like you said, like Chris Madame was saying, to like put out the narrative that this is like there is
avoiding
it's
the
all
gag
about
order,
like convoluting, making it diluted. I mean, let's all pull back to the beginning. This guy was around there. He was tagged on their Wi-Fi. He was stalking them. It's like forget it. So
Allegedly.
basic. Yeah, well, in my opinion, it's fact.
All right, his opinion allegedly.
No,
it's my opinion.
But they are trying to dial
fact.
it back. Yeah, for sure. I mean, if anything,
that's the thing. We don't know a lot of that to be true. I mean, that if all that's true, then it's pretty much him. I would guarantee it, but we don't know. Did he really hit the Wi-Fi? Was he really?
But he could have had accomplices. That's where I'm like going.
I got you.
I don't know. Did he have like brands? That's where I'm like. I'm kind of stretched.
So you think those other DNA profiles are his accomplices? Is that like, because I feel like that's going to be a thing that people run with because of those other DNA profiles that were found at the scene?
If I were him and I was like twisted like him, I would like have brought in as many people to convolute the whole thing as possible, where you could like step back and go, but it could be that dude.
But how do you get friends to like kill 4 people with you? Like, that
well, he did the killing. He just had them there and kind of. They didn't know he was going to kill
it. Okay, let's just go break into their house.
But just had him in the general area, and then
reasonable doubt.
Another clog in the wheel.
So let's say he's like a super genius, right? If you created reasonable doubt, you get off.
Yeah, only one person.
If the glove don't fit,
12 juries, only one person, reasonable doubt.
Exactly.
Doesn't take much. And that's the thing. I mean, it is a lot of circumstantial evidence, and I don't know if it was on here or not, but they were like, forget where it was, but they mentioned like most cases are won with circumstantial evidence. Eyewitnesses aren't 100% solid all the time.
Look at Murdoch. Look at his case. Like that was all circumstantial. 100%. I mean, I didn't think he was going to get off. Yeah. But I didn't think they had enough to like, I mean, I was still surprised because of it, you know, because there was some doubt created, but not, I guess, for the jury, which is good, you know.
Yep. All right. See, I think there's only a little bit more of this. I think she answers a few more questions. Another 10 minutes or so. But
You just explained to Kohberger, because everyone's asking. I mean, listen, the DNA in that case bothers me, all of it. But everyone's asking this question, which is the identification of Kohberger. In other words, the genetic genealogy testing was the linchpin in that case. And then they found familial DNA from the trash they retrieved from his parents' home. And that's where they felt they hit the jackpot, and they were able to get the arrest warrant for him. And then, of course, once he was arrested, there was direct DNA from him collected. So my question to you is, what is the accuracy or margin of error in the science? Because I mean, this is a big issue in this case.
It's really different than when you're doing a one-to-one comparison where you get those numbers, like there's a 1 in 30 trillion chance that it's anyone other than this individual. We are not using that type of approach. We're just saying this is the theory of who this DNA contributor is based on their family tree. So there really isn't, it's not applicable or relevant to say there's a confidence level attached to that or a statistic, because I don't know it's him. I'm simply developing a hypothesis based on who he's sharing DNA with in the database and what their family trees look like. And
well,
so,
Jim, look, Jim, in the probable cause affidavit that the public defender, the law enforcement filed for Kohberger's arrest, they specifically said, do not rely on the genetic genealogy testing information in the affidavit. Essentially, the probable cause was supported by other facts.
Right.
So
I understand there, Sarah, that they, I guess they triangulated to the Kohberger family through this genealogy DNA research, and then they did a garbage search. They got DNA from garbage, and that it as close to a STR match as they could get to the father, and they matched that to the snap on the knife.
That sounds like a closing argument.
Yeah, I mean, so
garbage
I think
DNA. Garbage DNA.
I think that's what they did. Now, you know, one thing, CC, that concerns me is, you know, this is sort of in the background, and I know you say it's just for leads, but we know, doing the work that Sarah and I have done over the years, that if the law enforcement become focused too razor-like on one person, they're going to go out and build a case against that person.
Yeah.
They're going to stop following evidence and start building a case, and that's
they can't do it without the exact DNA match, that STR profile match that's 1-to-1. So even if I were to point them toward the wrong person, say I think it's this guy, they have to go out and try to get that DNA to compare to their court admissible evidence before they move forward with any case. So if I'm wrong, they just won't get that STR match.
Well, I mean, I hear you, but they make criminal cases all day long without DNA evidence. I mean, you know, they could.
Sure, they have. Oh, by the way, this is what cracked the Golden State Killer case, isn't it?
It is.
Right.
But if they had not gotten that 1-to-1 STR match, they wouldn't have arrested him.
Right.
And so that, yes, there has, of course, been cases where they have arrested someone whose DNA didn't match the DNA at the crime scene. And I've actually helped to exonerate someone with images like that, which is, you know, amazing. And one of the great things genetic genealogy can help do. But in this case, if we said, okay, we think he's your DNA contributor, I don't see why they would arrest him if they don't get the DNA match, because our work is all about the DNA. It's completely unbiased. I don't know anything else about him, or even typically when I'm working a case, I don't even know much about the case. My job is only to tell them who I think the DNA contributor is, but it's always a hypothesis until they vet that.
How much of your work is with law enforcement and how much of it is with the defense?
Now this is the big thing right here.
is, or maybe even 99 is with law enforcement. But the Innocence Project, Barry Scheck is very, very interested in genetic genealogy. So I've worked with him. There's certainly cases where we are trying to identify the true DNA contributor in order to help them exonerate someone. And
Barry's going to be a guest on the podcast. He's
great.
an old friend and colleague, and I know he's obviously a great authority.
Well, ask him about it, because he has really strong opinions how it needs to be used. He wants there to be a warrant anytime it's used. He's very, very strict about its use, but he also sees the great promise in it.
I do have a question, though, about the Kohberger case. Can you at all hypothesize what the triangulation was in that case? I know it's all hush hush and we don't know much, but can you say, was it like a fourth cousin, a second cousin, or how distant
Well, this is
the relationship may have been in that case?
Well, I, of course, wasn't involved in it, or I wouldn't be able to speak about it. So I don't have any inside information, but I have built this tree early on just to see how difficult it might be. Anyone who has recent immigrant ancestry is at least 3/4 Italian. And so I doubt he was really easy. They might have gotten lucky and got a first cousin, but that is very rare because the databases we use for this are very, very small. And so typically you're using, if you're lucky, second cousins, but more typically third, fourth, fifth, and beyond. And so I don't know, the FBI did the genetic genealogy in this case. I would suspect they worked with more than one match, that there were multiple matches, that they built back and found a common ancestor, and then built forward and tried to narrow it down. I doubt they had a lot of great matches based on his family tree. So there's some luck involved. You know, it's just who has opted in, who's uploaded to those databases and opted in, and then what is the population group of the individual you're trying to identify. So I can't say what I think it was, but I suspect it wasn't easy and that they really had to work pretty hard.
Cece, what data
the slice of the pie is really finite. That you're talking about when you like get into cousins and like related to the DNA, that pie is like, you can't like go with, you know, just any blow Joe. This is literally like the pie gets super finite, like a sliver that you can't even like imagine. And you really, it's just forensics really at that point going, you know, who's who. And, you know, it's definite. You're on it. You are so on it. You don't got to like, be a master sleuth to be like on it.
Well, it's a science, I feel like, right? It seems like there's a science to all of this that is pretty, you know, easy to follow, right? I think.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, it's basically you have the tree, so it's only however many siblings and you know you have on the tree, and then it, you know, the tree expands from there. So what they do is if they have all those matches, and then they find that common point, and the one that example they showed, the common point happened to be the mother and the father of the actual guy that did it. So it worked out great there. But like she said with Kohberger, it could have been a 7/8 cousin on one side, on this other, and then when they grouped, it could have been way back in you know, 1800s or the 1700s, and then they had to build a tree from there through Kohberger. You know,
but that would have taken longer, right? I feel like that would have taken as long as like
well, dude, didn't she say that she did Kohberger's tree? I mean,
but she probably did it by names though, right? She doesn't have his DNA, so she probably did it by his name. I was thinking about that before too. Like she did say she did it, but I was like, how did she do it if she doesn't have his DNA? She did it by like his name, and then probably by looking at public records, right? Knowing his father's name, his mother's name, his sister's name.
Go like, he is a grandson of this, right? I mean, that's basically how it works, right?
Public records.
So I mean, you know, you're like just it's so close to being like to the person themselves.
Well, you heard her though. She's like, we in that case that she saw, the one that she was talking about where she showed the diagram. She said, look, it was the first and a second cousin, and that was like 3%. She said. Of familiar DNA in the thing. So,
second cousin,
and that's the first and second. if you're going 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, then we're talking 0.001%, of the pie. You know what I mean? Like that's
Those trees get really big, and then you have to like use a lot of deductive,
that's
like
why
a
she
lot of
said it. She
deductive
likes it when
reasoning.
there's a lot more markers, a lot more SNPs, because then
That makes sense.
it's a little bit easier to kind of
More
get them
data
all out
points.
there and have them connect. And then once they connect, it's gravy from there. You know what I mean? Once you find out how the families meet, and that's the family DNA you're looking for, then it doesn't matter if it's 7 generations down. That it looks like that would be a lot more easier. And then they said it's
Gravy.
even easier
Like you
if
said,
it's
bro, it's gravy.
yeah, even if it's an X chromosome, it's even gravier than that because it all goes down to one side for the male thing.
Males.
You can even do a
There's only
name.
one male in his
Yeah.
family. That one guy, he had 3 sisters, so it was like he was the only one. So that
Yeah,
helped.
if you had a surname 4 generations ago and it went through all the males and stayed with them, and it stayed Kohberger through all those generations, and he was a male Kohberger, so he still had the name. That would have been really easy to find at that point. Once they found how they all connected to start that little family tree line. You know what
And
I
who
mean?
knows? One of
Yeah.
his sisters, that could have been, that rumor could be totally true. I think both of his
Yeah.
sisters were like in the field of psychology. They could. I mean, it's very easy that they could have been. Who knows? You just never know. Like they could be in. They could be in there. That'd be
Yeah.
crazy if that came out. But then, they said there was like hundreds, right? Didn't they say there was like lots in the family tree?
I just think
Which it
they were
wouldn't
just
be
saying that because most of our, I mean, if you go
as an
back a few
example.
generations,
Yeah.
7 generations or something, yeah, she's like, when I said 9th cousin, she's like, that's 1600s. So I mean, that's a lot of generations right there, So
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot
Wow.
of
She
family
said
members.
9th. Wow. You go back to 1600s easily if you're going down
Yeah.
to the 9th. Yeah. Because it's getting bigger. The tree just gets bigger and bigger. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, you go back 3 generations, you could have 100 people. If
Mhm.
everyone
Yeah,
had 10
easy.
kids and your
Mhm.
grandkid, I mean, it could be
Easy.
wild. 100,
Yeah.
no, you could get there, no problem.
Wow. She said 9th cousin match could easily be a tree in the excess of 10,000 people.
Oh my
Wow. Because it's
goodness.
exponential. Think about it. It's all like it's all exponential. The way that it grows, right?
Yeah.
Can I just
Yeah,
say
it's really
thanks for having me, and it was fun being here, and you guys had a great subject, and it seemed awesome. So everyone out there, hit the like and be a part of subscribing and shit. Bye,
Thanks, I
guys.
appreciate that. Hey, have a good one, Dave.
See you, 3 dot Dave.
Wow.
I love him.
He's
He's so
making his
funny.
way around YouTube today, man.
Yeah, totally. It's like
No, he probably
I'm
just
getting a
like, oh, there's a
little
live
pop-up.
with the StreamYard link. I'm clicking on that one.
Yeah, he's like, this looks interesting. I'm gonna pop up here. He's
Yeah,
he's funny.
he's always been
I
pretty
like
cool.
him. Yeah, he's always funny. He comes on Queen sometimes, and I like him.
Well, I know.
He's
I
very
remember
sweet.
that was the last time I was on Dolly's panel. Was I was just happened to click on it one day, and Jones had said the day before, "Oh, are you 3 Dot Dave? You remind me of 3. You sound just like 3 Dot Dave." I thought it was 3 Dot Dave on the panel when I was on Queens or something. And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And then I happened to click on Dolly's the next day, and he was on there. I'm like, "Oh shit, I'm gonna go up there and see who this dude is," So I hung out up there for a little bit just to see what he was about, but he was all right.
Yeah, he's funny. He's like a funny, he's really funny and in chat. Like he's just I don't know. He's like
Yeah, he's goofy.
funny.
He's a little goofy.
He's goofy, yeah, in a good way. Goofy in a
Yeah.
good way, Dave.
For sure.
3 dot.
All right, let's see what else they got to say.
Do your genealogy research. Is it all that's when people upload their DNA, or do you go to independent
Yeah,
or
she
the
explained.
Mormon Church or some other database?
Public
That's a
record.
great question as well, because most people are under the misconception that we're really digging into the DNA. But really what matters to us is how much DNA someone shares with that unknown person. And from that, we can predict their likely relationship. From there, we're turning to public records. So we are digging in public records the vast majority of the time in our work. We're using anything that's available. There are billions of digitized records out there. Ancestry.com holds many of them. As you said, FamilySearch.org that the Mormon Church owns has many of them. There are smaller databases all over the internet and all over the world that we can use. So if I have to build a tree back into Norway, then I'm going to be using Norwegian genealogy records, which are online. If I am building a tree that's mostly based in California, then I'm very fortunate because California has a lot of public records that are available that some other states don't. So every state and jurisdiction has different laws that determine what DNA or what records, vital records, are available, and some have a lot more than others. We use newspaper archives, we use social media, we use people search databases like, say, White Pages Premium, been verified, those types of databases. And so we're really using dozens of different resources, but they are all publicly available, and there's nothing that I can access that anyone else can't.
I have a question. Just generally, the database of where this is all coming from, is it really just a matter, as you said earlier, of just who's opted in? So it's just a bunch of like good Samaritans who've decided that they feel like they should upload their genetic info. Like Sarah mentioned earlier, my word is hesitant. I put on a little bit of a conspiratorial cap. It just seems odd to me that people are like, here, take my DNA. Like, what's the upside for people to be doing this?
Increasing public safety, getting violent criminals off the streets, behind bars. And a lot of people are also very interested in Jane and John Doe's getting their names back. And for those, there's about 40,000 individuals in the US that have died without their identification. So there's a lot of support for identifying them as well. At GEDMatch, if you're in the database, you are compared against those. You can be listed as a match for those. But if you want to, but for law enforcement, for criminal cases, you have to check that box. And so everyone in GEDMatch can be compared against the Jane and John Doe cases. And only about a third of the database has opted into criminal comparisons. Now, as far as why people do it, I've been involved in some long-term studies about this. And I think you would be surprised at the broad support that we're hearing from the public for this tool. And most of them aren't actively supporting it. They're not putting their DNA in the database. And as I said, there's over 40 million people who already have this analysis done and could put their DNA in these databases, and they're not. So we don't know exactly why they're not, but we are definitely hearing a lot of support, even for identifying close relatives in their family, because they feel
there was a case, I mean, it's still going on in federal district court out of San Francisco. A Jane Doe sued the city and county of San Francisco last year because she was a victim of sexual assault in 2016, and they took her DNA for the purposes of the sexual assault exam, and obviously to identify the suspect. And then, unbeknownst to her, they saved her DNA in the database, and they then identified her as the suspect in a burglary.
Right.
So, I mean, as a defense attorney, I'm going to say, don't be a good Samaritan and don't opt into any of this, because it really is. I mean, she's claiming, unconstitutional use of her DNA, which obviously she has a good argument for that. But I just wanted to put that out there. It wasn't really a question for you, but
no, I mean, it's something I publicly spoke out against, and I also spoke out against using the newborn DNA for those types of purposes, because I strongly believe that people should have the right to decide how and if their DNA is used for these purposes. And that's why I really promote best practices and ethical use of genetic genealogy.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Jenny about that, about the newborn DNA. Are they talking about like they were in discussions to take DNA from every kid that's born?
That's what it sounds like to me. I know. I thought of the same thing. Newborn DNA. I've never heard that. Jenny, are you there?
Right in here. Yeah, I'm wondering, is that what she was talking about? Were they trying to move towards that or something? Or
I mean, no, yeah. I mean, I could see that.
You don't know, that's fine too.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, no, I know, but that's like, would be interesting.
Yeah, when she said that, I was a little hesitant. I was like, oh, wait, what's going on? I think
you guys take a blood sample at birth? Do they take a blood sample that like is put into a database though? I don't know.
Oh, wow.
I'd never heard of that. I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, They do take your blood sample to find out what it is, I believe. I didn't know they kept it.
I don't think they keep it. I don't think so.
Yeah. But I
No, we
guess if they
don't.
have your blood and say they just mark it on a piece of paper and file that away, then your DNA would still be there, right?
We don't. Maybe they do another. She's from Scotland, Jen.
Oh.
Maybe they do. She
I
said
got
blood taken from, but I don't know.
Oh,
For
she was
PKU,
asking
not DNA.
if we did it at birth, if they took blood. I got you. I didn't know
I think
she
I
was.
was. Oh no, I think I don't. No, I think we were asking her,
The samples are
and she said, "I
stored
think
there.
you guys take a blood sample at birth." I'm sure they do, but I don't know if they keep it. The samples are stored but not used. I really am not too sure. Huh?
Hmm.
Nope, not even to type unless medically needed. Thank you. I think Rowena is like was a nurse or something. There's a nurse or something. So
Yeah,
yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. I mean, I could see that being like just like just like like a logistical nightmare, right? I don't know how to keep everybody's and not
Yeah,
and
no,
like
it kind of
I could
shocked me
see
when she
them.
said that. I was like, wait, what's
I
going
could see
on?
them wanting to do that. Maybe our government, like
Oh, hell yeah.
yeah,
Or
like and
doing it on the
that's
sly when they slap you on your ass when you're born to get you breathing. They have a little prick. They prick you. And
that's why
they
maybe the FBI has some like special like
database.
uh,
Yeah.
database or like special whatever to those special bigger databases, I don't know what, but that's just I don't know. I'm not like a conspiracy theorist, but if there's anything I would believe in is like if the FBI had access, I know they don't like really have access, but there's like ways around it, you know what I mean? So I feel like they just do some nefarious shit as it is. Like why wouldn't they do that too, right?
Yeah.
To help get criminals, because it's just a lead generator. Really, it's not like no harm, no foul. If they catch the person and that DNA doesn't match the original source, then I guess the arresting of the person would be like
Yeah,
your
that'd be
rights
kind
would
of
be.
crazy, right? She's like,
Yeah,
well,
if you're
hey,
just
they still
arrested.
have to investigate them. But I could see it from when the Jim Griffin said that. He's like, but you know that they tend a lot of times they'll zero in on someone. So if you like, you're not sure. It's not an exact science. She even said it herself. So you're pointing at this guy, and then like you were saying that the defense is probably going after. They built the case after they found them. You know what I mean? Like put the
Yeah.
case together, which I mean, it kind of happens that way anyways. You kind of find a suspect and you got to build a case about them. But I not to have any information on stuff. Sorry. my
Your
dog
lab.
my dog is kicking.
I know, that's all I'm doing.
It like threw me off for a second. Damn it. Now I forgot what the hell I was
Like
talking
like what if it is like a lead gen, like if somebody called in like to like the Idaho tip line like during
Yeah,
before they
exactly.
caught him
So
and said Bryan Kohberger is creepy, you have to check him out, he's whatever, like how would that lead be any different than a lead generated through this, other than the privacy stuff, right? I mean, but if
yeah.
it's like in these GED matches and then there is no privacy. So other than, and they know because they know that they're signing in for criminal, right? So they're like opting in. So I don't,
Yeah, they
yeah, unless
all
they're
opt in.
using those other databases, which could be the case.
Yep. No, I agree. Yeah, that's the whole thing. I mean, you're putting it out there because you want to find your family. You want to find where you came from, your ancestry. You're putting it out there, and then you're opting in this case. I mean, or not opting
Yeah.
out. So I mean, there's like, I don't see a problem with like privacy or whatever. But yeah,
And I
man,
could see even using like, and like 20, if there's ways to use like a backdoor into 23, I just feel like that, why wouldn't they do that? I don't, like just to at least get a couple like parts of the tree that are missing, maybe, you know what I mean? I
well,
don't, you
yeah,
know what I mean?
like she said, like
Because
if they have like the units she measures, she doesn't like anything lower than 20. So say it was a 5-unit match or whatever, that they would talk about, and you don't may like it's a 5-unit match. I really don't think it's that guy, then but you still go ahead and say, yeah, check out that guy. I mean, I can see a little bit of an issue in that,
yeah, yeah,
um,
because
and
that's
then
what
that's
like
where
that
just
Andrea
kind of
Burkhart
a
was
gray
saying, like
area.
that's the gray area.
Just-
She said, like, are you like have the suspect then fit the crime, like, are you have the suspect first, and then it's almost like profiling in a way because you're putting him into that, you're like
Yeah,
looking
it's
at
like, okay,
data.
we're gonna find any information we can. If it's kind of iffy, we're gonna say that it's more towards him being guilty because that's who we're going after. You know what I mean? Instead of giving him the benefit of the doubt, um, basically presuming he's innocent, like you're supposed to do. So they're already looking at him like he's guilty if they're pointing at him that way. I could see that a little bit, but at the end of the day, like we said, or like I said before, you have the DNA here, you have his DNA directly
It
from him,
matched.
and it
Yeah.
matched. So, it's and it's
Ultimately.
only,
Yeah.
I'd be more worried about it being touch DNA, not, other kind of DNA where it's a little more
Yeah.
it could have,
Kind of see.
because it could have been there for a year. It could have been transferred off 6 people and got there to the knife sheath.
Yeah.
Knife sheath could
Yeah.
have been, it could have been in that house for forever that we know of. You know what I mean? And like you said, he could have used a different knife. He could have left that sheath just to fuck with them and use a different kind of knife, knowing that if they actually looked, they could tell it wasn't that K-bar knife that did the damage. You know what I mean? Like, there's
Yeah.
so many scenarios when it comes to that.
There's
Now,
so
if it
many
was
scenarios.
his
Yeah.
blood or their blood was on the knife sheath or mixed with
Mixed
his DNA,
in.
then that would
Yeah.
be a little more like, well, okay, wait, what's going on now? It was mixed in there, because
Or
that blood would,
anywhere else.
yeah,
Yeah.
anywhere else, or on
But
them, like personally on them.
right?
It,
Even like a
it,
hair fiber, anything. I feel like hair is just like comes off so easily unless he like had like a hairnet on or like something to keep his hair. I don't know. Like it's crazy that they didn't find one of his hairs, right? Like I just feel like hair comes out so easy.
yeah, no,
Yeah. Or
it is
one of
strange.
his
It's not like he
hairs, their
shaved,
hairs.
he didn't shave his head or anything. I mean, he had a little bit
Yeah.
of hair there. It looked kind of curly. So, I mean, yeah, like, I
We
mean,
saw him
what
like a
is that?
month and a half after though. Maybe he had really super short hair that
Well,
night.
I
Maybe
don't.
did shave
Don't
it
they
like
say that
super.
you like shed so many skin cells and other things like
Yeah.
that? Like every day, like constantly, you're just shedding
Yeah.
stuff off. And like we talked about it. Maybe he was in the classroom. It could have been anyone else in his class. They touched the same desk. He graded papers if he was a PA, or a TA. I mean, and you know what I'm saying? Like he touched everybody else's papers. He handed them back to him. There's a lot of stuff that could have went into that with touch DNA. But
Yeah. But how to get in the house.
I hope they
How
have a
did
lot
his like
more.
yeah, I hope they have more than that. But I still feel like that. There's ways to explain it like through like crazy means though of his like of the sheath being there, but like his DNA being on that sheath in general is just no matter how they like if they backward engineered the whole thing from the DNA to the white alarm, backwards, it's still like I feel like they still have enough. I
Yeah.
don't know. Seems like they still have enough, but
They got a eyewitness kind of too. I mean, there's a few things that they have going for them, and I don't think the DNA is going to get thrown out. I think that it
I
looks
don't
like
think
it's
so
all
either.
legit. It was an investigative process. So that's what they do. It wasn't like they zero in on this guy. As far as we know, like a day or a week later, it was a little bit. They did some investigation before they zeroed in on him. If that's what they did. Um, I just don't see. I think it's going to go to trial. It's going to, whether he gets found
We're
guilty
gonna
or
know a
not,
lot more. Yeah, and
it's
there has to
definitely
be
going to go.
more. There has to be, even though the defense said that, like that, I feel like there has to be more evidence. Like even like from the affidavit, people are like, well, the affidavit is just like just a very like a skeleton of what they actually have, like in the whole thing of their case, right? So there has to be more in general that they had from the affidavit and even from whatever was said in the grand jury, because that's just like the basics to get, you know.
Yeah, I feel like they're not going to throw their best evidence. It doesn't take much to do it.
No.
They don't have the defense cross-examining, putting holes in their theories or anything. It's just like, hey, this is what we have, and they threw it all out there. I think that, I mean, hopefully they didn't use it in the grand jury. From what Cece says, I don't know if it was this interview or not, but she's like, yeah, she has testified in front of grand juries, but never in a courtroom. you know,
and she's been on hold too, but never has, right? Which
yeah,
is like,
yep.
means like she said that they never actually, like the judge always like throws out the need for it, which is interesting because it is just like, when you think about it, because they do make that final triangulation with that other, with the actual DNA. So it doesn't really
Yeah, 'cause
matter.
they never match the STR DNA at all. Like the straight
No.
match, they never have, especially if you're not in the system and you're doing the IGG anyways, you don't have his DNA. You know what I mean? Like you could go down the whole list and you don't have Bryan Kohberger's DNA. You just have it where it seems like he could be that person aligned to that DNA. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
there's no matching, there's no proving innocence, there's no proving guilt. It's just, hey, this guy is possibly related to the person that left this DNA. Look at him because it might be the guy. Yeah, I don't see any argument by the defense that's going to do anything, unless there's already laws for this, or you know, like we talked about, where I heard it was only like 8 to 12 police
states, yeah,
states that allow their police departments to use this as an investigative tool for this. But I'm sure there was some controversy. I mean, she even said that she's even that she's got the thing. They never found anything, and then they pointed to a guy, and it wasn't the guy. You know, his DNA was at the scene, but he was, you know, he had an alibi. He wasn't even there.
There's a way to it
It was his
exonerates as
previous
well as
tenant or something.
convicts, right? Yeah, like it will exonerate somebody too. Sorry.
Yeah.
Is like, yeah, like it will do both, right? It's not like just to like convict. It will like help with.
Yeah, it could prove that it's not you, or it could, you know, it could show, hey, and I believe that they probably did that with the other 2 or 3 samples that they have. They had to at least tried something with them, you know. I'm sure they ran through CODIS. I mean, they came up with a sample, you know. They are whatever you call it, a sample or what, you know, the match for
The snip.
DNA, the
Oh
snip,
yeah,
or
yeah.
you know,
When they did the actual match, when they
yeah,
got
it
his
just
DNA.
wasn't. Yeah, it just wasn't matched to anyone as far as what they're saying. You know, it doesn't mean they don't have the DNA. They have the DNA, and maybe they did look it up. And or maybe like you said earlier, it was Jax, and it was the other boyfriend, or you know, it was a previous boyfriend, or it was you know, the person that moved in the new couch in the living room. It was one of the moving guys. You know what I mean?
He
Like,
could have cut himself or somebody. Yeah, like anybody. You know, you
they
just
were doing
never
some work.
know.
They had to, because then they say they had to redo the door locks and stuff. Maybe it was
Oh, the
the dad
dad did
that
that.
came and redid the door locks, cut his finger and wiped it on. You know what I mean? It could be.
Yeah, could be. I mean, it could be anybody. I like that doesn't. I mean, people are like, "Ooh, that could be like, you know, accomplices."
Yeah,
I
and
guess just
they didn't say it was on the body. I mean, that would be a big deal for me if it was on the body.
yeah, on the body or mixed with the blood of
Or
the
mixed.
like,
Yeah.
or mixed or you know. But I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound like if it was mixed, that would be crazy, right? I mean, I feel like that would, I mean, there would be like a co-conspirator then for sure if it was mixed, right? I don't know. You know what I mean? If it
I'm
was
just
like,
saying, even mixed, yeah, with another person or one of the victims too. You know what I
that's what
mean?
I mean. Blood mixed with blood or something.
Yeah.
If like there was like blood found in the
Or
bed
even
with,
if there was 2 like another person's sample on the knife sheath, like anywhere, not even on the button where they found his, supposedly.
yeah.
You know, like another part of the knife sheath. They made it sound like there was no DNA anywhere around there except for that one little part of the knife sheath. So if it was laying on the bed, we could have had some touch DNA right there. You know what I mean? Just from the comforter and her, if it was partially underneath her. Yeah,
I don't
man.
think it's, I don't know if it, yeah, because skin cells, like they like touch DNA can be skin cells, you know?
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
still,
it
like
could
it was,
be anything.
yeah,
It could be you know, you got a sunburn and your skin flaked off.
yeah,
And
definitely.
you know, that could fly around the room. I mean, you know, sometimes you pick your skin when you get a sunburn. That shit could be halfway across the room if you have a fan going or something, you know, or the AC on. Yeah. All right, let's see. I think there's a little bit. How much more of this?
Okay.
Oh man, they go for a little bit longer, but another 10, 12 minutes.
Technology It's really
Yeah,
important
but
to me that
today's
we're
interesting.
following the rules, following the terms of service, and only using the DNA profiles of people who have allowed them to be used. And so that's why I spent a lot of time educating the public. I want them to be able to make informed decisions as to whether this is something they want to support or not.
What do you think of the lab that they used in Kohberger in Texas, Othram or whatever? Do you know that one?
I do. They are one of the third-party labs that is capable of creating a SNP profile. They use a technology that is targeted sequencing. So my understanding is they're not doing the whole genome sequencing. They are targeting certain parts of the DNA and sequencing just those. And then, like any of the analysis used in genetic genealogy, they extract out those SNPs that we use for comparison. And those are chosen to be as comparable as possible to the files that the direct-to-consumer DNA testing companies create, because that's who we're comparing against. And so, you know, they've been under the gag order. They haven't been able to speak out. But my understanding is that they created that SNP profile, but then it was sent back to the FBI Investigative Genetic Genealogy team. So they actually did the tree building. They did the work to try to identify a particular person of interest. And Othram just did the processing of that DNA. Now, because it's touch DNA, that's obviously more difficult, but we've had quite a few cases where we have also been able to work with touch DNA. But as you well know, as a defense attorney, you have to be much more careful tying someone to a crime when it's touch DNA, right?
Right.
Because
Yeah, I mean, she explains it for, you know, here.
Yeah.
I mean, she's quite,
Yeah.
it's like it's DNA. I mean, it's a big difference between a mixed sample, you know, a blood or
Yeah.
saliva or a semen sample or some kind of bodily fluid. I mean, it could be
But like
anywhere.
touch DNA on a snap, though, I feel like is a little more, you know.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, we talked about
Yeah.
that too. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
you have 4 stab wounds, or I mean, 4 victims of stabbings in a knife sheet, and there's no other DNA but on the snap. I mean, you definitely are
Yeah.
going to look at that DNA and try to figure out
Left
whose that
there.
is
Yeah.
more than anybody else's, more than like lack of a better phrase, the coffee pot in the kitchen, like Nancy said.
Yeah. Yeah.
we know.
And transfer DNA. I mean,
Right. And so as the technology becomes more and more sensitive, we obviously have to use more and more discretion as to whether that's actually tying someone to a crime. And that's why I emphasize my job is just to identify that DNA contributor. It's not to say someone's guilty. It's to say, I think this is your DNA contributor. Now you need to go do the investigation and determine whether that person is potentially your suspect or if it's just someone who left their DNA behind.
You basically generate a lead is what
That's
you do.
exactly right. And that's why I haven't had to testify in court in front of a jury. I've been on hold in dozens of trials, but so far the judges have all ruled that genetic genealogy work is irrelevant because it's not used as evidence or it's not used to charge anyone with the crime. And therefore they haven't needed me. I have testified in grand jury hearings and pretrial hearings, but so far the case law.
See, that's interesting to me, you know, that she has
Yeah.
done it. I missed that she said pretrial hearings already. So that's a little bit different, you know, than the grand jury.
That's like preliminary. Same kind. It's like the same kind of thing as a preliminary trial, I would think. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or maybe, yeah.
But the defense could be there for
Yeah.
preliminary trial,
Yeah, totally.
but not for a grand jury. So there is a little precedence there. So I mean, it's going to be interesting. I mean, it's going to suck though if they can find some loophole because of this crap, and a quadruple murderer gets off. You know what I mean?
Right.
That would be kind of fun.
Because it's like just such new like territory, it just seems like they're gonna go for this. Like as far as like, you know, there's not like a lot of case law on it. There's not like, you know, that I feel like it's like the weakest link.
It'll get pushed by the judge and then it'll hit appeals court. It'll go all the way up to Supreme Court probably. You know, if he's convicted, it'll be a good appellate thing for him for sure. I mean, if anything,
that's true. That is true.
no matter if
Like,
it goes through
down the line, maybe that, you know, and they put everything in there. Like they talked about GEDMatch and like 23, you know, I think they talked about all the like controversy kind of without talking about it. They did talk about it in a way, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
it's really
basically threw it all
interesting.
out there. Yeah.
What are you eating? Oh my
Mm.
God, what are you eating, dog? I'm sorry, she's like eating
All right.
something.
Willow, be good.
Yeah, it's hard.
And the precedent that is being set in the cases I've been involved in is that the genetic genealogy does not need to be presented in open court in front of the jury because it's not used against that person.
Jim, I
Well,
wanted to get you in here. It looked like you wanted to say something a few minutes ago. I
Yeah,
can see you're burning to get in here.
I am. I have 2 points. One, though, people listening may not know the difference between touch DNA and other forms of DNA. So just touch DNA is if you like the Kohberger case, I understood they took a cotton swab perhaps and swabbed the snap on a knife sheath, and that's where they got DNA from, and that would be touch DNA, correct?
Correct. Yeah, and we don't know exactly what was available and what they had to work with in this case, but obviously with touch DNA, there's a lot less sample available.
Right, and then others. Well, semen, for example, that's a body fluid, and you get DNA from that, or hair samples, or tissue samples, and so that's a different type of DNA, correct?
Absolutely. And so that is going to help determine how directly it ties someone to a crime, of course. And I'm not an expert in this, I'm not a lawyer, but
Sure.
certainly we're working a case where they found semen inside a dead woman's body that has been raped. And
Right.
that individual didn't have any tie to that person, wasn't a known partner, then that's much more damning than if somebody's blood maybe is found on a wall at a crime scene, which we've had that happen, and it ended up being a prior occupant of that home. In fact, we've had that
But
happen.
you agree that, like what Jim was saying, the touch DNA could be transfer DNA as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. And, I'm not a geneticist. I'm a genetic genealogist. So I'm just speaking from the work that I've done. But
So-
to me, as a layman, it seems clear that touch DNA is far less damning than when someone's blood is mixed with the blood of the victim or their sperm is inside a dead body. Sorry about being indelicate. But.
Yeah, no, that's true though. I mean, it makes a huge difference. I mean, I think that's going to be a good point for the defense, even if they don't get thrown out with the DNA. It's not a smoking gun. I mean, it is definitely something to raise an eyebrow about, like we discussed. It stab victims in knife sheath. There's a lot of correlation there. So yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And what came first? Like I still, because they part of like the defense's like motion was about the Elantra. They want to know like when like the date was like expanded. You know what I mean? Because I think they're onto them too. That they like that maybe like IGG led to the Elantra. I don't know. Just like a theory, allegedly. Just that's my thought, just because that's what they're going after. But it could be not. Could really be not that.
Well, it could just be they're attacking him. Like, look, dude, are you sure this is the right guy? I mean, his DNA's on there, but you have nothing else tying him except for Elantra, which you thought was a 2011 to 13.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, all of a sudden, since you got his DNA and you did this IGG test, all of a sudden it's 2015 because Bryan Kohberger, they pointed to him as a suspect or as a person of interest that you should be investigating more. And then all of a sudden you went back to the FBI specialist and yeah, it could be a 2015, 2016. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I could see that where that could be a problem. And that's kind of what you're talking about. I mean, I could see that. But it could be where they're just, they just do it from that, not really through the DNA first and all that. I mean, I see where you're coming from that angle too.
Like, well, which came first? Yeah.
Hey, is your FBI, he's an expert. He knows everything. He got that wrong, but all of a sudden he got it correct once you figured out that you had a lead on Bryan Kohberger. Now all of a sudden, it's up to 2016 that fits his car in there. So, I mean, I could see that narrative too, where it could be a problem.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just like, it's definitely like something they can go after no matter what, you know what I mean? So they're going to go after it. But yeah, if that's all they're going after, then, but there's not much to even go after. There's not much other. I mean,
There's
there's
not.
like
They're gonna go
the
after the phone
pings,
things, yeah.
which they
And
will,
the
because like they
eyewitness,
always
they're gonna
do.
go after Dylan. You
Uh-huh.
know, I mean, she saw bushy eyebrows. It's not really a, you know,
Was there a lineup? Was there some kind of like lineup that she saw? Not with him in it, but like a lineup of like pictures, you know, a picture
yeah.
lineup or something. I don't know, because people think that that possibly had to happen, or it within, you know, for other things to happen, but maybe, you
Well,
know, maybe
I
not.
joked about that, but yeah, no, you figured that they probably would rely on her because if they didn't want the DNA because of all this controversy, you know,
Yes.
they had to
Yeah.
have something else, and I mean, it's not a smoking gun, but that's like the next best thing I would assume, unless you had him on video in the car pulling up to the place or getting out of
Yeah.
the car walking into the place. They don't have that, but they have her as an eyewitness, which, you know, like we said, it's not a 100%
Do you
eyewitness.
think one of those like Ring cameras has like a better picture inside the car of him that we don't know about? I don't know. I just thought of that. I mean, do you
Well,
know what I mean?
it's
Like
possible.
anything's possible. You're right. I mean, like who
Well, I've
knows?
seen
Like,
some good Ring cameras, like, whoa, that
right?
looks good. And then you see other ones like, "Oh, that's a Ring camera, dude." Like some fuzzy ass, you know, 1990 video recording or something, you know, off a little flip
Yeah.
phone.
Some of
It's
those
weird how
apartments
that
were like
goes.
right on the street, though. You know what I mean? So, you know, like where he was driving and parking and going around, and so who knows? You know, who
Yeah,
knows?
because he
And
was
then he drove.
popping
Yeah.
buoys and he was doing
Yeah, he was
3.5
turning
inch turns and
around. He was
shit
like,
right
"Should
in
I
front
do
of
it
the house.
tonight?
Yeah.
Should I wait? Should I do it now?" Like, what was he doing? He was like having like
But I
second
wonder,
thoughts or something.
I mean, I've
Oh
seen that
shoot.
before where they kind of did a car and it was missing a hubcap or it had a, you know, something, one of the tires had something and they can mark it. With his car, I don't think there's any like major marking. The only thing
Yeah.
that they had was there was no front license plate. And that's
Yeah.
not really a smoking gun or even I yeah, you could say that, but I don't even consider that evidence. You know what I mean? Like that
Yeah.
doesn't do nothing for me. I mean, it doesn't. So what? It doesn't matter if the 3 states around there all require front and back license plates. It doesn't matter. You're in a college town with another one 7 miles away. You know, there's people from all around that are there. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. Yeah.
it's
Oh
not
my
that
God. They
huge.
thought Willow was in chat because my Willow, Laura, everybody thought Willow was here and that somebody was blocked because they couldn't see him, but
Oh
it's
shit!
my Willow.
The dog's name is Willow. Her little border
Willow,
collie.
Willow. She's like very vocal sometimes. So
Why is everyone saying my name?
I know somebody's like, Willow's not here. And somebody's like, well, he blocked. Willow's whatever. It was like, oh,
Laura Lee's like, Willow would not block me. No, Willow would not.
yeah, no.
Even Ellie's Willow would not block you.
Yeah, never. Never, ever. That's funny. She's like, I don't see Willow in here anywhere. What the hell? That's funny. Yeah, this is
All right.
crazy. I think it's been like such an interesting, like the last few days I've been looking into it a lot too. Like you've been like, I'm just like, it's such a fascinating kind of like investigative work, right?
Yeah,
That
no,
this exists.
I feel like, man, we're gonna clear up some cases now with this stuff, man. Like serious. There's so many cases that they have DNA that they just haven't even
I
matched at
know.
all. I
It's just
wonder.
very expensive though. They said, like she was saying, the only thing is it's expensive. So that like is like a deterrent because they were talking about like SA kits, that are like sitting there in hospitals that they could be using this for, but they won't because it costs, there has to be funding, there has to be like some kind of like, you know,
Well, you would think like the Innocence Project or someone like she said they're working
yeah,
with them. Someone like that would back this, you know, someone would step in
yeah,
that, that were trying to, get these wrongfully committed or convicted people, and especially if there's DNA involved in the case. And then, I mean,
hmm
man, they ought to look back at all this stuff that had DNA. They ought to be able
yeah.
I mean, it's actually pretty amazing,
Yeah, I think it's funding. Maybe it's just very expensive now because there's not that
Well, it is.
many people doing it,
And
possibly.
it's
Because
your
look how much
time. It's your time. You know what I mean? Like
the
these
time.
people aren't
Yeah,
gonna do it for free, I mean, CC's a nice person, but she's getting paid for this stuff. She's not doing half this stuff out of the kindness of her heart. I mean, at first she might
no,
have been helping people out, but I'm sure she's getting paid for this. And she might be
Yeah.
doing an interview right now to be the new FBI, run the FBI IGG section, or you know what I mean? Like, you don't
Yeah,
know,
she might
you know,
be doing that already. You never know. No, but she said
exactly.
she's like 1% of the time that's used for the innocent. Like she said, 1% of her cases are Innocence Project, and 99% it's like with law enforcement. So it's probably
Yeah.
like law enforcement is like probably providing the most funding. You know what I mean? And so like all these like these cold cases, because that's what like Gray uses. Like he had on these, remember that I told you those forensic genealogists
Mhm.
that do like get funding just for cold cases and to do IGG for cold cases. So they're
Well, I'm sure
using it
you
as
would
a
get a family
yeah.
member of a cold case or something.
Yeah.
They have some money, and they're like, "How much is it going to cost for you guys to do some research?" It's like hiring a private eye, almost.
Yeah. And
In
like
this,
you know how Gray used like donates, so he like donates to those two women that were on from Identity Finders, which is like I think an IGG, some kind of like organization that works with cold cases. And
Oh,
so
cool.
he raising money on his channel to fund that kind of work with cold cases, and like they because remember I told you they were on like during Bryan Kohberger, and then they were on, and part of the thing is they go over all these cases that they're working on, trying to find like different things, different kind of like what Jenny was saying, all the different ways that it could be used. There's so many different ways.
Yeah.
It's pretty fascinating, I think.
No, it is. I'm intrigued for sure, man. Yeah, I haven't watched that Gray Hughes. I saw the link that you sent me in Discord. I'm gonna
Yeah,
watch
it
that.
was like some of the same stuff. Like I feel like this was a really good one, the one that we're watching now, this panel. Like I learned the most from this. I even watched this like
Oh,
twice. I feel like like just so I could like
Yeah,
get
this is
like
my first
understand,
time
because it's so
watching.
complicated. It's very complicated stuff. I feel like, right? I don't know. It's like
It is. I was
some
trying
of
to
it.
explain. I was trying to explain it to my girlfriend just so I could sound better on here if I'm trying to explain it to someone. She's like looking
Yeah.
at me all cross-eyed, like, "What are you talking about, dude?"
Right?
I'm like, "No, it
I
really
know.
does make sense." And then I find myself explaining DNA. I'm like, "Okay, so your parents have 50% of your DNA. Your grandparents are
Yeah.
25, and I go through that whole scenario. And then I'm like, "Okay,
I know.
and they're taking markers from here, which isn't." Oh yeah, it was a
It's a
big.
little, I mean, it gets sciencey. It gets like definitely like you get, but it's like based in science. So that's like the part that because it's like it's totally a science. Like
Yeah,
you said, your
exactly.
grandmother was doing it before they had all these online ways to do it. But she's been doing, like, people have been doing this forever in a way, but now there's like a way to use it because of like the data. Now there's like enough data that it's like a useful like tool, which is really
Yeah, and
pretty
we have
cool.
a lot more samples of DNA too. I mean, using the DNA for this it's a game changer for genealogy, really. I mean,
Yeah.
when that came out, it changed the game for sure. And then you can see it now. It's going to change law enforcement. It's going to change the way that they do stuff, that they find criminals, that they do investigations. Really, it has that potential to do that. It does have potential to kind of screw over some people, but I that's why they don't. She doesn't take it if it's under 20 of the units that she's looking for. And it's
Yeah.
just it come down to the people. Are they going to be morally and ethical about it, or are they going to do something stupid with it?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, because these things could be like they definitely could be for like nefarious reasons always. But I feel like there's just good that could come out of this, though. It is such a big game changer, I feel. Like, because it can, like, from nowhere, it can generate somebody from like just DNA,
Yeah.
like, yeah. I mean, especially with
Put
this
someone on your
case.
radar or someone for you to look at that you wouldn't even have no inkling to even go there, especially if if it's a cold case. Or a lot of these people, they do a crime or whatever and get away with it. They move out of state or they move out of the town or whatever, and this could kind
Yeah.
of bring them all back in where it doesn't matter if they run off. If they get in trouble
Yeah.
somewhere else, the DNA is out there and you can get them.
Yeah. Yeah.
I really think it could be a game changer. I mean, I'm sure it's driving all these defense attorneys, but hey, you better study up on some other stuff besides DNA then, because DNA is for real.
Yeah. It's just there's the science.
Yep.
So, did you hear that?
What was that?
I heard some like oh, I just heard myself like an echo, but it's gone.
All right.
Yeah.
I hear.
Yeah, no.
Sure. So, and the next question I have is there scientific consensus as to what it takes for a match
Oh, yeah,
in your
she
field?
talks about this match.
So a match in our field means something very different than a match in a law enforcement database or a court case. A match in our field is a partial match, and it's caused a lot of confusion, and I wish we had a different term, but that's what we've always called it in genetic genealogy. If I get a match, that could be someone who shares 1% of their DNA and is my third cousin, and we share a set of great-great-grandparents. That's very different than a match in, say, CODIS, where it's that person, or if you're doing familial search, then it could be their parent or child or sibling. And so that's very high confidence. There's no reason for two people to share 1% of their DNA unless they have a common ancestor or ancestors in their tree. And that's what genetic genealogy is based on. And so we're typically working with these very small amounts of shared DNA and very distant relatives.
Well, I mean, 99% of DNA is common to all humans, but you're only talking about 1% of the DNA.
Yeah, not this type. So this type of DNA, you share 50% with each of your parents, about 25% with each of your grandparents, about 12.5% with each great-grandparent. And this is the type of DNA that changes quickly. SNPs, single nucleotide polymorphisms, are the ones that mutate, that change. And so those ATCs and Gs are going to be different with people that are unrelated. And we're looking for long identical stretches. We're not looking for single marker matches like you would with the STR profiles.
Yeah,
and so it's many in a row. They're actually blocks of shared DNA.
And that really is my question. How many in a row have to match before it's a match?
So we measure them on centimorgans. That's the unit of measurement for genetic genealogy. And if somebody shares, I would say, it's not an exact science. 20 centimorgans or over is pretty confident that they have to have at least one common ancestor in their family tree. The match lists typically go down to 7 centimorgans, but we're not typically using those. We are usually using maybe the top 12 matches or top 24. We're hoping we'll find matches that share over, say, 70 centimorgans, which is approximately a third cousin. If you are sharing anything above 50 centimorgans, we can be confident that you are going to have a relatively recent common ancestor in your family tree. As it gets less and less, it becomes less confident. But as I said, down to about 20 centimorgans, it's highly confident you have someone in your tree that is the same, but you might not be able to find them because maybe they're way back in 1595.
Right. And is that, C.C. Moore's standard, or is there textbook? Is
Yeah,
it
that's a good question. So genetic genealogy was developed by citizen scientists. It's not something that academia or forensic science or traditional scientists were really interested in until we started using it for law enforcement. So there is not a lot of published material, but there are a few studies that talk about the confidence levels and how far down you have to get in that centimorgan count before it becomes questionable. And so there's some that say 14 centimorgans, but 14 centimorgans still can come from so far back that I really kind of err on the side of 20 centimorgans. But yeah, that is my, as the person who's doing more genetic genealogy than anyone in the world, that is my standard. But I don't have a science degree. I mean, that's genetic genealogy. You can't get a degree in. There's no licensing. There's no certification. There's no accreditation yet. And so that's one of the reasons that if genetic genealogy were brought into court, it would be very difficult to validate it. It's science and art. It's not something where we're saying this is absolute. We are saying this is what the analysis has led us to develop as our hypothesis. And of course, all science is hypothesis, but this is a very different type of science, which is why it would be very challenging and why it should never be used as evidence against somebody.
Well, I do want to.
I like how she said that. It should never be used as evidence against somebody.
Yeah.
It definitely, I like that. I mean, that's probably
Best way to put it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is the best way to put it. And when she says it's an investigative tool, that's a good way to put it too. It's like, hey,
Mm-hmm.
a tip. We're just
Just
giving
a
you a
lead
tip.
generator.
And
Yeah.
this is
Like
what
a
our
hotline.
analysis came back to say, and we're pretty confident. And she uses the 20, 20 or more, and she said 50 or more. There's almost a guarantee that you're gonna have a matching relative
Mm-hmm.
somewhere in your tree.
Jenny
But
uses the
yeah.
same 20. I think she said was her.
Oh, was that hers too?
Minimum. Jenny was saying before. I think 25 or 20 was her like she'll go down to like a certain number, but they don't go under that because then it's super hard. I think because like a 3,500 is like a 3,700 is like a mother or father, or 3,500 is a mother or father, 3,700 is like a sister or brother. So you have to have like that much more, So that's like so low, but you have to do that to build out, right?
Yeah.
It is a science. I mean, it's so scientific and logical to me, more than some other things, other kinds of science,
Yeah, it's crazy that it was citizen scientists that did it. It wasn't even like a medical scientist or like
Yeah.
something like that. That was interesting to me too. Yeah, I mean, and how they come up with it, and it's like, and it's DNA that changes, that always changes. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
like,
Mm-hmm.
that's strange to me too. I don't really understand that too much, but it's just I'm so interested in this. I don't know why.
Yeah, me too.
It's definitely.
It's fascinating.
Yeah, it is. All right, we're almost done with this.
Address this in the context of Kohberger. I keep going back to Kohberger because people want to hear about this. There is and I understand, a feud between the defense and the prosecution over the IGG in this case.
Which is typical. It's happening.
Yeah, so the defense is saying, we want to see the genetic genealogy testing and report, etc., that identified Kohberger. And the prosecution responded to that request for discovery saying multiple things about, like what you said, it doesn't negate his guilt.
Oh yeah, did you see what Jenny said in chat? She said that French Canadians and
the Jewish population.
Jewish populations, that a lot of second cousins can look like a sibling because of the way it changes.
Oh, interesting.
That is,
Yeah,
I was wondering about that. What if they're not? You think that's why maybe the LDS church had a little bit of that,
Oh, yeah.
because a lot of times they had a lot of wives, a lot of children, and
Yeah.
the children of children got together. You know what I mean? Like they're, and then you got, West Virginia with some.
Yeah, they were talking. I think Jenny used that as an example. Like if two like relatives like get together at a wedding and like have a baby, then like that. Like then you're gonna like how do you figure that? This kind of gets a little. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. I mean, so he'd be like, "Yeah, we're from a long line of Mormons, so it could be anyone's DNA, like
Yeah,
yeah, or something like, like, they're gonna try everything when they get there."
Yeah, I can get really sticky.
But that is interesting. I really didn't even think about something like that, because you were talking about faking DNA, putting the different DNA, me sending my DNA in, but swabbing, my neighbor or something kind of deal. But Jenny did mention that.
Yeah, she said, "Look,
he would just throw that out because it would be so far off that it wouldn't
yeah,
markers or whatever."
But she said when cousins marry is a genetic genealogy problem, especially when it happens over generations within one population. And maybe she's saying that sometimes happens like in certain, cultures.
So I wonder if they know about that, you know what I mean? Like the defense. I mean, that's a big thing to bring up, right?
The
If
royal
there's that
family.
kind of thing where it could skew that much of a result or something. I mean, like I said, it's in this case, I don't think it's going to matter because they swabbed his mouth. It's a match, according to them, allegedly. So that's why I don't think in this case it's a big deal. But moving forward, it could involve some other stuff, especially if you throw in some of those things, like a second cousin that got married together. You know what I mean, and stuff like that, where it could throw a
Yeah.
monkey wrench into some of this stuff. Where
She said
and I
that's what
think
it
that's
does.
why,
Yeah. It throws
yeah,
a wrench.
dang man, I
Yeah,
never
the
even thought
royal
about it.
family would be crazy. They were saying, she said royal family is like a good example.
Oh
Cousin
yeah, oh my
marrying.
goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Imagine.
everyone looks like their brothers and sisters all the way around, right, or something like that.
Yeah, in this case, no
Or
problem. Yeah.
siblings, yeah.
hmm
Wow. I never thought about that. Yeah, and then you got some bigger families like that too. A lot of those families, like Mormons,
hmm
Jewish families are big families a lot of times. So yeah, man, that's crazy. I never even thought about that. Man, we always learn something new every time we talk about this.
I
especially
know.
with our pro Jenny around.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
It is not material to the defense. It is not intended for use at trial, which I don't never like that argument, because just because you're not going to use it doesn't mean I don't want to, I can't use it. So, and none of the documentation sought belongs to the defendant, and belong is in quotations. Can you explain for our listeners why they're putting that in quotations? What do they mean it doesn't belong? I mean, they took touch DNA and they tested it and found this, what you call a match in your world. How is it?
Multiple matches. So I read what you sent me, and they're asking for the names and the addresses of all of the matches. That would be typically thousands of matches, because you include those very distant ones down to, say, 7 centimorgans. And so that seems like, asking for much more than is relevant.
Yeah.
Now I can see them asking for the ones that were used in the analysis. So
Right.
like I said, maybe a dozen, maybe 2 dozen were used in the analysis to lead to that hypothesis.
Yeah, she's talking about the matches that they
Yeah.
do to begin with.
Yeah.
Which is at 12 to a dozen or
Like,
whatever.
yeah, a dozen or 2 dozen. But she said like, yeah, they're asking to see all of those. I think that's really interesting. And then they're saying, oh, the FBI is like, nope, sorry, we can't reproduce. We can't like mimic it again. Like, I don't know how, like, wouldn't they have like she showed that tree just now with that guy, right?
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't they have like a simple tree, right? Like on a computer? Like, it seems sketchy that they don't want to show. Maybe they're
just like Jenny said, like she's done one. It could be, or if you start doing the 9th, 8th cousin, matches like that, you're talking like 10,000 people in your family tree. So like, and then like they have to figure out how they match, and then it could be back in the 8 generations ago. Then they got to come back this way to modern day to find the person. You know what I mean? It's definitely, yeah, man.
I don't think it breaks HIPAA though, Denise. Yeah. I don't think it's a HIPAA violation, any of this, because it's not like they're learning any kind of medical things about them. They don't even know who they are. Sometimes they're just like a place on the, you know what I mean? They're just like a data point. They don't know their name. She said she doesn't even sometimes know what kind of case she's working on. Right?
Yeah, but she says sometimes. So what does that mean? I mean,
yeah,
a private person asks them to look up to find their father or something. Like she works mainly with law enforcement, like she said, 99% of the time. Yet, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. She said 1% she works with the Innocence Project, like, or those kind of agencies, and 99% it's law enforcement, right?
She's making it seem like it's 50-50 for this other. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think she was. I mean, like it could be used for like exonerating, like innocence. Opening IG to the court exposes thousands of people. It's so true that defense could pull in entire extended families to grill them on their relationships. I mean, that's the thing. I feel like that's what the defense wants to do with bringing this into by just, what they're asking for. They're asking for all their work and all the names, like, and all the informants, whatever they are, right?
Yeah, the confidential informants.
I wonder if this is going to be like precedent then, this case, if they're what's going to happen with that, or they're just going to, or what do you think, Jenny?
I don't think it's going to be, I don't think they're going to do it. I don't think it's relevant, like all those people aren't relevant. Like she said, maybe, the matches that they had to start with, that might be relevant. And of course, who's doing it? You know, who is this person doing it? Not that they have to be accredited or anything. Obviously, they can't be because
Yeah.
there's no way to do it. But I mean, to know who it was, and you know, and maybe see what they started with, so that they could hire an IGG expert to go ahead and do it their way and see if they come up with the same results. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because obviously they would come up with the same results, right? Why would they come up with something different? It would, you know what I mean? Like if they found a way to get back to the thing, then anyone else can find a way to get back to Bryan Kohberger from the
Yeah, I would
samples that
think.
they have, right?
I don't think the judge will allow that in either, Rowena.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's irrelevant though. The state matched him directly. Exactly. It is irrelevant. But why? So then why is the defense like then doing this? I guess it's because they can, right? Because they're challenging it. But because that the swab from him and matched his dad and all that. So it doesn't really matter like how they found, right?
Yeah.
But it does matter because there is privacy concerns and there's like, yeah, it's confusing.
It is. It's
See, yeah, I think they will find genetic genealogists will need accreditation in the future. I think that's where this is going, right? Because
Yeah.
it seems like it's like unregulated, or not unregulated, but just it's a science without like.
I take that back. I don't think it will be. I don't think it's going to have to be. To me, it's like a private eye. It's like, you know, like I mentioned before, it's like, you know, feet on the ground. You go around knocking on doors. You know, you're doing some research. They're looking through all these other records and stuff. I feel like the DNA part, the database is just a starting point. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And that's an easy way to get those matches. And if you don't have a match, then you can't do nothing. But if you have that snip and you have a match, and they said they at least need two, I mean, more than likely
It
you
should be
need
no
two,
different
unless
than
it's straight down
CODIS,
the line,
actually.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, it should just have like no different like CODIS and whatever database they use for this should have equal weight, right? Like however they do it with like CODIS, you put it in, there's a match or there's no match. With this, you put it in and you figure out the match, right?
Yeah.
So
Oh, did we lose her? Or did I? Oh, we lost Ellie. All right. Well, I'll give her a couple minutes or a minute or so, see if she comes back up. If not, we'll play the rest of the video. And then maybe she'll be back up. Maybe she won't. But yeah, no, I feel like it doesn't matter at this point with this in this case alone, because you know, they have a match, and how they got there is not a huge deal. I don't think they violated anyone's rights or anyone's stop, or you know, anyone's here's Ellie, she's back. Hey, what's up?
like clicked off somehow.
You should just blame it on Willow.
Yeah.
Willow, did you jump up and click her off? Yeah, that's what Jenny said. Willow finally got her. He's like, Mama, you're getting off there. You gotta take me outside or something.
We've been in and out the whole time, so.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah, she's good, but she's like very demanding. Even PAs need a license. It is like a PI, kind of like you were saying, like a PI.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. You know.
I guess they do need licenses too. Yeah. No, I could see it. It's something. I don't know if they would need a license. It just seems like I mean, I guess if you're dealing with some sensitive information like that, especially with the DNA, I mean,
but it's public record though, right? It's all public record though, right?
Yeah.
She said a lot of it is all public. I mean, you're using like a public database.
That's all they're using. That's what she's claiming.
If that's what all they're using, I know. I don't trust that. But if that's all they're using, yeah.
Well, if that's all they're using, then why didn't they just have any IGG person do it? You know what I mean? Just send it to the FBI after they send it to the one lab. I mean, I could see why they did that, because that's the only lab that kind of or not the only lab, but the lab they use to make the snips. for the matches or whatever. But
Yeah.
yeah, they give it back to the FBI, and the FBI is like, okay, here you go. There's your lead. Have a nice day. And then, oh no, we don't want to talk about this anymore. It does look
a little
it makes
sketchy.
everyone ask questions. Yeah, I can see that, especially
Yeah.
if you're a little conspiracy, at all, and then it's
Or if you're a
definitely
defense attorney, I think it's like it makes sense for them to, for the sake. Oh,
Yeah,
she
'cause
said, I think for the sake of public confidence, they need to be reliability in the results, which can be guaranteed by accrediting. That's true. I mean, I don't know. I feel like the science alone, though, is just like it credits the, you know what I mean? Because it's just either it's a match or it's not a match. Like you could check your work at the end with the DNA, with the actual DNA from the person once you get to the person, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like there's like a fail safe in the system. Like if you get the right person and you match the DNA, then it's a match, right?
But
I mean, it's
Jim
just
Griffin, he made a good point earlier in this video. He said, yeah, but you have it. There's been millions of trials and convictions without any DNA at all.
I know.
So that's what he's trying to like. He's like, well, they
Jim?
did use this
Yeah.
DNA, for this case. So like, so it does matter, is what he's saying. I guess that's what he's trying to say. You know what I mean? Like, even if they don't use the DNA in this case, they use the DNA to initially start this case.
Yeah. Well,
To
that's
throw
the
it out
thing.
now and not say it's relevant is kind of weird.
It
I
is
will concede
relevant.
that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I think it's super
Well,
relevant.
as far as the investigation to find out whose DNA or who you should test to try to match that DNA, you know what I mean? Like,
I mean, the fact that the FBI did it, I mean, I don't know.
yeah, especially with
Yeah.
all the crap the FBI is doing right now. They can't even find Hunter's laptop.
Yeah.
They could send this IGG thing and find out a killer from his ancestry DNA. So I mean, come on now, what's going on?
Yeah. What's going on, FBI? Get it together. Right? You need to get it together.
Allegedly, just kidding, FBI, don't follow me.
Yeah.
I
don't
mean anything by it. You guys are the smartest people in the world.
I know.
Right.
We don't want any like knocks on our door in the middle of the night.
Exactly.
Like Brian.
I need an FBI SWAT raid. I might be in my underwear dividing stuff in baggies over here.
Right.
All right. Here we go.
Okay.
So why can't the defense have a more limited number that was used? I mean, this is.
Well,
this
I'm not a lawyer, but I know what case law has been so far. And there was a ruling in a California case that was appealed and upheld that ruled that they were genetic informants. So they were treated like confidential informants, and they really emphasized the importance for those people's identities to stay private. And we can understand why, because if someone were to get off that was actually guilty, right, then they would know which of their relatives were partially responsible for their identification. And that would obviously have a huge chilling effect on anyone providing their DNA for genetic genealogy purposes.
I want this to go up to the Supreme Court at some point.
I really thought that it would. I spoke in front of a lot of federal appeal judges last year, and many of them approached me and told me they don't think it will ever get to the Supreme Court. There was even 2 Supreme Court justices there when I spoke.
Cece, could you give us, whenever you get a chance, you could text it, the case name or whatnot of that California ruling? I'm very curious as to.
Yes, I almost sent it to you right before, actually, because it is so key. And it was one of the very early trials of somebody that was identified through investigative genetic genealogy.
Yeah, it'd be great. I'll post it for viewers as well. So, Jim, do you have anything else for Cece today?
No, Cece, it's been very informative. And I really do appreciate you coming.
It's my
pleasure.
pleasure.
And I think we need to talk to Barry Scheck. I mean, we were planning on talking to him, but talk.
Yeah, so that's basically that. It's interesting. I really don't think it's a huge point in this case. He doesn't have any other brothers or siblings where the dad would have been the father of the kid. You know what I mean? Like unless he had some kids out of wedlock with some other lady, but the DNA, I mean, I guess it would still have his dad's 50% DNA, even if it was a different mom. So, I mean,
Yeah.
that would be like the only thing that would kind of throw a monkey wrench in all this for Bryan's case anyways. But I mean, if it's not supposed to be used and there's already been something about that, or if it's already going,
That,
but she even
yeah.
said she's talked to judges and they don't think it's going to get there, and I don't feel
Yeah.
it will
I don't
either.
think so either. Yeah.
It's going to be more
Before
of like a
today,
private eye.
yeah, before to like
investigator.
talking it through with you guys and like, you know, like listening to everybody, like I thought but now it just seems like it's all like, this is just a defense, like kind of just doing what they're doing, you know what I mean? And like poking holes in like this, like she said, the case law around it. It sounds like it's pretty tight with like, you know, they're just like informants and that's it, you know, like it like they kind of got that part covered, it sounds
Yeah, the
like.
only thing that we talked about was if they use the IGG expert at the grand jury.
Yeah.
That would be interesting because she did say that she did go to a pretrial and a grand jury before
So
several
maybe it
times.
is used there. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it'll be kind of interesting to see if that plays a part in any of this. But you know, maybe they didn't because of the way they wrote the arrest affidavit. You know, where they didn't
Yeah.
want to. You know,
They used
they're like
Dylan as a witness, but
disregard
like as
this
an eyewitness.
DNA
Yeah.
evidence.
Yeah.
So
That was
maybe
in a
that's why
search
they were
warrant.
covering that. So
Yeah.
I don't think they
Yeah. I
would
don't
do
know.
that and then be like, yeah, we're gonna invite you to the grand jury though, and you know, really test this out. You know what I mean? Like if they're already kind of worried about it in the PCA, you think they are the arrest affidavit, then they're definitely going to be worried about it if they got to bring it to the grand jury because they know the defense is going to find out if they use it at the grand jury. You know, and then it's going to have to come into court. At least
They'll know that by now.
they're
Yeah,
going
'cause
to
they
talk
got
about
it.
it. It may not result in anything. They might not say, you know, they may say disregard any of this evidence because it really doesn't have anything to do with the case that they're presenting. But if they did use it to get the indictment, you know, that is definitely a big chance.
If they use
3
it to
dots.
get to the 3 dots back.
3 dots back. All right, hang on 1 second. 3 dots.
Okay. Love 3 dots. So funny.
All right. All
What
right.
up, Dots?
Hey, bud, or you know, everybody. Hey,
Buds.
Jim.
It's me and Ellie.
You kind of sit there and watch. You know, what is your take?
Are you talking to Jim Griffith?
Yeah, Jim Griffith. Let's get his
I know.
extreme take. Let's hear his in-depth analysis about everything. Everything
He's
he's heard.
skeptical. Seems like he's
Jim,
not
go.
buying it, right? I don't know. It sounds like, well, I don't know. It's intriguing. It sounds like to him, right? I mean, it
Sorry,
is.
Jim.
I mean,
Just want to put you on the spot. Jimmy.
okay,
I'm not Jimmy.
Jimmy's.
It looks like he's
They're
kind of
trolling us.
Wrong channel.
Maybe he's a still frame.
Yeah. He is. He's like a video that we paused.
Oh, he's talking about the video. I got you. Look at Sarah. She's like looking up with her mouth open. Ah.
I want to hear Jim.
Oh.
All right. I don't think Jim has anything else to say.
I don't think he
that
says
was it.
anything more.
Yeah.
He seems a little skeptical of the whole thing, though, in general. Like, throughout it, he was like, you know, he's...
Yeah, he was just not sold on it, I don't think.
Yeah, about how he views what you do, helping overturn wrongful convictions, and you know, on our side, obviously.
Yeah, there's been a couple of them now. The Angie Dodge case that I worked out of Idaho Falls was the first, where Christopher Tapp was formally exonerated finally. And so that really is the highlight of my career. I mean, it's the best use of this technique. So we'll hope there's many more.
And that's why we do what we do. So we appreciate you, Cece. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's so important to get this information out. So thank you for covering it.
And Jim, until
Oh, there we go.
What do you think, 3 Dot?
Yeah.
I don't know. What channel am I on right now?
I knew you were confused.
I saw there was like a B in there somewhere, so I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing right now.
You were over here like a
You're
little
on-
while ago.
It's Blunt
Are
B.
you a Queen Bee fan?
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Yeah, but you know what? Facts are facts. Information is power, and everyone should always, gravitate towards good information. In my opinion, so that no one should ever fall back in their camps against good information. So you know what? Information is power, and thank you for having me. And I thought today was good, productive.
Oh, cool. Well, I'm glad you learned something.
Well, I don't think I learned something. I think I
You didn't learn nothing
rejected
about
something.
IGG? You didn't learn anything about IGG? Come on now.
I was kind of out for a while, but I think the DNA is that's some good shit that is out there, and there shouldn't be ever really anyone that's a John Doe from here on out, or a Jane Doe. If you ever have some kind of cadaver or something going on where they don't know who they are for weeks and months on end, question that, in my opinion. Because, if they've got blood, they got DNA. And if they got DNA, then we should know, the ballpark of where they come from. All right, everybody. Peace.
Yeah. See you, man.
See you, bud.
Yeah. See you, 3 Dot. Dolly.
Dolly.
Alex says bye. He's like, where am I at? What
like,
channel am I on?
What
He's
happened?
like, Jimmy,
I thought we
is
had
that
some
you?
lawyers on this panel. Where's Jim Griffith? I thought I was on here with Jim Griffith, and I wanted to ask him what his opinion was about things. He's like, wait a minute, it's only YouTube?
He literally does a search on YouTube for live and just clicks on anything. He's like, oh yeah. Wait, well, he didn't even know he was here before. I don't know.
Yeah, you guys like, oh, you guys aren't knitting? Oh, wait a minute. Like, okay,
he's like, wait, no, I saw a bee. Is this Queen Bee's channel? What's going on?
Yeah, I climbed into Queen
Are you a fan? Yeah, I'm a fan.
He totally thought that those lawyers, Steph B, I think he thought that those people were on panel with us. That's so funny.
Yeah, he did.
I love it. That's amazing. You got trolled, Dave. You got trolled then. Totally. That's funny. He's funny. He's
like, why isn't he saying anything? He's just sitting there. Jim, say something.
He's like, Jim, I have a question for you, Jim. Jim. Or to Jim. Oh my goodness. Well, thank you so much. That was a really good. We always have these good. This is like our second long burnout session on Bryan Kohberger. It's crazy.
No, I
there's just so much. Yeah, thanks for having me. There's so much you could talk. I mean, who knew that we could talk for so many hours about this? You get started and you just don't even realize you just pick up. It's just.
It's crazy.
Goes.
It's good though. I like it because I get to talk it out a little bit, and then have even with 3 Dot coming up here saying his crap.
Totally.
It's it's just a different perspective. It makes you think about something different about it.
And the chat and everything, Jenny and everybody in the chat who's I just feel like it's just so interesting to it's like a big think tank in a way. I always learn so much when you're because it's you're focusing on it all, right? On the details of it. Makes you understand it more,
Yes, Steph B, that was a good ending to this stream.
That was perfect.
I think we'll end it there. 3 Dot Dave out.
3 Dot Dave, trolling Jim Griffith. Wanting an answer. Yo, Jim, why aren't you answering me? Why you paused, Jim? You're frozen. Jim, you're muted. He's like, you're muted, Jim. That's so funny.
I know. I didn't. I was like, wait, is he calling me Dolly at first? I was real confused, and I was like,
oh, Jimmy. Oh, I get it.
That's what I was thinking when you said Jimmy, and I was like, wait, he thinks he's on Dolly? He's like, wait, what panel am I on? I was like, I really thought he was on Dolly's panel, and he said something about the bee, and then he said something about Queen Bee, and then I was like, wait, he was actually talking about Jim on panel, and then when you said it too, I was like, that was what he was talking about.
Yeah.
We should have just let him sit there and be like. We should have been like, yeah, Jim, come on, man, say something, dude. Well, why are you saying nothing to Dave? Come on.
Yeah,
You were
come
just sat
on.
there for about 10 minutes.
That's funny.
Uh,
Yeah. Oh, Gina was listening while she cleaned her house. That's awesome. That's what I do a lot. I like listen to stuff when I like do work or clean or
oh,
I'm
that's
more of a
cool.
listener than I am like chatter sometimes, I think he thought he was on Queens too. He's like, "Yo, wait a minute. Yeah, I'll tell Joneson about it. Step feed, send that clip to Joneson because he was. I'm gonna go back and listen to it. He's so funny. That was like a perfect good ending. Thank you for having me, Lumpy and everybody and Jenny and everybody in chat. Like, thanks for all the info.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I
3
appreciate
trolling Jim. Yeah, 3 was trolling Rowena. He was trolling Jim. He was.
He thought he was, anyways.
He thought he was.
He got trolled.
He's probably like, wow, look at this panel with like these like genetic forensic genealogists, like 3 lawyers, like a bee and a koala bear. Whoa, what I walk into?
Like, what jungle am I in?
Yeah. Oh, he's so funny. That was so funny. All right, I'm sure I'll see you somewhere soon on these streets.
Yep, for sure. I might do another live too. Not tonight, but sometime this holiday weekend. Just I'm trying to get my hours up right now, so look for it. I may go live again some point this weekend. Thanks everyone for coming in. If I didn't mod you this time, I'll mod you next time. I'm just kidding. Like I like everyone to be a mod. They get to see everything. Everyone's pretty cool. At least I know them from other channels and stuff. So, yeah, thanks everybody. Jenny, you were great again. We appreciate that. Yeah, hope to see you guys again when I go live. And I don't know if Queen Bee or Joneson or someone else is going live later, but they are, man. I'll see you guys over there. Until next time, see ya.